Doop doop da doop doop doop. Doop doop da doop doop da doop. Doop doop da doop doop da doop 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 doop. How's it going, everyone? Okay, I have like the greatest argument of all time in the work. I'm kind of mad that I haven't come up with this sooner. There's this book that I'm reading. It's titled Theism and Explanation by Gregory Dawes. Maybe that's how you pronounce it. This argument is like just true. One sec, I'll lay it out in a second. Yeah, this argument is gonna be, I don't know. I think the argument probably takes a little bit of work. It's probably gonna need some more work. I'm gonna need to read back through it, the book maybe, to make sure that I understand it fully. But I don't know. The argument is like it's like ridiculously good. Whoa, this person picked up a copy of Knowledge, Reality, and Value. Qui-Gon drinks gin. That's great. That's awesome. That's like a fantastic place to start. I don't know. It's a really, really good book. It's like an excellent introduction to philosophy. I think I don't know, reflecting on this, because there was a comment that I made the other day on like some TikTok, and then the host got like, or not the host, but the video's original poster got like pretty upset about it, and made like some response video just to my comment, in terms of like where you should start with philosophy reading. He was saying like you should start with like you should start philosophy by reading Plato, and I think that that's just like false. I don't think you should do that. But I think I'm coming around to the opinion that probably like the correct opinion is that it's not strictly true that you should do that. It probably depends on your goals. I mean, for me, my goal is like I want to develop like a worldview that's true. You know, I want to believe as many true things as I can about the world around me. You know, I want a worldview that has the greatest amount of explanatory power. You know, like a worldview that's able to account for all of the things in reality. And you know, if that's your project, if your project is something like that, like you want to learn more about a specific branch of philosophy, like ethics, or you know, you want to find like a true ethical system, then you know, I'm correct. You shouldn't start with Plato. It's a waste of your time, most likely. Um, Instead, you should probably just start with like modern analytic philosophy. If the argument that's made by like the ancient person is a really good argument, people will just still be making it. For example, like the Euthyphro dilemma still gets written about semi-frequently. Like there's like modern publications defending and critiquing the Euthyphro dilemma because it's a good argument. It raises like a serious question. It raises a serious challenge. And for that reason, you know, that's a good one. But you know, nobody's defending Plato's views that are espoused in like the Timaeus. In that sense, I mean, if what your view is to believe true things, it's most likely going to be a waste of time because history has decided that it's not, you know, that it doesn't survive scrutiny very well. So instead, I don't know. I think like the best strategy for learning philosophy, if what your goal is something like mine, which is like, you know, to have a true worldview that accounts for all of the things, I think you should start with the contemporary philosophers. The arguments that they're discussing are the good arguments, or at least they're way more likely to be the good arguments. So you're way less likely to waste your time. But I mean, I don't know, if your view of it is like something else, if what you want out of philosophy is like something totally different than that, you know, maybe you want to do like history of philosophy. Well, in that case, it's, you know, maybe fine to start with Plato. But even then, you should probably, I don't know, like even then, I think what you should probably read about is like Frederick Copleston's History of Philosophy. Like there are surely some like pre-Socratic philosophers that are just not worth reading about. You probably don't need to read about the dude that thought that everything was made out of water. You know, you probably don't need to read about the dude that thought everything was made out of fire. Your time is probably better spent elsewhere. You know, this is like an excellent like footnote to read in a companion. So even if your goal is history of philosophy, the idea that you should just start with reading Plato, I think that's probably not true. I think you should probably pick up like one of the many volumes of like history of philosophy. In fact, one sec. You should probably pick up like one of these volumes of history of philosophy and then read through that. And then if an author like strikes your interest, you can read more about them. But I mean, for me in my project, this is not worth it. Um, the only time that I go back and read like an ancient is if the argument is still getting discussed in the literature today. And even then, it still might be a waste of time because it's better summarized and more clearly summarized by some modern philosopher. Um, but I don't know. I mean, that's my take on it. It depends on your goals, but probably no matter what, you shouldn't be starting it by like raw dogging original text. I also think that people so okay, like another like complaint about the comment, another thing that people were like big mad about, um, they're talking about it as if like the goal of philosophy is to have like the correct interpretation of like the original authors. Like whoever has like the mostest correctest interpretation of Plato wins. And that's true. But the idea that this is something that you arrive at on your own by just raw dogging Plato, an English translation of ancient Greek, that's silly. I think that actually indicates, this is my hot take. I think that indicates that you probably just don't take philosophy seriously enough. If that's the approach that you think, like if you think that you're going to discover the most correct interpretation of Plato by just going and directly reading Plato, like an English translation of Plato, that's silly. You're missing the context, which would be provided to you by a contemporary source on the work that you're looking at. To me, it's like almost comparable, like the best interpretations, the leading interpretations of that work already exist in the literature. So you should read up on what the people who's dedicated their entire lives to studying like this one work of Plato, what do they think about it? Do they think it's like a good, strong, I don't know, what's their interpretation of it? That's probably closer to the true interpretation than anything you'll be able to come up with, and you'll be able to follow along the reasoning process. I mean, plus, elephant in the room, they speak Greek. You don't speak Greek. You're gonna miss a lot of context. But yeah. Um. Anyway, make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older. Make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. I also ask that you have some reason to think that God exists. You can be a deist as well. I'm fine with that. Let's go to the very first guest. Hey, how's it going?
I'm fine.
Wait, how old are you and what religion are you?
I'm 18. I was born 2008, 13th of March. I'm Catholic Christian.
You were born
Um,
2008?
yeah,
Oh,
that
sure, and
that
you're
would
18. Yeah,
be
yeah, yeah, that's fine.
yeah.
Um,
Um,
and
yeah, so
uh,
Catholic Christian.
that's fine, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so um to be honest, I believe that I kind of agree with Oppie that there's no like sufficient evidence for or against God, but I came up here because I have like a question on like a view in like philosophy of physics that I actually heard you affirm. I
Mm,
asked Dr. Blitz and he was slightly helpful, but we both like kind of don't have like really a solution here. But I heard that you affirmed this view, and I don't know if it's true or that at least you affirm something within the family of this view. So basically, Joe Schmidt writes in his book, like, an existential inertia and, classical
mm,
theistic proofs. There's this view in philosophy of physics, which he calls atemporal wave function monism.
mm,
And he says that, according to that view, there would be a physical entity that's neither spatially nor temporally extended. And I was curious, like, how would one need to define like the term physical entity to admit non-spatio-temporal objects?
I think that that's a matter of open discussion still. I know that there's a lot of controversy
Yeah.
about ways to define physical. I think like kind of the scumbag answer is that you just say like the physical is the mathematical, and then the wave function is a mathematical object, and then so are all the other physical things. Although that's like a very controversial view. I'm not really sure how people define physical otherwise, other than just something like, is described by laws of physics, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, regarding the laws of physics, like if you're a realist, well, the laws themselves would be physical entities, and if you're not a realist, well, I'm an anti-realist myself, and I'm familiar with the Humean anti-realist view, not with the other ones that well. And Hume says that the physical laws are going to be like descriptive summaries of like physical regularities that occur repeatedly. So that definition would actually be circular, like given one assumes like Hume's framework of laws.
So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what one wants to say to this. I haven't read too deep into literature. Maybe what you would want to say to this is that what the laws are abstractions, and that these like the process of abstracting the dispositions of these various physical properties, like this process is a physical process insofar as it takes place in the brain. So you'd want to say that the physical stuff are what the laws of physics refer to, like the referent of them. But then like the written out like description of the law of physics, well, that's obviously going to be able to be accounted for physically. Like the words themselves can be like a physical abstraction.
Right. I kind of like half understood. Like, could you maybe like
So
rephrase it?
maybe the idea is something like this. So like the underlying reality of the laws of physics, like the truth makers for them, we might say, are that they're like all the physical things like electrons, protons, etc. They have like dispositions, they have powers to behave in specific ways under specific circumstances. And that's kind of what the laws of physics are abstractions of. But the process of abstracting away from anything at all is a process that takes place in the mind, which under the physicalist worldview, and probably under like the wave function monist worldview, is a physical process. That's one that reduces to like brain states. So you'd want to say that like the physical stuff is just the collection of those like dispositions. Although I'm sure that there's like tons of literature about this. Like I don't have a very strong stance on this.
Yeah, okay, that was helpful.
Okay.
So thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, thanks for coming up.
Bye.
Appreciate you. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. If you are in that guest request box, if you want to debate the existence of God, if you think God is real, you should consider hitting that request button. You got to be 18 or older. It's a TikTok terms of service thing. You got to believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. You can also be a deist. I don't mind that. And I ask that you have some reason to think that God exists. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going, man? You can hear me?
Yep. How old are you and what religion are you?
23, bro. And is my religion a factor in this? Do you have to know it, or are you just curious?
I mean, it helps to make sure that I'm not wasting my time, because we might have like a 20 to 30-minute discussion, and then at the end of it, you say, where like throughout the entire course of it, you're being like very vague about what you believe. And then at the end of it, you say, yeah, I just think like, the universe is God. And then I wasted like 30 minutes of my time.
Nah, man, I'm not here to waste your time.
But do you believe, so do you believe that there's like a mind that is the foundation of everything else in reality? Like something that accounts and explains everything else in reality?
When you say reality, you say you're speaking of universe. So whatever caused I'm making the correlation. Whatever caused the universe would have to exist beyond space, time, matter, and energy, correct?
Yeah, if indeed the universe has a cause.
So are you saying that maybe the universe just always existed?
Yeah, it seems like atheism would be compatible with that sort of position, yeah. I don't see a reason to think that position is false. But wait, just to be clear, just to make sure that I'm not wasting my time, you do believe in like a mind that explains everything else in reality?
I believe that the modern cosmology suggests the universe had a beginning, the Big Bang theory, right?
I can't
If
help but
time,
notice that you're not answering the question.
yeah, I mean, I don't want you to take it in a certain direction that is not going to go, and I think we should just both, respect each other and stick to the debate.
Do you think that it's
So,
respectful to avoid answering like a basic question about your position?
so what do you? So, re-ask me. What do you
Yeah.
want to definitely
Do
answer?
you believe in a God, which I take to be minimally a mind that explains the existence of everything else in reality?
You said, do I believe in a God?
Yeah, defined as a mind that explains everything else in reality.
I wouldn't say that. I would disagree with that take.
Do
A
you
God
disagree
as
that it's a mind, or do you disagree that it's ultimate?
I'm getting somewhere. A God as a mind means believing that the foundation of reality is not just matter and energy, but an intelligent, conscious, non-physical mind that exists independently of the universe.
So it sounds like you do agree.
I'll say God is a conscious being, not just a force of energy. He
I
has
didn't
intelligence
say
and
he's a force
intention.
of energy.
I know I'm giving you a philosophical view on what I'm trying to
Okay,
convey
that's
to you.
fine. Sure. So it sounds like you agree, which is totally fine. Yeah. What makes you think God exists?
What makes you think that he doesn't?
That's a great
Let's start there.
question. So I think there's like kind of two approaches to this. One, I think that there are just like straight contradictions in the properties that would need to be ascribed to God. But additionally, I don't think that God could explain anything. In order for God to be an explanation, we would need to say that there's this being that has like these specific desires. He intended to create, this exact universe, and that this intention sprouted from some desire to create this exact universe. So it seems like we kind of just like brute posit that God has like all of these properties. He just brutally desires all of this stuff. And I mean, that just seems like kind of dead on arrival as a worldview, because then it seems like the atheist could easily just say, well, that's just the way it is, in the same way that the theist says, well, God's desires just are that way. So it doesn't really seem like God explains anything.
So, and is that under something you believe science related, or is that just how you feel, opinionated?
No, this is like a matter of philosophy. It would stem from like Bayes' theorem, so
Okay.
like a work of mathematics.
So, so would you say that the cause of the universe was physical? Is that your
I
standpoint?
don't know that I would say that there is a cause of the universe.
But we're here. I'm here. You're
Yeah.
here. We're
Do you
gonna
think everything
conversate.
has a cause?
I'll say this. No, I'll to answer that
Okay.
question. I'll stop. I noticed you said it was disrespectful to avoid the question, so I'll try not to do that because I mostly answer questions with questions. I'll try to keep it, back and forth ping pong. I'll say this, bro. The universe contains four things: space, time, matter, energy. If we look at modern cosmology, space and time themselves had a beginning with the universe. So you
Not
agree?
quite. Yeah, let's look at modern cosmology. So there was a survey of cosmologists. This is 1,600 cosmologists were surveyed. The majority opinion, 68%. Wow, I wonder what that one says. The Big Bang is a theory that says that the universe evolves from a hot, dense state that says nothing about whether it was the absolute beginning of time or not. So, when we survey the majority of cosmologists, the opinion of 70% of them is that the Big Bang makes no claims to being the beginning of time or the beginning of space, or frankly, the beginning of the universe. All the Big Bang states is that the universe was in a hot, dense state and then it rapidly expanded. No claims about being the beginning of time, according to modern cosmologists.
The year of that survey was when?
2026?
So that's today. That's now.
That's this year, yeah.
So the universe cannot explain itself because it's not eternal. Anything
Why
that
isn't it eternal?
Let me finish. Anything, because I don't speak over you. Anything that begins to exist requires a cause.
That sounds great. Why would I think that the universe began to exist?
Listen, the cause cannot be physical because it created space, time, and matter. The most reasonable explanation is a necessary, non-physical powerful cause. Since the universe began through a cause that appears capable of intention, a rational mind is a better explanation than a blind process.
Mm.
This is what people mean by God.
What question did I just ask you?
Repeat it for me.
Okay, yeah, you didn't answer it at all. I asked it twice. Why would I think that the universe began to exist?
Why wouldn't you? We're
I have no
here.
reason to think that it would.
Because we are the proof.
Why? In what way? Walk me
You're
through
alive.
step one, we exist. Therefore, the universe began to exist. Walk me through that.
The universe was here before us.
Okay. Why would I think that the universe began to exist based on the fact that the universe was here before us?
Because we're in the universe.
Okay. Why would I think that the universe began to exist on the basis that we're in the universe? Why does that imply that the universe began to exist?
Well, I mean, you're deflecting. I'm giving you the answer. We are the proof.
That doesn't follow.
How not?
There's no reason to think that on the basis that the universe existed before us, that we exist in the universe, that therefore the universe must have began to exist. But in fact, I suspect this argument might be self-defeating. Do you think that God's act of creating the universe, when God exercised his causal power and brought it into existence, do you think God's act of creation began, or do you think God's act of creation was eternal?
If he doesn't exist, what is the ultimate explanation for why there is something?
Do you want to
instead
answer
of
the
nothing?
question, or do you just want to dodge it?
There's a question. There's an answer in the question I just asked you.
Okay,
What is the
I kind of feel like you're dodging.
The ultimate explanation for why there is something instead
If you're
of nothing?
answering the question, could you tell me what question I just asked you? Or are you just straight dodging?
No, it's not dodging.
You
The
said you were
point-
answering the question, but
the
you don't even know
point
what the
was
question is. You are
Something
dodging.
beyond the universe caused or explained.
Do you want to answer I can type out the question for you. It's really no problem. And then we can get a direct answer to it. It'll be on screen. It'll be written down.
So you're saying that maybe the universe just exists. It doesn't need a reason. If you're willing to accept that something can exist without a cause,
Did
or
God's act of
explanation,
creation begin? Or is it eternal? Is the question. Which one?
this is one of the deepest questions in philosophy of religion, and the answer depends on your definition of God. God
Your
exists.
definition. The one you believe in.
Because you don't believe in him, right? God exists timelessly or eternally. Time itself begins with the universe. There was no before creation in a normal sense because before requires time.
Yeah, how do you think that
You get-
answers the
you
question?
get where I'm going with this? You asked me, did God's act of creation begin or is it eternal?
Yeah, it's one of two options. Which one?
You might say if God can exist eternally without a cause, why can't the universe exist?
Wait, sorry. Wait, why are you like reading off of something? It sounds like you're reading off
No,
of
I'm
a
answering your
script.
question.
You're not. So I'm going to type out word for word what you said, and then we're going to evaluate the way in which it doesn't answer the question. An answer to the question is going to sound like one of two things. It's either going to sound like God's act of creation did begin, or God's act of creation is eternal. So go ahead.
Well, I'll tell you this. God's existence is eternal. Creation begins with the universe. God doesn't need a beginning because God is understood as the necessary foundation of reality, while the universe is a contingent thing that could have failed to exist. Is that a good enough answer for you?
No, that didn't answer the question at all.
It doesn't answer your question.
It says
Are you
God's
spitting?
existence
Because
is
it's not the
eternal, but the
answer that
question,
you
if you
want.
read the question, I'm not asking, is God's existence eternal? I'm asking, is God's act of creation eternal?
You can't say it from a philosophical view or standpoint. I just told you God's existence is
But did
eternal.
his act of creation begin, or is that eternal? I'm not asking about his existence. I'm asking about his act of creation. Is there a reason why you can't answer the question? Was it not on the script?
It's a two-part question: existence and creation.
Do you know what the difference between the act of creation and God's existence is?
God's existence is eternal. Creation begins with the universe.
What do you think I'm asking?
The question is on the screen.
Yeah. Do you think I'm asking a question about God's existence being eternal?
You're blindsiding it. The argument isn't that
Do you
everything.
think that the question that I'm asking you is God's existence eternal? Or do you think I'm asking a different question?
The universe, according to many interpretations,
He's not going to answer that question either. Just yet another question that you're going to dodge. Listen, if your debate strategy relies on just straight dodging the question, then every time you dodge the question, I'm just going to point out that you didn't answer it, and I'm going to
Answering
direct
the
you back to the question on screen. I'm not asking about God's existence being eternal. I understand that the theist wants to say that God's existence is eternal. I'm questioning whether or not that's coherent by asking you, do you think that God's exercise of causal power is eternal? Do you think his act of creation is eternal? Do you think that God was eternally creating the universe, or do you think he begins to create the universe at some point? Which one is it?
Inside the movies, you still have a beginning. The creator isn't a character inside the timeline, my guy.
So which one is it? Is God's act of creation eternal, or does it begin?
Like I said, God's existence is eternal. Creation begins.
Is there a reason why you're committing like philosophical suicide on stage right now? Like, we were discussing things and you were fine answering questions at first, but at this point you're doing like the philosophical equivalent of like blowing your own brains out. Like, I almost thought that like Perez Hilton was on the screen fucking stabbing himself again based on like your debate performance here today. I don't know why you won't just answer the question.
Now we have profanity because you don't believe in God, because it's not the answers you want to hear.
You're just not answering the question like pretty straightforwardly.
Listen. Science doesn't prove God, bro. A stronger.
Do you think I said that science disproved God? Do you think it's a claim I made?
When you cursing doesn't mean that you're right. It just shows.
I didn't say that it means that I'm right. I think the thing that would indicate that I'm right is that you can't answer this basic question.
I did answer you. It's not a basic question. It's a two-part question. You have to dive deeper than just you want.
Okay, so I took the question off the screen. What question was it?
You want a yes or no answer just because.
What question was it?
The conversation where you wanted to go.
What question was it? Do you remember?
So I'll ask you this.
I'm just gonna interrupt you. What question did I ask you? Don't ask me a question. Answer my question. What was the question? Do you remember?
Because God hasn't touched you, or you feel as though you haven't seen God.
Is it just like psychoanalysis? Is that all you have? Listen, I mean, if all you have is psychoanalysis, like if you shut down after 8 minutes, I mean, I'm probably just going to move to the next guest if you can't answer this question. If you just like straight up refuse to, I mean, it's kind of a waste of time.
That's how you feel because you're the answer.
You're quiet. I can barely hear you.
I said that's how you feel because you're not getting the answers you want.
I'm just not getting an answer to the question. An answer to the question would be either God began creating or God was eternally creating. Either God is creating with beginning or without beginning.
Your version of those answers.
Would you agree that it's a true dichotomy that if God creates, that either God is eternally creating or not eternally creating?
No, I would not agree with that.
So you reject the law of excluded middle?
I would say reality is ultimately explained by an eternal, unintelligent foundation.
No, I understand that's your conclusion, but you just rejected a law of logic.
No, it's not a conclusion. It's a part of a philosophical question. The question isn't who created God.
I didn't ask that question.
Is that things that
You're like
to exist
AI
need
generated.
explanation. No,
You
my
might
guy,
actually
I'm
be
literally answering your
a
question.
chatbot.
You might actually be an atheist.
I am actually an atheist.
I know.
Is there a reason why you can't answer this question? I think I'll give you like one more dodge before I'm moving on to the next one. Listen, this is the wait. I don't want to hear like the William Lane Craig script. I just want to hear the question that actually canonically in the literature collapses William Lane Craig, which is, do you think that God's act of creation is eternal? Okay, do you just want to yap? Maybe I could. Whoa, look at the keys. Look at the keys jingle. Whoa, they're so cool. Whoa, check that out. Whoa. So I just want to know, do you think that God is creating eternally, or do you think that God begins to create? Which one is it?
Some thinkers might argue, like you, that God is outside time entirely.
This guy's like physically incapable of answering a question.
God create is like,
okay, that's fine. I'll just move on. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older. Make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. I also ask that you have some sort of reason to think that God exists. You can be a deist too. I don't mind that. That will go to the very next guest. Hey, how's it going?
Yo, what's up? How are you?
Doing well. How old are you?
21.
Yep. What religion?
Well, me personally, I don't think it's religion. It's just you know, relationship with the creator
And I'll mark down
of the world.
Protestant. Um, so what makes you
So
think that God
I got a question though.
exists?
You said what?
What makes you think God exists?
So I mean, could I ask you a question?
Sure, go for
Would
it.
you let me finish speaking though? Like if I speak, will you let me finish speaking?
Depends. Typically,
Okay.
I let
So like,
people speak unless they're, I don't know, like obfuscating or they're maybe they like misunderstood my point. So it would kind of be a waste of time to let them continue speaking insofar as their answer is just non-responsive. You know, if I ever misunderstand your point, you're free to interrupt me and say, wait, hold on, that's not what I believe. I think you've misunderstood something.
okay. Okay. So are you in a building right now?
Yeah, I'm in a building.
Was there a builder and a creator of that building?
Yeah, somebody built this building. And in fact, they must have had the intention to build this building, which stemmed from some sort of like desire of theirs. And then they acted rationally
Right.
to create it. So if we wanted to take
That
this
is very
analogy
true.
over to God, then we would need to say that there's a God that exists who has the intention to create this exact world. But why would God want to create this world as opposed to some other one?
So there was a creator and a builder of the building that you're in right now.
Do you want to answer the question?
Okay, so what was the question?
Yeah, you're saying that God intended to create this exact world, or at least that's what the analogy is meant to get at, that God's the creator and that he created this exact world. But why would God create this exact world as opposed to some other one?
Well, I mean, I'm not God, so like, I don't know
Okay.
why he would want to create the world.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Well, it seems like you've kind of like just kicked the mystery back a peg. Like, I could be like an idiot atheist who has no explanation for anything. And I could say, well, the world just is, I don't know why it is. And that's exactly the same. In fact, that's a better explanation than you saying, well, God created the world and I have no idea why God would do that. In both of our
Right.
cases, there's like one big mystery, but you've added something to your worldview that doesn't explain anything. It didn't get rid of the mystery, it just absorbed the mystery.
Yeah. Have you ever read the Bible?
Yeah.
So did you know? So God is love. He wanted to create the world because he wanted to give us a life, and that is a gift. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So
Well,
do you believe in good
mhm.
and evil? You
I
believe in good and evil, right?
Yeah, I do believe in good and evil, but I don't think that what you just said makes much sense. If the reason why God formed the intention is because he's loving, well, when I look to the world around me, it doesn't seem like a very loving place. People get horrible diseases. There are like animals that inflict like torturous suffering on other animals and on humans. For example, there's like a type of worm, or there's a type of fly that like a critical portion of its life cycle is burrowing into humans, and then it's like eggs like liquefy human flesh. I can't stress this part enough. There are literally like bugs wriggling around under people's skin if they
Yeah.
get
And that's why
inflicted by this. And
because
that's
sin
just the
broke into the
opposite of
world. That's why
loving.
that's all those things happen because sin has breaking into the world.
So it
So
doesn't look like the world around us was designed by a loving being, is what you're saying?
no, 100%. But
Okay.
that loving being
Then your hypothesis
gave.
doesn't predict this.
I mean, honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think you know, people are very prideful and have a lot of ego and just very prideful, so they don't want to even give God a chance to reveal himself to them, reveal himself to you. For example, like maybe you have a lot of pride, man, and you probably just don't want to give God a chance.
I
So
don't think that's true. I think I want to believe true things. So if God is one of the true things, I would love to believe in God. I have no reason to think that he exists, though.
right. Do you have a relationship with your father or your mother? Do you
Yeah,
love them very
both.
much?
Yep.
All right. So it's kind of like, okay, well, if you didn't have a relationship with your father and your mother, do you think that your father or your mother would probably be around you and talk to you? Probably not, right?
Yeah, probably not.
So, I mean, maybe open up your heart,
What
speak
about
to
the
God.
people that spend their entire life searching for God, Also, I mean, how am I supposed to form a relationship with somebody if I don't know that they exist? Can I have a relationship with my dad if I don't know that he exists?
Well, I mean, if you're over here
That
saying
was a yes
that
or no
God
question,
doesn't
by the way.
exist, I mean, you're saying God doesn't exist. So
That was
how
a
can
yes
you
or no
build a
question.
relationship?
Can I have
I'm
a
answering your
relationship with my
question.
dad if I don't know that he exists?
100% not.
Yeah, exactly. So likewise, I can't have a relationship with God if I don't know that he exists. God would need to take the
I,
first step to reveal his existence to me in order for me to form the relationship in the first place.
well, you know of God.
I
You
don't
know,
know
you
that he
know.
exists.
Okay, well, you know of God, and how can nothing come from something? Something has to come from something, correct? Like for example, the builder of that building you're in, like
Are you
that
saying
something came from something. Like
are you
so,
saying
like I
everything
mean that
comes from something?
something comes from something. Like nothing can come from something,
But do you think
right?
are you saying like everything is a cause?
I think everything in this world is made by something, right? Like for example, the headphones you're wearing, somebody created those headphones, right? Somebody literally made those headphones. So
Sure,
the
I
earth we're
agree
living in, the
with
universe we're living in,
some of that. But then
the universe
mhm,
we live in was created by something. How can
mm,
nothing come from something?
why would I think that the universe we live in was created at all?
Well, it's just a delusion mindset then if you think the universe wasn't created at all.
Why wouldn't I
Because
think that it just always existed?
I just said, how can nothing come from nothing?
Do you think God
So
came from nothing?
I mean, no, I think God is God.
Oh, I think the universe is the universe. Does that mean I get to say that the universe doesn't come from anything?
Well, for example,
I'm
it,
me. That doesn't mean that I don't come from something.
right. Well, there's a lot of questions that we don't know about, and then whenever you see God, then you can just ask him those questions,
I don't
You can
think that
ask him,
God is real.
and that's okay. I guess every knee will bow, every tongue will confess that
What's
Jesus
the
is Lord when he
evidence for
returns,
that?
right? I guess you'll just have to, when he comes, you'll have to just kind of tell him to his face, right? That, oh, I didn't believe in you, but now I do. And
Yeah,
then
I
it would
mean,
be
at that
too
point,
late.
I'd have evidence. So yeah,
Right. There's a lot of evidence though that God is real.
like what?
Maybe look into them. There's a lot of prophecies in the Bible that have been revealed and that
Ooh,
are true.
like
If
what?
you actually, I mean, what do you mean? Like what?
You said there are
Let me
lots of
just throw in an
prophecies that are
example. In
true.
the Bible, it says, once the river, I don't know specifically what river it is, but once it is being almost dried up, that is almost near for Jesus's return. So
My understanding is that this river has dried up multiple times.
actually, it hasn't. If you want to look into it, and I genuinely can't give you the answer of what river it is. Kind of forgot. It's a weird, it's a kind of hard name to say. Can't really think
It's the
about it on the
Euphrates
top of my.
River.
Yeah, the Euphrates River. Clearly, it hasn't been dried up more than once. It is going to be almost dried up, and that is a prophecy that is being fulfilled at this moment, and that is a sign that Jesus is near to come for return.
Sure.
So,
Well, so I mean, if the prophecy is that the Euphrates is going to be dried up, then come back to me after the Euphrates is dried up and we'll evaluate whether or not Jesus has returned.
okay,
If
that's
let's say
fine.
the Euphrates dries up, but then Jesus doesn't come back, would your religion be false then?
Well, the Euphrates River, once it is dried up, you know, God is the only one that knows the time and the hour of when he is going to return, but it is a prophecy of saying it is near. I mean, and God doesn't live in time. Like 2 minutes to us, like 2 years to, let's say 70 years to us is probably like 7 seconds for God. So it's like we live in time. God doesn't live in time.
So,
So
yeah, a bit of a problem, which is just that if we take God's prophecies seriously, then that would lead us to disbelieve in the Bible. Here's a prophecy from Jesus. This is Mark 9:1. Truly I say to you, there are some of those who are standing here who will not taste death until they see the kingdom of God after it has come with power. But all of them died, and he didn't come back. He was supposed to come back within their lifetime, and he doesn't. He talks about this constantly.
yeah, I think he's talking about that spiritually.
Oh,
We're in
okay,
the
sure. It's like
flesh.
metaphorically. How do you know the Euphrates isn't just he's speaking about it like metaphorically?
I think it's a prophecy, so it's just, I'm not going to call God a liar. I don't think he's a liar. The only liar in this world is Satan, the father of lies, and he is very deceiving. And can twist people's minds. I'm not saying your mind is twisted, but this is an example of, I
But
don't
how do you
know.
determine what is a metaphor and what isn't?
Sorry, what'd you say?
How do you determine what is a metaphor and what isn't? You're
I
saying
mean, I
that
can
God's
I can
saying
say
that
the
he's going
same
to come back
thing
before
for
anybody
you.
else dies. That's like spiritually.
Okay, I can say I can say a lot of things that could possibly be a metaphor on Earth right now. You know what I mean? And you'll just probably give me the same answer. You know,
So
I could say a lot of things are metaphors in this world.
yeah, that
So
would make sense, right? But you're saying that the reason why this one doesn't disprove or it's not like a failed prophecy is because it's metaphorical. But the reason why your one is a real prophecy is because it's literal. So how do you determine which one's literal and which one's metaphorical? This one seems as literal to me as, I don't know, what's the prophecy for the Euphrates?
I mean, that has to go back to what the Bible says and what God says. He says, "Trust me, lean on to my understanding, not your own understanding."
How do I know
So
what his understanding is?
read the Bible and understand it, and don't be so prideful. Maybe swallow your pride and kind
It's
of
like,
actually open your ears and let God speak to you instead of not having that relationship. Remember what I said with, if you don't have a relationship with your father, do you think he wants to, speak to you?
but like I countered with, if I don't know my father exists, I can't have a relationship with him. I can't initiate a relationship with the father whose existence I don't know of.
Well, maybe you can have that relationship with him if you just open up your heart and actually have the mindful thought of believing, and
Can
then he
you,
could
let's say you
possibly.
don't know,
Oh, if you simply believe in him, then the problem that you don't believe in him and as such can't have a relationship with him will go away. If you just believe
true.
Had you considered that?
I hadn't
Oh,
considered
did
that.
you have to get somebody in here to kind of like help you out,
I
or
did.
what?
It's because I was
I-
losing badly.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I needed Hegelfan to come in and clean up my dog shit debate performance.
That's right. That's
Right,
right. Yeah.
right.
He was really stumbling when you failed to answer the question about how you know what's metaphor and what's literal.
Well, I mean, I could say that about a lot of things, dude.
You certainly could.
I
You
can say
know.
that about an earthly life that you live in, that you think you're an atheist. I can literally say anything metaphorical or literal
Ooh,
in your own opinion.
I'm
Just like how
Wow.
we
I'm
we all
skeptical
three in
that
here
you know
have a
what those
different
words
opinion,
mean,
right?
which is kind of disturbing.
We all in here have an opinion. I'm pretty sure. So your
Yeah,
opinion is that you don't think God exists. My opinion, I think God exists, right?
yeah, but it's a question
Okay.
of who has evidence. I look to the world around me and it looks like it was designed by like a medieval torturer, like just like a truly like sadistic fuck. Here's another fact for you. Chimpanzees will hunt a specific type of monkey, and they will just start like tearing them limb from limb while the monkeys are still alive, screaming, howling in pain. The chimpanzees will like full on like fucking disembowel them. I just don't think an all loving God would design animals torturing other animals.
Right. I mean, yeah, somebody said in here, there is a lot of evidence
How would you
that,
account for that? Like the thing
well,
that I
I
just
mean,
said.
what did you say?
Yeah.
Say it again. Say it
The
again.
chimpanzees ritualistically hunt a specific type of monkey where, first of all, they don't even eat the entirety of the monkey. It's mostly for like social reasons that the chimpanzees do this, but they like tear these monkeys like limb from limb while they're still alive. They're like disemboweling them. The monkeys are screaming in pain. Why
Yeah.
the fuck would a loving God, how could a loving God design such a thing?
Right. That's when we have to kind of go back into when sin broke into this world. You know what I mean? That's why Jesus Christ died on the cross to pay that penalty for us to, have eternal life, because God really
What
loved the
about the
world so
fucking
much. He was like,
monkey?
God loved the world so much. He said, I have to find a way to save my people that I love
Did he-
Well, he's not
unconditionally.
saving. He's not saving the
So,
little monkeys.
Did he
In fact, he
send
designed a world where they're getting
well, I mean,
ripped apart for no
clearly when
reason.
the monkey dies, every animal that dies will be entering heaven. Actually says that in the Bible. Everything of God's creation, every animal will enter the kingdom of God.
But couldn't they
And
enter
if
the
it
kingdom
does
of
die,
God without getting like torn limb from limb?
Well, I mean, like I said, that's why we live in a sinful life. We live in an
Did the
evil
monkeys
world.
sin?
I don't think so. No.
Then why the fuck are they getting punished for it?
Exactly. You just kind of said it
Banger.
yourself.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Exactly. They're not getting punished, bro. It's just the sinful creation it's just the sinful world that we live in, and we're not perfect. Nobody's perfect until they enter the kingdom of God. You know what I mean?
So, okay, what explains the fact that it's this way as opposed to some other way? Like, why didn't sin lead to some other outcome as opposed to this one?
can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, like, I don't know. I mean, monkeys could have not been torn limb from limb by these chimpanzees, and sin still enters the world. What's the deal with that?
Yeah, God.
Why
has
would
every
God choose
reason
this
for
one
his
as opposed
creation.
to?
There's so many reasons for every creation that is put on this earth. There's a reason, and there's a there's a duty for everything that's been created.
So
You know what I mean?
I think
Just like how bees were created on this earth for us to live. Without bees, we wouldn't be alive, right?
Sure, but I think here's like the critical question, which is just, do you think that we're able to predict what an all good, all powerful, all knowing being would do?
Sorry, say that one more time.
Do you think we're capable of predicting what an all good, all powerful, all knowing being would design?
Well, I mean, for example, like, do you do your dishes?
Yeah.
Your plan is to go successfully clean all those dishes and put them back to where they're supposed to be, right?
Indeed, yeah.
Okay, well, that was God's plan, but you know what? Nothing's perfect, and He gave somebody up there a
That's not
position.
really an answer.
He gave Satan a position,
Why would he
right?
do that?
But Satan had
That
pride,
doesn't seem like an all good thing to do.
and he was egotistical and very prideful, just like a lot of human beings in this world is. And you know what? He took advantage of that. So,
And God knew he would get taken advantage of.
exactly. So that's why Satan got separated from heaven. Correct? He got separated.
So let's say that you're supposedly an all good father, and you let the local pedophile watch your kid. Are you still like an all good father?
No.
Yeah. Likewise, if God lets Satan have control of the world, God's not an all good God. Letting an evil person reign is evil.
Well, you said you believe in evil and good, so that's your answer for you. So there is good and there is evil. You know what I mean? You decide on what you wanna like. So I mean, at the same time, is God okay with those people that do that pedophilia stuff? No. Then they're gonna answer to
Which
God.
verse
You know
in the
what I mean?
Bible says that you can't?
Say that again.
Which verse in the Bible says not to?
Not to what?
Not to like diddle kids? Is that in the Bible?
It actually says not to do a lot of that stuff. I don't know exactly where, but
It actually doesn't.
You can search it up. Where does it say in the Bible?
You're not going to find
that
like an
you
age of consent in the Bible. And if you look to how it was interpreted historically in the Bible, they were marrying like 13-year-olds basically as soon as they hit puberty.
I don't think it says that in the Bible that people were marrying 13-year-olds.
I'm telling you that this is a historical fact about how they interpreted the Bible, and there's never a restriction related to like the age of consent in the Bible. In fact, the modern scholarly opinion is that Mary was like 12 to 14.
Where does it say that in the Bible?
It's the modern scholarly consensus, because that's the age that Jewish women would be getting married at that time.
Well, maybe I think people like to, take the words of the Bible and kind of turn it into their own wording. And if somebody with status or is known, you'll believe them because you can clearly see them that they exist. So would you believe somebody that you can see that exists rather than God that you can't see?
Are you saying like I shouldn't believe like the historians when they tell us like a matter of historical fact?
Well, I mean, aren't they human beings? You can see they exist. So you would probably believe that a human being that exists is more truthful and real than God that you can exist on what he's saying, right?
Okay, but I don't think that's I mean, obviously I'm going to be more inclined to believe a human than this being that I don't know exists, but more so I'm going to evaluate the claim on its own terms.
What I said, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So, but why would I disregard what all these historians say? Why would I think that you know better than all these historians?
It's not. Do I know better? It's. Does God know better? It's his. It's his.
Does it say in the
You know.
Bible the age of Mary? If the Bible
I
doesn't
don't think it
say,
does. I
and
don't
all the
think it does. I
historians
don't
say
think.
that
I
she
don't
was
think
like
God
12
is
to
a pedophile.
14,
I don't think God is a pedophile. Do you think God is a pedophile?
if he impregnated a 12 to 14-year-old,
Can you show me proof?
probably.
Can you pop up on the screen and show me proof that where it says Mary was a 12-year-old
You want
girl
this
that was
proof?
impregnated?
You want this proof in the Bible? Because I've told you multiple times that this is the consensus among historians.
Exactly. So that is a human being's
So
own
you know better than
opinion.
the historians.
See, like, I mean, that's just delusion. That's delusion now because you're believing
It's
in a human
delusional
being on
to
what he says.
think that you know better than all
Believe
the
the historian.
historians.
Okay, what's a historian? A human being, right?
So what?
Human beings can lie, right?
I'd say so.
Do you think God is a liar?
I don't think God exists.
Exactly. So it's like you have so
Boom.
many opinions. This is your belief, you know, an atheist, like atheists are the most difficult people to explain the Bible and God himself. Like they're the most difficult because clearly they don't believe, but you're over here talking about God and bringing up stuff in the Bible. So if you don't believe in God and you don't think he exists, why waste your time in here trying to debate people that do believe in God?
Powerful.
You're wasting your time.
Wow. That's
You're wasting your time.
some compelling stuff there. So the idea is that it's an internal critique. You believe these things. These are problems for your worldview, reasons why your worldview is implausible. The reason why I can't adopt your worldview is because if I did, then all these things that I'm talking about would be true, and they're false.
Well, I mean, it's okay. You know, you're a human being, and you know we're gonna lean on to our own understanding no matter what, because in our minds we believe that I myself, I can have my own beliefs and my own opinions because I am myself. This is my body. I can do whatever I want with it.
I
Correct? Is that
agree.
the
You
way
certainly
think?
can't. Well, I mean, I agree. I can believe a variety of things, but I try to direct myself towards the true things by means of evidence.
Right. So, when you die, okay, we're all gonna die one day.
Mhm.
When you die, where do you think you will go? Like, do you think you have a soul in your body? Do you think you have a soul inside of your body?
I don't
that
think we have good
is-
reason to think that souls exist. I think that we have good reason to think that the brain reduces to, or that the mind reduces to the brain.
Right. So if you're over here talking and your brain is thinking, and you have feelings and you can fall in love with somebody and have deep connection with them, what do you think that is? Like, what do you think that is? Is that like do you think that has to do with like a soul thing, or is it just like, oh, it's just here. I have this in my body for just this reason. Like, what is that? Like, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that reduces ultimately to the brain, which doesn't make it any less meaningful.
Okay. So you think that we were just put on here to love people and build friendships and connections with people just because?
I think
Or
I
do you
think
think
put
there's a
on
reasoning behind it?
here is kind of weird language, but I think like the charitable interpretation, you know, the reason why evolution is expected to produce social creatures that form close social bonds is because that helps the survival of those social creatures when they form close social bonds. When I love various people, I'm able to survive better. You know, I'm made a more well-rounded individual, both in today's context, but what evolution would have been selecting for is in like a pre-societal context. The tribes of humans that loved each other and worked together and formed friendships and cared about each other did better than the ones that didn't.
Okay. So are we still? So you're talking about human beings, right? Just human beings.
Yeah, although I think lots of animals feel love. You'll notice something interesting. The social animals feel love. The ones that live solitary lives feel much less love.
Yeah. I mean, everybody can feel love, even an animal. Yeah, you're right.
Some
And
of
there's
them.
nothing wrong with that, man. There's nothing wrong with that. But
So true,
the thing
King.
here is today is you are saying, you know,
Wait, here's a question for you. Do you think God can make a rock that's so heavy that he can't lift it?
I don't know. You know what?
Let's
Maybe
explore.
there's a day where we won't be on this earth anymore, and we can ask him that, you know. But
Okay. Well, do you think it? So is it like at least possible that he might be able to make a rock that's so heavy that he can't lift it?
is that a joke?
I'm just asking, right? You're saying you don't know, so well, either he can or he can't.
Can you?
So, as a matter of fact, I can. I could literally do that. I could literally bring together various rocks,
Right, you
such
can
that
find
I
a rock
could no longer pick
that
them
something
up.
was like, you can find a
I could
rock
I
that
could
was
bring
on this
together
earth
various
by.
rocks and then make like a larger rock. Like this actually is something that I can do.
You mean you can find one, not make one?
No, I could make one. Like I could bring smaller rocks together. Like I couldn't make one out of nothing, but I could make one out of smaller rocks.
Okay. Okay. Well, Ian, right? Your name's Ian?
Yeah.
Okay. So I have a question for you, Ian.
Okay.
When
Well,
you
we
were
should
a
actually get like
child,
an answer to the question at all.
okay, say it again. I'll
Yeah.
give
Do
you
you
an
think
answer.
that God can make a rock that's so heavy that he can't lift it?
I don't think. I mean, if he wanted to,
Okay.
realistically, how
So
much power he has, he could. But why would he do that?
does God have the
You know what I
power
mean?
to
There's
lift
no
a rock
reason
that
for
he
him to
doesn't have
do
the
that.
power to
There's no reason for him to
lift?
do that. I think it's a silly question that you're asking.
Does God have the power to lift the rock that's so heavy that he can't lift it?
I think it sounds like a joke, and it sounds like a mockery over God. And it's crazy how you can say, "Oh, if can God create a rock that is so heavy he can't lift it?" But you're over here saying God doesn't exist. So why would you even say that if
I
it
think I
doesn't
explained this
exist?
to you earlier. It's something called an internal critique. So we're presupposing that your worldview is true. You know, God's all powerful. Well, if he's all powerful, does he have the power to do this?
Exactly. So I mean, I
So
don't. I just
does
don't
he have
understand.
the
You're over here.
power
You
to
bring up a
lift
lot of
the rock
things.
that he doesn't
You
have the
bring up
power to
verses.
lift?
You bring up verses. You bring up a lot of things talking about God, but you
Okay.
don't believe in God.
Yeah. I think I already explained this one. But listen, I might move on to the next one. Thanks for coming on. Wow.
High
some-
level stuff there. High
Yeah.
level stuff.
Yeah, I wonder where that guy is on the tier list. You know, I wonder why he isn't
Let's
on
find
any
out.
of them.
I'm sure he's next up. Sure he's next up.
Yeah. Okay, wait. Let me get the site in order for your announcement, your big announcement.
Oh, true. Thank you. Yeah, I can DM that to you. I was
a
in.
cognitive crutch that also
Okay, yeah.
Oh. I was involved in a fun debate tournament. Round 1 voting is open. If you go to the link in my bio, you can vote for me or my opponent Phil, who's a very lovely guy. But yeah, I'd really appreciate y'all if you could go vote for me. That'd be great.
Yeah, one sec. Let me I'll drop this link in the Discord. It's on IZ. Okay, wait, sorry. I can get this over to Molly. Molly can put this here. But you know, I think you should vote for Luke. You should maybe watch the debate first. You know, it's the intellectually honest thing to do. And then after you watch the debate, you should vote for Luke.
Very true.
You know, I would never
Yeah,
say.
it was a really good time. I'm hopeful that I can move on to the next round, and maybe it sucks that I was up against Phil first round because he's just a lovely guy, just
Yeah.
very smart and nice guy. So
He was very like charismatic and whatnot. But yeah, just check out this website. It's in Hegel Fan's bio. Drop a vote for Luke.
thank you.
Yeah, Hegel Fan is a total Chad. Yeah, this is canonical. Yeah, I remember when you turned your cam on in the debate against RC in the Discord server that one time and mogged him to death. You know, you mogged him
That was
into
a good
trans
one.
acceptance.
That's right. My understanding is that RC is pro-trans now after that debate.
Facts.
What is RC? Is RC still around? I feel like I haven't seen anything from him.
I see him every now and then. He kind of comes on and runs like the moral argument again. But
Interesting.
yeah, I don't know.
Just obviously the worst argument. That's so brutal.
It's gosh, I was don't say his name, but I was talking to the one professor that I'm taking classes with.
Mhm.
And yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's he said something which is like just obviously true, which is that either you're an anti-realist, in which case it's not a problem for you, or you're a realist, in which case you can just select from one of like the hundreds of like moral systems that are just way more satisfying of an explanation than
Yeah, no. I mean, I think we've talked about this a couple times, but like the moral argument I mean, like versions of arguments for moral knowledge, I think are like whatever.
Yeah,
but, like,
sure.
the like, you know, you can't have objective morality without God is like maybe the most confused. There's just no part of the argument should be compelling to anybody. It's the worst thing in the world.
True.
And also, I mean, you can't run the good Bayesian arguments for theism because because what you need in the background are the moral facts, or you're just going to be giving this like ridiculously ad hoc hypothesis. But yeah,
True.
it's a terrible argument. You should do. I'm curious what your arguments for God tier list would look like. I think we would probably have similar stuff in similar tiers, but I'm curious.
I think, well, yeah, I think it would be, I think okay, obviously I think like the shit tier is, I wonder if there's an arguments for God tier list, actually. I could do that right now.
That'd be fine. Let's see. There probably is.
Fuck, it's just the
I feel like it
Bentham's
probably won't
Bulldog
have something good
article.
one. Oh, wow.
Okay. Oh, sure, yeah, wait, let me do this. Okay, we got, I'll only do the arguments in favor of God's existence. Okay, Anselm's, let's give it solid D tier.
Yeah, that's fair.
Banana argument, argument from
Obviously.
consciousness. Thinking either A or B. I think A.
Yeah.
Argument
A is fine.
from
Shopping
desire.
for your next car? What about a sunroof?
Here, no free ad. Fuck you.
Brutal, brutal.
Argument from desire unironically gets mogged by Lacan.
Very true. Very true.
I think the Kalam is probably better than. I think maybe I'll put it in C
I'd
tier,
probably
but
put it
ahead.
B. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think the Kalam is the worst cosmological argument.
That's
Or actually,
plausible,
no,
yeah.
I'm sorry, because the Aquinas stuff is obviously worse. Actually, never mind.
Oh, sure.
I think the contingency argument's better than the Kalam, but okay. Psychophysical harmony. I think I'd put it maybe. I think maybe A tier, although it's kind of new. Aquinas's second way. The cause argument. That's probably worse than the Kalam.
Shopping for your next car? What about third row seats?
Shut up! Get the fuck out of here. Okay. The argument from the intrinsic value of humans gotta be straight into F tier. I don't know why I have any reason to regard humans as valuable if God exists if I didn't already have one.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what the free thinking argument is?
I don't know. Is it maybe an argument from free will or?
Okay, I'll
I'm
skip
not
it.
sure.
Argument from idealism. The fuck? If it F tier, I guess. Maybe I would need to hear the argument, but like.
Yeah, that. Oh, I guess it's yeah. This is Google overview, but I guess the free thinking argument is supposed to be if material naturalism is true, real rationality cannot exist, meaning that libertarian free will and an immaterial soul point directly to God.
So it presupposes libertarian free will?
Yeah.
F tier.
Yeah.
Shopping for your next car?
Sorry, but your view makes my magic nonsense impossible. So
Yeah. I actually I prefer the view that has like a Googelian brute contingencies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is that all of the important
Shopping
facts
for
in
your
the
next
world
car?
are actually explained by brute contingency?
What about a sunroof?
Oh my. Okay, this is maddening. Okay,
This is
sorry.
terrible. This is terrible.
Okay, so want to break from the ads.
Yes.
I think fine tuning goes in S tier.
Yeah.
Evolutionary argument against naturalism. I think it's like sophisticated, but I think I might rank it worse than. I think maybe I'd put it at the bottom
Yeah.
of C tier.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Okay. Contingency argument. I think I'll put that in B tier.
Mm-hmm.
Laws of nature. Is the argument that laws require a lawgiver?
I'm not sure.
Oh, yo.
Shopping for your next car?
I'm gonna.
What
Redacted. Okay. Redeemed Zoomer's argument from math. F tier.
I don't think. Don't know that I'm familiar with Redeem Zuber's argument from that.
It was like I don't know. It's been a while since I've watched it. It's like incredibly bad. It's like math has infinite complexity that needs to come from an infinite mind.
Shopping for your next car?
Oh, lol.
How the fuck do I?
Yeah, how do you get it to stop yelling at you?
Okay, maybe just clicking it. Okay, now I have all the malware. Paley's watch argument. At this point, I think solid D tier argument. Unfortunately, it gets.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, evolution kind of killed it.
Yeah, it's just the least sophisticated like design argument.
Yeah, moral argument. Moral argument's gonna go maybe above intrinsic value of humans, but
Sure.
it's like basically the same. Argument for moral knowledge. Maybe I'll put that at like. No, because but that would say that your moral intuitions give you moral knowledge, and people just have really different moral intuitions.
Yeah, there's some problems with like. It seems like we shouldn't think that our the way we acquire moral knowledge is like super duper reliable because there's these radical disagreements. But if you're like, especially if you're like a moral non-naturalist, which I think is at least a fairly serious view, the story for how you get moral knowledge is
I agree with that. I agree with that. Like if you're Michael Huemer, I think you should probably believe in God. If you think intuitions track moral knowledge, I think the evolutionary debunking argument is just successful against the naturalist.
Yeah, I think there's at least like all of these sort of like thorny problems that you have to deal with for the story for how we get moral knowledge, and I guess those problems go away if you believe in God. So there's at least something.
Sure, maybe I'll put it a
Shopping
bit higher.
for your next car?
I'm gonna.
What about
Dude.
third?
This is unreal. Okay, we're almost done. I don't know what Swinburne's argument from the laws of nature are. The MOA, maybe I'd put the MOA in A tier, but it just has like the parity problem, which is just really difficult.
Mhm.
Um,
And the parity arguments
Shopping for your
work
next car?
in weaker modal logics than S5, which is I don't know. The Schmidt paper was convincing to me.
yeah, that's my it's my understanding. Do you know what Descartes' trademark argument? Oh, like his ontological, fucking dog shit, terrible. We're somehow worse than Anselm's.
Yeah, I probably agree.
I forget what it is specifically, but I just remember thinking like this is the worst ontological argument I've ever heard in my entire life. What was it?
It's the you have it within yourself, the idea of an infinitely perfect being, and the causes of an idea have to have it at least as much. I don't know what the phrase he used. I think it's like formal reality or something.
So
as the idea has actual reality.
I have inside of myself the idea that this argument fucking sucks. And that requires like a counter argument to have as much reality as the idea that the argument sucks. So therefore there must be a counterexample to the argument.
This is a good point.
Personal experience for me personally, I'd put it at F tier. Maybe for somebody it's good. The Aquinas stuff probably here. I don't know what the argument from the laws of nature is. Maybe it's I. Who knows? Okay, I don't know. What do you agree with this list? Do you disagree with this list?
I probably agree. I would probably put psychophysical harmony a bit higher. Maybe moral knowledge a bit higher. Maybe Kalam a little higher. Maybe EEAN. Other than that, I think I probably am. MOA is interesting. MOA is like it depends on what we're supposed to be evaluating, right? Because like if we're just purely evaluating these in terms of like would it be reasonable to be persuaded by these, I think there are like only maybe 2 or 3 that should be really on the list in the first place. But if it's just like these are interesting and sort of the response isn't obvious and it requires the good responses require some sort of sophisticated argumentative machinery. I think EAN and MOA probably go up, but if it's like persuasiveness, well, EAN I could see persuading somebody who isn't crazy, even though I think it's not a successful argument. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't
I do
know.
think that they've imported like a good deal of like philosophical framework. Oh, mute the tab.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
so stupid. Wait, okay, sorry. I'm gonna get to a next debate. Hey, if you're in that guest request box, make sure that you are 18 or older. Make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. I also ask that you have some sort of reason to think that God exists. And with that, we will go to the very next guest. What? But I want the car person to yell at me. What's up? How's it going, Devious?
Oh snap, bro! How'd you pull me up? I didn't even accept. What's up, man? All right. How you doing, man?
Doing well. How old are you?
I am 30.
And what religion?
Dirty 30. Okay, this is the thing. I'm not religious. Is that going to be a thing?
Do you believe in God?
Yeah.
What do you mean by God?
A superior being that has ruling over us. Well, not ruling, but has like governs over us.
Is it a mind?
That is a good question. Is it a mind?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say it's a mind.
Wouldn't the laws of nature qualify as God under this definition?
Yeah, the laws of nature would.
Okay, then I'm not sure
Well,
that
well-
this is a definition.
well-
Like I agree the laws of nature exist.
Well, not the law.
what's the argument?
How about this? Can I spit and then you just you can tear me apart at the end?
No, because we don't
Got it.
necessarily disagree, and I don't want to. If we don't
Well, what-
disagree, I don't want to waste time.
Well, what do you mean upon that? Like the laws of nature, like science and stuff. You believe in science and agree with science?
Yeah, but like let's say that, you can't travel faster than the speed of light, and that's a way in which we are restricted, is that we can't travel at specific speeds. So
Sure.
would that qualify then as like a law of nature?
I mean, technically, to us, yeah, we are bound to that.
Or I'm
and
sorry,
it-
would that count as like a god? I think I asked if it's a law of nature. Obviously it is, but would that count as a god?
No, that wouldn't count. That wouldn't like be a system. Like that wouldn't be a limit of God. No.
Listen,
make
I don't
sense?
know. I'm tempted, but at the same time, I'm like,
All right, how about this? Just give me 3 minutes. I bet you I can make it clear in 3 minutes.
okay,
Or even 2. Okay. So we can agree upon science, right? So science, and we can agree upon logistics and linguistics and definition and math, right?
some
So
of that
by
stuff
def-
is like obviously intersubjective, but sure.
I mean, well, you could look at the definition of something and be like, yeah, and I could look at the definition and see that they're both the same thing, right? That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
but so the weirdness is that I'm not sure under what circumstance it would be true to say that, for example, like a bachelor is an unmarried man. I'm not sure what makes that true. There's kind of like maybe there's like one of two things. There's one of two things is going to be true. Either what that is like an empirical claim saying that people use this word to mean this thing, like empirically speaking, or I just have no idea what a dictionary is doing.
All right. Well, let's just stick with you give me 3 minutes. All right.
Sure.
And then you could just tear me apart or ask the questions at the end. So we can say that we can look at the definition. We could be like, hey, okay, that's that. Well, by definition, God means a superior being that has governance over like humans, nature, and the universe. The Big Bang, we can agree upon that. Dark energy, dark matter, gravitational pull. The balloon pops, air is released, but in this case, gases are released, like a firework going off. Pum, shit goes everywhere, right?
Sure. Although I don't think that your definition of God is going to be quite accurate. I think we actually pulled up the dictionary.
What does it say?
So, one sec. A spirit or being believed to control some part of the universe or life and often worshipped for doing so, or something that represents the spirit or being, something like that.
So is it like within the realms of what I'm saying, or is it like far-fetched?
Do you think God is spiritual? Is God like supernatural?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah, what's your argument for God existing then?
Okay, so all right, so we can agree to Big Bang and things like that, the fireworks go off and shit is spewing everywhere. Molecules are being bonded.
More or
Yeah,
less.
that's why we're not that's why we're not evolved from monkeys and things like that. The reason why we have a connection with them is because we share the same molecules, same things that they
Well,
have as well. Like we have calcium.
it's a bit more than that. We have a common ancestor with them. Like if you trace
Yeah,
back the
because
lineage
like
of humans and the lineage of monkeys, eventually we're going to have a common ancestor with them.
no, you'll have because you have the same things that they have. You have a heart, you have that, and your body is made up of the same things. You don't have like
I'm making a bit of a stronger claim than that.
okay. I still got my 3
But
minutes.
but okay, wait. Let's say that evolution is like totally false. Why would I think that God exists?
Yeah, evolution is false. That's what I just said. So hold up. So look, so by definition, that's what God means, right? So
Evolution is false?
no, yeah, evolution is false. We didn't evolve from monkeys.
And that's the definition of God?
No, the definition of God is what we talked, what you read. I'm just
Okay, why would I think a
Give me 3 minutes.
spiritual being brought us into existence if we didn't evolve?
Okay,
Why would it
look.
follow
So
then?
look. So then whatever, right? Now we can say to ourselves that humans are conscious, right? You're aware. Some of us, not
Mhm.
all of us, we're conscious, right?
Sure.
Insects are conscious. Bugs, animal,
I
cats
think
and
that's
dogs, animals.
I think bugs are more on the edge, but sure.
I think spiders, they spin their webs a certain way to communicate and to trap bugs.
Yeah,
So
and
they
I
have to
mean,
be
you know,
conscious.
my fucking
bees,
Roomba cleans my apartment, but you know, I don't think my Roomba is sentient.
well, that was programmed well, I guess you could okay, I can see the comparison. That's fine. But insects like bees and things like that, they have an understanding and they move. Even like the trees, right? Like the trees are connected through root systems. So if one tree that's part of that root system is lacking water, another tree will send water through the roots to that tree, right? So that's a sign of consciousness.
Oh,
Plants,
you think trees are conscious?
yeah. So you know what conscious means?
Okay,
Conscious,
sorry. I'm gonna flat reject that. That sounds like nonsense.
that's fine. But I still got my 3 minutes, right? So that's fine. You can
Wait, sorry.
whatever.
Are we gonna get to like an argument for God?
Yeah, I'm getting there. This is all the build up. Trust me, dude. It's like foreplay. It's not like you go straight in. So boom. So boom, you like all right. Those things are conscious, right? Down to the microorganisms, they're conscious, right? The amoebas, parasites, they know how to keep the cycle of life going. Just because something
Not
can't
granted.
communicate, huh?
Not granted.
All right. But since like even just because you can't communicate with something, right? Doesn't mean that it's not aware and not conscious, right? So just
So
because you
I can tell you why I don't think they're conscious. It's because I don't think that they have the necessary structures that produce consciousness. We can figure
Which would
out that
be
with humans that the thing that produces the consciousness is roughly like the nervous system and the brain.
They have those, right? Don't animals and insects have nervous systems and brains? Amoebas have brains. There's a guy on here that does
I
They-
don't.
There's a guy. Chill,
I
Hagel.
don't think
There's a guy.
amoebas have
Hagel,
brains.
I don't
chill.
think that
Man,
trees have brains or nervous systems.
they do have a system.
The
A
weather
system
has a
within their
system.
own.
You know, there's like the water cycle. I don't think the fact that the water cycle exists means that the earth is conscious or something.
Well, the nervous system will be their roots. They're connected to the soil. The soil is their life. So that is their system.
Why would I think
Even
that that's
amoebas-
similar to something like a nervous system?
Well, you can Google it. You want to Google it? And
Sure.
Google.
I know that they have these systems, but why would I
Okay,
think that
so
that's
look,
like a
and-
nervous system?
So just
That's like
Google.
nerves.
So Google if you care to, if you care to, just Google, are trees roots similar to our nervous system? Just Google it. Or ask do trees have anything similar to nervous systems?
Let's just ask the
Well,
question directly.
they're in some sense similar.
Hegel. I'm not looking for a two-part.
Okay, my bad.
No, trees do not have a nervous system.
Electrical system. Continue.
Yep. Trees do
How
not have a
can we
nervous
see to
system, a
react?
brain, or pain receptors.
However,
They
use
cannot feel
chemistry.
pain or consciously think like animals. However, they can use chemical signals and electrical impulses to sense their environment and react to damage. So can my Roomba.
So, right? Okay, cool, right? So down to the amoebas and the parasites, right?
Do you think
They
my
have
Roomba is
brains.
conscious?
No, obviously it's not. It's literally programmed
Okay.
to do one
Well,
job. and do
I
its
think
job.
that trees are about as conscious as my Roomba is.
That's fair. You're entitled to your own opinion. I'm not like whatever. We're just getting to what God is real. So we're down to consciousness, down from us down to the microorganisms. We're a reflection of the cosmos, right? You have a digestive system. The cosmos have a digestive system. The black hole, right? It takes in stuff and it shits out energy, right? No,
I
a
don't know
black
if
hole
that's
doesn't.
true.
A black hole
I
doesn't
think
do
I think
cleanup?
energy. I think some energy escapes black holes, but
Do
I'm
they?
not sure that that's accurate to say.
I mean, that's even fair to even say because don't you throw up? Something escapes. But hey, so
I'm not sure that there's very much that escapes. I think that there's like minuscule amounts of energy that escapes,
yeah, that might be like your bad
but
breath
it's
or
not like
something.
things
Not
are
your
like
bad.
coming and going. Anyway, you've been yappy.
I know because
Let's get to the
keep
point.
cutting,
Otherwise,
you
I'm
keep
just gonna
cutting
kick
me
you and move to the
off.
next one. You've been yapping.
Because you keep cutting me off. So
Okay.
boom, we go now. We're a reflection of what is, right? That's a reflection of what is. Same as above as below. If by
Why?
if the dark energy, dark matter, right? If it goes, if the fabric that's holding us together, holding the universe together, it goes, everything goes. But if say me or you go, the world continues. We're not superior to anything. That's superior to us.
Are
If
you just
that
saying
thing
like
go-
we depend on things?
yeah, we totally depend on things. You don't
Okay, is
depend
that
on
all you mean
things?
by God? It's just that there are things that we depend on for our existence?
Say it again? Yes, because if
Okay,
that
yeah,
fabric,
gosh, I wish you would have led with that. This was a waste of my time. I agree that we depend on things like atoms for our existence, and we depend on things like, I don't know, fucking the wave function for our existence or something like that. God, what a waste of my time.
Powerful stuff. Powerful stuff.
If you're in that guest request box, this is like yet another data point for why if they're like not forthcoming about it, I should just kick them.
Maybe. And do you get anything out of the trying to figure out if someone is actually saying anything thing?
Not really.
Yeah.
But I don't know, like I feel bad because they did wait, but hey, Alexander Wood, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'm 28,
And what religion?
and so I'm an atheist. So I'll make it quick. So I'm a math tutor for kids, and I'm so much more nervous than I was hoping I'd be. I'll settle down in a second. But and I watch you a lot. I'm a big fan. I think you're very articulate and smart. And I think your approach to trying to argue with these ignorant people, a lot of them are just very ignorant, is very similar to me trying to teach math to kids. It's just like I have the answers and they don't even know the questions. So your approach, a lot of your techniques, I just like find myself using them, and they're very helpful. So
That's awesome.
I just wanted to thank you for that.
Hey, absolutely. Thank you so much. And thanks for the work that you do. It's very important. I know that being a tutor is, being a teacher is underthanked. I'm sure being like a tutor is also a very underthanked role. So I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
That was sweet.
He was, yeah. He jingles keys at them.
Yeah.
How's it going? How old are you?
Hegel fan. First of all, let me preface this. Hegel fan. Thank you so much for frying Neokun. That was a very fun.
No problem. He was
the whole conversation.
He was real mad at me in my DM.
I know
after that.
he's like a D1 waffler. He just talks about nothing for extended periods of time, and he just gets like a bunch
He's a very funny guy.
alt-right conservatives to eat his meat. I don't know how you do it, man. I really don't. Like, I don't know how you listen to people just waffle about nothing for long big periods of time. like that applies to
Wait,
Ian.
I mean,
Wait, sorry.
yeah. Ian has to deal with a lot more of that than I do.
Yeah.
But
Wait,
Yeah,
just to make
'cause
sure that we're not about to. How old are you, and what's your religion?
Oh, I'm 18.
What's your
what's
your religion?
I'm not particularly religious, but
I'm sorry, we just can't do this. If you want to debate the topic, if you think God is real, request to join. It's not open invite, right? It's not an open forum.
oh, did you watch any of my conversation with that Neokun guy, by the way?
Yeah. I saw him get super
was very
confused
funny.
about axioms, as if the meaning of the word axiom or what might qualify as one isn't hotly contested in epistemology.
Yeah, there was a lot of funny stuff.
According
He like
to
got mad at me for the way that I used Axiom, and then when I Googled it and just gave him the Google definition so he would stop arguing, he like accused me of like cheating. It was very funny.
yeah, true.
He also said, when I asked him what begging the question was, he said, "Oh, I know what that means. It means that it would." I think the phrase was "beg the refutation." That was great. Very funny stuff.
Fucking, that's a great argument.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, when I'm begging the refutation for mercy.
Hello,
Hey, what's up? How's it going? How old are you?
I'm 29.
Yep. What religion?
I was raised Catholic, sort of like agnostic now, but
Oh no, you
part-
don't believe in God?
kind of question if he's real, but I would still say
I'm sorry. We're only looking for God believers. That's like a stipulation. Hey, how's it going?
Hello. I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing well. How old are you?
I am 25.
Yep. What religion?
I am a Christian.
Sure. What makes you think God exists?
So I have.
Oh. You gotta.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you still hear me? Okay.
Yes. If you're off the app, I can't hear you. Return to the app immediately.
Okay. Sorry. I'm here now. Okay. I had it in my notes, but I guess I'm going to have to spitball this. Okay. So.
Wait, but what religion?
I'm a
Christian, I
Christian.
believe.
Okay,
yeah,
sure.
Christian.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, go for
Okay,
it.
so essentially the idea is that God is the identity of reality. That's how I'm defining it here. And the reason why I define it as the identity of reality is just to make this, I guess, logical argument. And so I say that he is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. And so to, I guess, sort of define reality, everything that exists is inside of reality. There is nothing outside of reality. And so because there's nothing outside of reality, there's nothing, I guess, inputting into reality. So that means that reality has to be self-configured. And so since it is self-configured, that means that it has free will, and which means that it has the ability to control and manipulate reality. And so because it has this free will, it has the ability to change things in reality and everything within reality. And therefore it is omnipotent. And because it can change these things, it also knows these things about reality. And therefore it is omnipresent and I guess omniscient as well.
Do you think it's omnibenevolent?
I would say that it is entirely consistent in that it cannot contradict itself.
But is it all good?
Yes, I would say that it is all good.
Okay, then this has like brutal reductios. You're committed to saying that like the rape of non-king was good because it's in reality, so it's in God, and God is all good. So therefore
So,
the rape
no,
of non-king is good.
No. So God is the identity of reality.
Mhm.
However, because reality, I guess, because God has free will and because He gives us free will, that then must mean that there can be evil that exists in the world, and so any sort of evil is just a consequence of free will.
So there's evil in the all good being?
No, the all good being is all good. It's entirely consistent.
Hmm. But everything
But
is in God.
No, not necessarily everything is in God. Just that
Is
God
everything
is,
in reality in reality?
yeah. So reality is everything. It's like
And
it's
God
math-
is reality. So
no, God is the identity of reality.
I don't know what that
So-
means.
Yeah. So it's kind of like you have your identity as a person, right? But that identity is not you. It's so like not to try and like obfuscate the argument by bringing this in, but in matrix algebra or in mathematics, you have an identity of something, but that's not the whole thing. It just describes the thing. It is the identity of it.
So would you agree that all of reality, it sounds like you're saying that he is the essence of reality.
Yeah, you could probably put it that way.
Okay. Does all of reality have the essence of reality?
Does all of reality have the essence of reality? Let me think about that. So all of reality has an image of the identity of reality, but it's not all perfect.
That you kind of changed the question. I don't know if you saw that. Does all of reality have the essence of reality?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah. Okay, so then God is immanent to all of reality. He's within everything.
Right. He can see everything.
No, he's like more than that. He's like a component of everything. He's like one of their metaphysical parts.
I wouldn't say that he's one of the he's like a part of the reality. He configures reality and he can control reality, but I wouldn't say that. So I guess to answer your question, no, he isn't. The essence of reality isn't in everything.
Okay, what are the things that the essence of reality, like, are there any real things that don't have the essence of reality?
Right. So I guess like in this sense, like we're using the word essence and I'm using the word identity, which is a little bit different. And so I would say that the identity of reality is in everything because reality is self-similar.
The essence of
And I can,
reality, so it isn't everything.
the identity of it is, but not the essence and the
Okay, that's
distinction I'm
fine.
making.
So God is the identity of reality. The identity of reality is in all things that are real.
Yeah.
So then God is within the rape of non-king.
He is in, I guess in a sense he is in it, but he's not the one making the decision to do it.
Yeah. But I mean, okay.
So I
God,
guess
is God contributing goodness to the rape of non-king?
no, he is simply like, I guess he is simply allowing, I mean, he is allowing it to happen, if that is your question. He does allow.
No, I'm asking. So the rape of non-king is in reality. You're saying that God is the identity of reality and that everything in reality has the identity of reality. So that the rape of non-king has God as one of its like metaphysical components.
Yeah, I guess
And
you could
God's
say
all
that.
good.
Right.
So,
Well, and
in
but
fact,
he's
all the other
also
metaphysical components also have God because they would also be real.
right.
So
Well,
then all
so
the
I guess
components are good.
I wouldn't no. So I guess in this sense, he is in everything, and he is all good, but he has a limitation in that he cannot contradict himself because we're saying that is part of the that is part of the definition of God, this perfect being, right? So he can't contradict himself. So like earlier, can he make an object that he cannot lift? He can't contradict himself. So I guess he's not gonna make, he can't, I guess in that sense he can't make an object that he can't lift.
So would you say that to be all powerful, you need to be able to do everything that it would be possible for you to do?
Everything possible, yes.
Everything possible for you to do, or everything possible in general?
Well, if we're talking about God here, everything possible, it would be everything possible in general.
Okay, so does God have the power to do evil?
No, he cannot do evil. He can
Oh,
allow evil to
but
happen, but he cannot do evil.
okay, sure. Then there are things that he doesn't have the power to do that are possible to do. It's possible to do evil. God has
yeah,
the
but
power
it's
to do all
not
things that are possible,
right. But
but
it's
God
not.
doesn't have the
I
power
guess
to do evil.
yeah, but I'm saying that it's not possible for God to do evil because he would then be contradicting himself.
Sure. Okay. So you are saying that to be all powerful, you just need to have as much power as you can without contradicting yourself.
Yeah, essentially.
So my water bottle is all powerful.
How so?
What can my water bottle not do that it
Well, I guess
would contradict itself if it did?
I mean, I can't move on its own. It can't think.
But that would be a contradiction. It's a water bottle. It's not moving.
What do you mean?
The water bottle can't think. It can't move.
Right. Yeah.
It's inanimate.
Yes.
So it would be a contradiction if it did those things. So the water
I
bottle is
guess
all powerful.
no. I'm not saying. I'm not saying that's what makes it all powerful.
What's the criteria for being all powerful?
Well, I guess in this sense, being all powerful is in the sense that you have the ability to configure reality and you can make things. You can. I mean, you can make, I guess, pretty much anything physically happen.
Okay, so does God have the power to make like a trillion babies get zapped to death by like a trillion cattle prods?
Yeah, he could do that.
Okay, so it's possible for God to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, wouldn't it be evil to do that?
Yeah, but he
So it's
wouldn't
possible
do
for
that.
God to do evil.
Well, so I guess like if you say that is evil, then it wouldn't be possible for God to do something that is evil.
Okay, so it's not possible for God to do that. It's not possible for God to configure reality in this way.
Let me think about that for a second. I would say that he can. I mean, God obviously, he can create these things that happen that are evil, but that doesn't mean that he is evil. And so I guess in the sense we're like, say there's just by happenstance, it's nobody's fault really, a child dies out of some tragic accident, that is something that can happen. And because and that God obviously configures reality, and there has to be evil that can happen in the world, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that God is evil.
So here's the problem. Here's the problem. I can formalize the argument. So the argument goes something like this: God has the power to bring about an evil state of affairs. Okay, sorry. I'll premise it like this: if God is all powerful, then God has the power to bring about an evil state of affairs. If it is possible, or if a being has the power to do something, then it is possible for them to do something. It is not possible for an all-good being to bring about an evil state of affairs. This would just be, and then when we add the premise about God's nature, that God is all-powerful and all-good, this entails a contradiction. Therefore, the conclusion would just be God doesn't exist.
Okay, yeah. Well, so I guess in this sense, I disagree that it is. I disagree on point 4, in the sense that there are things that have to exist just because they are logically required to exist. That being evil, and also because God has free will, and he creates us who have free will. We can do evil. He gives us free will, right? But and we can do evil, but that doesn't necessarily mean that God that then makes God evil.
Okay, so we can modify the scenario like this then. If God exists, then God is all powerful and all good. If God is all powerful, then God has the power to bring about an ultimately evil state of affairs. That is a state of affairs that's evil, that doesn't have a greater good to it. If a being has the power to do something, then it's possible for them to do that thing. It is not possible for an all good being to bring about an ultimately evil state of affairs. Therefore, God doesn't exist.
Right, and so to counter that, I would say that the world that we live in now is the best possible of all worlds. And
But which
there
premise
is,
would you disagree with?
so I guess like I guess in the sense of like so I guess what I'm saying is that back on point 4, that God isn't bringing it about an something that is ultimately evil. I believe he is bringing about the best possible of
So
all
you agree
worlds.
with 4? You agree that it's not possible for an all good being to bring about an ultimately evil state of affairs?
Yes.
Okay, so you just agree with point 4. So which point do you disagree with?
Okay, hold on. Let me reread this.
In fact, just to make it even more neutral, if a being is all powerful, then that being has the power to bring about an ultimately evil state of affairs. If a being has the power to do something, then it's possible for them to do that thing. It's not possible for an all good being to bring about an ultimately evil state of affairs. Therefore, God doesn't exist.
Yeah, okay. So it's all powerful than that. So I guess I would I guess I would disagree with number 2 in that, you know, if we're defining God as,
The premise doesn't
you
say
know,
God.
right, if we're defining an all-powerful being, but we're also defining this being as being perfect and unable to contradict
It just says
itself.
all powerful.
Okay.
Maybe you mean like it has the power to do everything that's consistent with its nature?
Yeah, I
But
would say that.
but then my water bottle is all powerful because it has the power to do everything consistent with its nature.
Oh, I see your point. That's a good point. Let me think about that. So I guess the difference between the water bottle and this, you know, and this being, which I am defining as God, would be that God has the power to configure reality.
Yeah, my water bottle has the power to configure reality in all the ways that are consistent with its nature. So my water bottle would fit this
Right, but
definition.
it doesn't configure reality.
Yeah, that's true. It doesn't configure reality, but it has the power to do so in all the ways that are consistent with its nature. If it actually configured reality, well, that would be a violation of its nature. It's not autonomous.
Oh, interesting. I didn't think about that. Okay. Yeah, I would have to think on that one.
Yeah, I think that this problem is pretty unresolved in the literature. But yeah, is there anything else? Yeah, go for it.
I was just gonna say, I think probably the thing you want to say is just that it's possible, in some sense, for God to, or for an all-powerful being to do evil. It's just that God's nature means that he won't do evil. So there's some things that are possible.
But then that
to do,
one's thorny
won't
too.
Yeah, there's thorns there, and that makes you're gonna have to reject lots of things that lots of theistic traditions want to say. But I think that they're a lot less problematic than the other ways of reconciling it. But yeah,
I think the funny reductio to that view is that they are saying that God has the power to do something that's not possible. Because it's not possible for God to actually use the power is the claim there. That at that point you'd be rejecting 2. Or not, sorry, not 2, you'd be rejecting 3.
Yeah. Which is, I think maybe the worry is that you would want to clarify just how exactly we're thinking about the modal scope, right? So like maybe it's not sort of like nomologically possible, but it is logically possible. But actually that might be a problem as well. Yeah, maybe 3 isn't that crazy to reject. Like, I mean, if you, I don't know. You could be a necessitarian and also believe that things have some causal powers that are just it's impossible for them to. There's probably some wacky views there that you could say. I don't know.
That's true. Although, no free will.
Sure, but
Yeah.
um,
I think that probably makes like the problem of evil like way worse if that probably commits you to all like best possible world stuff. If this is like the necessary world, it just must follow from God's nature.
yeah. I mean, you do. Yeah, there's modal collapse problems, and then once you've got the modal collapse, you probably are committed to best possible world.
Yeah, but I read
Which is
all the
worrying,
literature on this specific argument. I think it's underrated. I don't know. I don't think it's run enough.
Yeah, that's interesting. Is there a name for the? I've heard sort of stuff around this get discussed, but I don't know that I've heard like a single name for the argument.
I think the best defender of the argument, it depends how you can formulate it a couple of different ways. Pike from like the 1960s, 1970s formulates it as like the omnipotence impeccability argument. And he says, well, God doesn't have the power to sin. But then Wes Morriston formulates it as the omnipotence, omnibenevolence problem. So I think Wes Morriston is the current reigning defender of it.
Interesting.
Okay, so yeah, I think the issue with the argument is that I am attributing omnibenevolence. It's an all-loving, all-powerful God. And so I will admit this isn't my original argument. I got the argument from a guy on YouTube who goes by the CTMUist, and he does not use all-loving in his argument. He just attributes God with being omniscient, omnipotent, and all three of those things. And so I think the issue that comes from saying that he is all loving as we fall into this trap of, okay, well, so how do you reconcile evil and creating a world with evil in it? And so I guess that is the issue with my argument. Unfortunately, I can't do it justice, but if anyone's listening, they can check out the original argument itself. I tried to pull it, I had it in my notes, but I wasn't able to pull it up without and you all be able to hear it. So
to be clear, I think that this problem re-arises for even those properties. I think the problematic thing here is the omnipotence. So God's all-knowing. That means he doesn't have the power to learn anything. But I mean, I have the power to learn things, so it seems like that's a possible power to have. So in that way, it seems like also omniscience is incompatible with omnipotence. Omnipotence kind of seems to be the problematic element. Well, the way that the defender wants to get around it is by giving some definition of omnipotence that avoids the problem, includes God, and doesn't include like my water bottle, for example, or like a person who his nature only allows him to like scratch his ear. And
Right.
there just aren't good arguments on the market, or there aren't good definitions on the market that for
Yeah.
omnipotence.
Well, I think too this argument also presupposes that a few different things about reality, and that is that it is not static in the sense that it is self-generating. So there are a few, and as a result, you can resolve a few paradoxes by just using like a recursive argument that almost never ends. And it also means that because you're saying that reality is being generated almost like real time being generated, you can it resolves some of the issues with being all knowing and not being able to see certain things. But that also then requires you to have a framework of reality that isn't static and that is continuously being configured.
Sure, but I mean, this problem arises with a ton of attributes. But is there anything else that you had?
No, thank you for your time. I think I've said everything to say.
Thanks so much for coming on up. Appreciate it. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all the good stuff. I'm going to go to the next guest. I'll read supers after, I think. Hey, how's it going, Beatific Vision?
Hello,
Yep. How old are you?
33,
And what religion?
Christian.
Yep. What makes you think that God exists? You have a lot of background noise.
Yes, I do. I cannot help it.
Okay. Yeah, what makes you think God exists?
Common sense.
Okay. Well, I don't sense that God exists. So, what now?
Yeah, you have to do a lot of stuff in order to come to that conclusion.
Like what?
You don't like find inconsistencies in the idea of God, for example, or say that
And then you come to the
things
conclusion that
just
God exists?
no. I'm telling you. You say that you're saying that from your point of view. First of all, English is not my first language, so I struggle to express myself. Okay,
Mhm.
so be patient.
Okay.
You stated that common sense does not get you to believe in God, and I was answering to that.
Oh, wait, apparently your background audio is like horribly bad in terms of the YouTube stream.
Yeah, it's pretty bad for me. Seems like there's like people talking and stuff.
Yo, wait, have you ever talked to Liam?
Not Divinity Liam.
No,
I assume
no,
you're-
no, a way smarter Liam. Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing pretty good, guys. How was your day?
It's going good. It's pretty good.
Did you give God the glory today when you woke up, Ian?
Oh no, I don't believe in God, unfortunately. I'm not sure why I would give something the glory if I don't believe in it.
So you woke up today and said, "Oh my God, thank you for myself." Is that what you did today?
No, I woke up and I was like, time to scroll through YouTube shorts. Tasty slop.
Hey, I got a question for you.
Chinese action.
Do you guys think that slavery was permissible?
No, I think you have strong reason to not do slavery. What about you? Do you think slavery was permissible in the Bible when God said that you could do it? So then God gave an impermissible law?
No, I don't think that it was permissible. But
So
this is
God gave a law that was impermissible.
This is my question.
Wait, sorry, you just contradicted your God.
I didn't contradict anything because I didn't make my claim yet because you thought the finish line was one step in front of you.
Okay, God said you can own
Any way that I can
slaves
make my
in
claim before you
Leviticus
start to
25, 44 through 46. Owning slaves is impermissible. Maybe we'll do God gave a law saying you can own slaves in Leviticus 25, 44 through 46. Owning slaves is impermissible. If those last 2 points are true, then God gave an impermissible
I see that
law.
this is your live. I see that this is your live, and now you're just going to talk in circles and type and yap. So let me know when this is done.
So you would agree that God gave an impermissible law? I'm done. It's your turn. I just want to know which premise here you disagree with. Otherwise, do you accept the conclusion?
No, I don't accept the conclusion. And no, God does not think that people should be enslaved and owned by others.
Okay.
You're rejecting premise one, it seems like.
What's that? I'm sorry.
It seems like you're saying you're rejecting the truth of premise one, right? You're saying, no, God wouldn't give a law saying you can own slaves.
Are we going to go to the book of Leviticus? Is that what we're doing right now?
Can you
And that
read?
might be where we're
it is-
going.
It is on screen, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So one way or another.
Do you disagree with premise one?
Wait a minute. One way or another, all human beings, you could say that owing money to a bank is being enslaved.
Which is
because
impermissible, right?
Hang on. If you don't pay those taxes, you'll be kicked out of your home even though you own it. Is that true or false?
Yeah, you'll get kicked out of your home, and I mean, we
You'll
agree
be
that
so
we
wait a
agree
minute, wait a
owning
minute. So you'll
slaves
be
is
on the
impermissible.
streets.
So then banking
So
is
you'll be on the
impermissible
wait a
too, right,
minute. So
Liam?
you'll be on the
So
streets.
banking is impermissible.
So you'll be
So
you'll be on the
evicting a tenant is impermissible.
So yeah, that's why Christ turned over the tables.
You're about to be
and so
a radical communist like the rest of us, Liam.
That's
You know, you're
radical
about to. We're one
not
step away
quite,
from saying
not
abolishing
quite,
the
not
banks.
quite. Communism is giving more power to government to flawed individuals. So no, I'm not for that.
That's true.
I prefer the markets where we distribute the power amongst
Wait,
flawed
did Guest-
individuals.
Did Guest say that's true?
I said I don't think that's true. is what
You
I said.
don't think that's true. So
No.
communism is what?
I think communism is the real movement to abolish the present state of things, is what I think.
The real movement. So who owns the means of production and the idea of communism? What form of communism are we talking about as well?
I think
Because you guys have so many different ideas.
Holy shit. This guy's
of
getting
what-
sniped. This guy's about to get sniped in a
If
way.
you want to talk about communism, we can.
So I would say, Ian, you need to shut up and listen to
Yeah,
the
I
guys when
will.
I speak
I'm-
because you're
I'm
dumb.
locked in.
You're
I'm
pretty
locked
much
in.
dumb. Yeah. So
Mhm.
lock in and just close your mouth.
So the sorts of communism that I'm a fan of are I'm a fan of what's called David Laibman's multi-level iterative democratic coordination model. I can give you some details on what that looks like. It's a form of economic planning.
Go ahead, lay that out for me. I want to hear that.
So the idea is that you have these iterative back and forth feedback loops between different levels of economic coordination. You've got your sort of central level, which is the sort of more traditional central planning board. Then you've got the sort of intermediate meso levels, that's like sectors and regions. And they're going to do things like aggregate information between local enterprises and the central planning body, and then coordinate like horizontal balances within specific industries. And then you've got your local level, sort of firm level production units. And those people.
What the fuck are you
formulate-
even saying? What are you saying, Phil, bro? Seriously, what are you saying?
Well, none of this is at all
Seriously,
philosophy.
this is
just-
so
This is actually
stupid.
Econo Bro
This
stuff.
is so. The chat just went to sleep when you were speaking. Okay, honestly,
Did
this
the
is
chat go to
nuts.
sleep or did you go to
Oh
sleep?
my god!
Because you didn't track any.
I literally lost like
Oh
those
no!
moments of
I
my
can
life.
pull up the dancing
my-
vegetables if that's what it is going to take for you
might-
to.
Ian, why are you
I
talking
can
over the
do
Phil
I can do
bro?
a little jig if you
Ian,
like. Does
we
this help
understand that you
focus?
want to be centered.
Does this help
We
you?
understand.
Are
Ian,
you
we
are you
understand
able to
that you wanna
focus a
be
bit better when I
centered in
do
the
one of these?
conversation.
Do you want maybe
You
like
wanna
the
be cent-
keys? Would the keys help you a little bit?
Ian, do you want to be centered in this conversation?
If Hegel fan gave you the explanation again with the keys, would that help you?
Yeah, I can repeat what I said. Plus, the
yeah,
keys,
sure.
and
So,
maybe you
Ian,
can-
do you want to be centered in this conversation? Because you just
No,
cut
I
your
want to
friend
hear
off.
Hegel fan debate you on communism.
He just talked in a fucking circle and said nothing.
part of-
So,
what
are
part
we
of what I
starting?
said
now?
Well, wait, because I could probably summarize back. I've never heard this before, but I could summarize back that it sounds
Yeah,
like
we
there are
don't
like a
care.
couple of
We don't
layers,
care.
right?
We
That
don't
there's
care
like the
that
central
you-
planning
we
committee,
don't
and
care
then there are
that you're
like
on
different
your
layers.
knees
There's like
for
the
Hegel,
local
okay?
level, and then there's like kind of like a mid level where the mid level kind of goes between like the two, and then the local level deals with like the firm level like management decisions. Hegel, am I like roughly on the right track?
What is
Yeah,
this?
that's about right.
What
That's
does
about
this
right.
have to do with your mom paying your cell phone bill for you, Ian? What does that
What
have
does
to do
my
with any of
mom
this?
paying my cell phone bill have to do with communism? Did you get blown out on the God debate so badly that you had to pivot to
No,
the
no,
communism
wait,
debate and then
wait,
get
wait a
blown out
minute,
on the
wait a minute.
communism
You
debate
asked-
so bad that you had to
asked a
pivot
great
to
question.
my mom
Stop
paying for my cell
filibustering.
phone?
Stop filibustering. You just asked a great question. What does
Hmm.
my mom have to do with communism? So this is your mother would be the government that's giving
Wow.
to the
Wait, imagine you
citizen.
have two cows.
Oh my God! I'm
So
still
let's
speaking.
pause. You have
Holy
two
shit!
cows.
Daddy's still speaking. Are we disrespectful
Let's
when
not.
Daddy's
You shouldn't
speaking?
call yourself that. That's a bit strange.
Yeah. Are we disrespectful when Dad's speaking? Is that
What
what's
the
going
fuck?
on?
Why are you?
You guys hate your fathers or what?
This guy's
There's
weird.
some- No, I love my dad. I
Okay,
just,
then show some respect when Daddy's on the panel. Okay.
That's
I
strange.
don't
That's
think-
strange for you to
I
call
don't think
yourself that.
follows. Yeah.
Why would I respect a person who can't
It's
even
just
listen?
It's just an example.
It's an
Okay, wait a minute.
example.
How old are you guys?
Based.
Okay, great. Yeah. How old are you guys?
I'm 25.
I'm 21.
Watch out. Okay, I'm double your guys' age.
Yeah,
Okay,
therefore
so should you
communism
be a
is
little bit
false.
respectful of someone's age or
Fuck
not?
no. I respect
remember-
people
I'm
on
still
on the
speaking, Ian.
basis
Sorry, trying to
of
make a
their
point.
character.
Liam, do you remember what I was
Ian,
saying?
trying
when
to
you
make a
interrupted
point,
me?
big dog.
Liam, do you
Go ahead,
remember?
Hagel.
'cause I was
The woman on the
giving- I was
panel was
giving a
speaking.
description. I was giving a description.
You
of
were,
the sort of
and
basic
you got cut
levels.
off by the host.
Well, no, actually, what happened is you cut me off to say you didn't understand what was being said, and then whine. So do you want me to continue? I can give you the sort of like iterative planning process of the model I'm a fan of. if
Yeah,
that's
I
what
was.
you're
I
interested
was actually. I asked for it because I was interested. Then Ian
Mhm.
came up there
Yeah.
and
Well,
just
what happened is
filibustered the
you-
entire conversation.
No,
No, don't
true,
blame it
true
on
event,
me.
true
He
event.
He wants to be centered
Actually
because
happened.
he wants to
Dude,
be
I
centered
feel like I'm living
because
in
it's
like
his
the
life.
Soviet fucking Union. Like history just got rewritten.
That's right. That's right. They're editing Molotov out of that picture, dude.
They just edited Ian into the conversation earlier
That's right,
than,
that's
than when he
right.
actually entered into it.
Powerful stuff.
Listen up, liberal.
So, listen up, liberal. I'm reread history. So Liam, was there any part of the sort of like? It seemed like you didn't really understand what was being said earlier.
Yeah.
Is
You
there
know
any
the
part
thing
that I can
about. Listen,
clarify?
I want to ask you. This. This is the issue with communism for me. Even though in the idea and the concept of communism, okay, giving more aid to citizens so that they can have a better life to provide for themselves and their family. Okay, that would be the gist of the whole matter, right? But I would say the issue is that we live in a flawed world and a flawed system. Okay, without guardrails, major guardrails, that human beings are going to fail almost every almost
100% agree.
okay, cool. They're
That's
almost going to they're
exactly
going
why
to
we shouldn't have economic power concentrated in the hands of these tiny, totally unaccountable
That's
minority of people.
and I know, and that's why we have a system right now where the president of the United States does not have ultimate power. Okay, can we agree there or no?
Sure, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So would you say there's sort of a level of communism within, the government that we have now? There's at least aspects
really.
of it, right?
In the sense, like there are some things that are true of our society right now that would also be true of a communist society, but I think that's true of like all societies are going to share some features. But I think the point you made earlier is exactly correct, that like you should be very suspicious of people with lots of unaccountable power, and that's exactly why we should be communists, because we shouldn't think that these tiny minority of people should have such vast economic
But you're
power
going to have to have individuals who are going to write these laws, okay, that govern our society to perfection. And who is the one?
perfection.
And who are these individuals that are writing these laws?
Well, I'm in favor of like a sort of strong democratic mechanism via like sortition.
Oh, there
stuff.
it is, democratic. Okay, go ahead.
Well, via
I see now.
sortition. But I also don't think that
now
it
we're
has to be
changing. Now we're
perfect.
changing a little bit. I see. Go ahead. Sorry.
What?
Yeah. I
So
get it.
the point is just
Communism,
that-
sort of now
sorry.
democratic. Now democratic. I get it. We're
Well, it's just
changing
that
a
there's
little
some
bit, though.
democratic pressure on.
Do communists call themselves Democrats?
Yeah,
Some of
True
them do,
communists call
apparently.
themselves Democrats?
most historical communists have said they favor democracy or something like that, right? Like Lenin called himself a social democrat, for example, right? Like
So even
wondering.
communism and democracy, Democratic Party, would be.
well, those are different.
Yeah, I
Like
get it.
democracy is like
Yeah,
a
I get it. I
sort of
understand. It, yeah.
government, whereas the Democratic Party is like a.
I understand. Yeah.
But-
Okay. Democracy isn't the power of the people, the voters. Okay, I understand that. But anyway, so back to communism. Communism changes it's seasonal. Okay, you could have people that would be like, we like the Communist Party of Vietnam, North Vietnamese. Okay,
Mhm.
then you could be like, oh, we like 2026. Communism. Okay, it's not the same. All right. So this stuff changes like the season changes. So again, then these policies and these laws and these rules.
I wish somebody wrote about
Jay-
this. I wish somebody wrote about the
Ian, you're not
development
helping in this
of
conversation. You're
of
too
the
dumb when there's two smart
communist
people on the panel. Okay,
ideas
so
over
stop
time and the way
speaking,
that it
Ian.
might actually
Daddy is
manifest
in the
itself
middle
in
of his
different ways in
sentence.
different
You
societies. You know, if only somebody wrote about this.
You gotta stop calling yourself daddy, bro.
No,
You
no, no.
can't- you
I'm
can't be
twice your
doing that.
guys' age and a shit ton
And
more
half our
common
IQ.
sense.
Holy shit.
Okay. No, I had nothing to do with intelligence. It has everything to do with common sense.
I respect
okay?
people on the basis of their character, which is why I don't respect you.
Ian, you've never even buried your bone to the point of making a baby, okay? So shut the hell up. Okay?
Wow. You
Buried
had
your
sex
bone
with
is-
someone.
that's-
Therefore,
Yeah. You've probably
deserve
done it
more
with
respect.
a dude. You've probably done it with a dude.
I haven't
but
done
that
it with a
doesn't-
dude.
No.
I have a girlfriend, a long-term girlfriend.
Well, you know, girlfriends can be boyfriends these days in your party, okay? So I don't know what to tell you.
I don't think that that's true.
It's not?
Yeah, I don't
You
think
want to
that
break
that's
that
true.
one?
Did-
You want to
do you
break
wanna
that one
pivot?
down?
You want to pivot away from this
No,
point too?
that's not a pivot,
You got
bro.
like
That's
cooked on
just your
the communism
ideology,
stuff
okay?
as well. That's kind of brutal.
No.
It is crazy that every time you have a conversation with somebody like this, they immediately start imagining you having gay sex. Like, why does that happen every
True.
time?
I mean, I'm not imagining anything. I'm just showing the error in his
It
judgment.
was totally
Ian,
good.
you've
If
ra-
anyone
Ian,
brought it
wait
up,
a minute.
You
Is
just
it,
thought about me having gay sex.
Ian, I'm not imagining anything. Is it not true that you've run lives that, you know, the rainbow community is the right community, so to speak?
I don't think that's the claim. I just think the claim is that it's permissible to be gay.
Okay, yeah, that's my fucking claim, bro.
Okay.
I said, have you not
Glad we agree.
run lives that say that the rainbow community
I don't know if you're aware
is
of this,
a valid
but-
community?
But trans is different than gay.
I'm like, it's not under the umbrella of the rainbow community?
Both of them are like LGBTQIA plus. So that's what you're asking. They're different
LGBTQIA+.
identities. I don't know if you're
So,
aware of that.
Wait, you don't understand
Do you
that
think
trans
like
is...
saying the words
Oh,
back
there
to
he
me that I
goes
just said
talking.
in like a
That's called
silly
losing,
voice?
chat.
Do you think that
See when he
that's like a
talks
good
over
look?
me? That's called
Do you think
losing.
whining is a good
Every
look
time.
either? That's kind of wow. Maybe if you declare victory, nobody will realize that you had to pivot
No, I'm
like
just
3 or 4
showing
times.
that I'm making a solid
You got
point.
like Spawn
And you're-
killed on the God
There he
topic, so
goes.
you pivoted to the communism
My
topic. Got
back-
Spawn
my
killed
back was
on the
blown
communism
out and I was
topic.
Spawn
It was,
killed.
yeah. I
We
grant
know,
that.
bro.
I grant that.
Yeah, my back was blown out and I was spawn killed. We get your
Wait, is
stupid little...
Wait, are you divorced? Is that
jokes.
true?
No, it's not, actually.
Okay.
Good
Yeah,
for
I was,
you, man.
I was worried. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard keeping the marriage together nowadays.
Do you want my anecdotes? Do you want my life? I'll give it to you right now.
I
if you really
don't.
want it.
What I want is
Then
your
why,
arguments.
then why are you bringing it up?
I was curious. I just wanted to make sure.
Oh,
you know,
you're curious.
I wanted to make sure that this
Curiosity
anger isn't
killed the
coming
cat.
from.
Okay, kitty cat.
I
Curiosity
hadn't
killed the cat,
considered. I
buffoon.
hadn't considered.
High level stuff.
Marx speaks of this.
That's right. That's right.
What was this, like the derail of the century by Ian right now? What was this?
Dude,
What is
holy
going
shit.
on right now?
That's true. You were having such a normal and
You
well-organized
spawn
conversation.
killed yourself, Ian, is what happened.
On what claim? Well, yo, what's the claim that
On
I got
stupidity.
spawn killed on?
On the claim of
I don't think that.
stupidity,
I don't think
okay?
stupidity. I think that would be a property. I don't think that's a proposition. I think you might be a
Yeah,
bit
well,
confused about basic
Properties
distinctions.
are all of your claims are all stupidity and property. Okay.
They have the property of stupidity.
Yes, 100%.
Rape is bad.
But yeah, let me.
Was that stupid?
Well,
Was
unless
that a dumb thing to say, Liam?
No, and like.
Okay, so then it sounds like we have a contradiction.
Okay,
that
put
both
down-
all my
okay.
all my statements are stupid, but then not all my statements are stupid, is what it seems.
You said rape. Rape is not permissible.
I said rape is bad. Don't do that.
Rape is bad.
Shouldn't do
Tell
it.
me tell me Islam is bad.
Islam's bad.
Why is Islam bad, Ian?
I think that it impacts people's decision-making process, and I think, you know, I do think that like a lot of the Muslim
Do you think
countries.
Aisha was taken advantage of when she was 6?
I think she was raped, is what I think.
Nice. W Ian in the chat. W Ian in the chat.
Do you think
right
Mary
now.
consented?
Do I think Mary consented to what? To Joseph when
pregnancy?
she was married?
No,
Wait
no,
a minute.
to
Wait a
pregnancy
minute.
from God.
Hang on, Ian. To Joseph?
No, to God.
They were married? Open the Bible right now and show me the age of Mary.
I'm asking to God.
No.
Did
I'm
she
asking
consent to
you.
God?
Stop it. Open the
It's a yes
Bible
or no
and show me the age.
question. Did she consent to
Open the
that?
Bible and show me the
I
age
just
of
want to know if
Mary.
she consent. I didn't even bring up age yet. I'm just asking, did she consent?
Yes, she consented.
Where?
Where did she?
Yeah.
Oh well.
Open the Bible. Open the Bible and show me where she consented. Open the Bible.
I don't need to actually open the Bible.
Open.
to
Oh
explain.
wait, so
Ex-
you're
I
you
don't
have the
need.
double
I don't need
standard.
to. Wait a minute. If you yourself invented or created, I would say this created, I think is the right word. If you created an automobile yourself, built it with your own hands, and then drove it, would you say that automobile consented to you driving it?
Nope. Now let's say that I have a child, I birth a child, I create this child myself
No, say
by
that
giving
again.
birth to
Say
them,
that.
and then I
Stop
rape
it.
the
Say-
child that
No,
I
no.
birthed
Stop
that came from
filibustering.
me.
Back up.
Would you
Back
say
up.
that child consented?
Back up.
I don't
Whoa,
think being
back
the
up.
creator of something means that you have carte blanche ability to, for example,
Oh,
impregnate
God,
the
now he's just
person
yapping.
if it's
Now
a
he's just
conscious
yapping.
agent.
Wait,
Oh.
William, do you think you understood what was said there?
He does not. Ian does not understand what was said.
I'm asking you if you understand.
I
what Ian
can't.
was
I'm laughing. I'm laughing that he said if he built
How
an
could he-
automobile, he's
How
right.
could he
He's-
understand what I
he's-
was saying? I was doing my hearty, genuine laugh. Ha ha ha.
These guys, you guys are so easy. You're so easy to debate because you're fools. Okay.
Only after you buy me a couple of drinks.
Whoa.
You drink? You have a problem drinking now or something?
Whoosh.
Are you a drunkard?
Something like that. I was
Yeah.
asking you if you understood what Ian was saying. You said was like just yapping and nonsense earlier.
I wasn't honestly listening to him because he cut me off, and I thought that it was rude. And maybe that's a me problem, but I don't think that you should cut people off in the middle of a sentence.
Why did you say it was? Why did you say it was nonsense if you didn't know what was being said?
Because nonsense to me is just kind of like white noise that doesn't really like have an
So by
impact.
nonsense, you just
or-
meant you didn't understand it, right?
it wasn't coherent to me because
Well, how
again,
do you know if it's coherent? If you
I was
didn't
laughing
understand it?
because he made a big boo boo in our
Mm.
conversation,
I'm
and
just
then
asking
he
how you know it's incoherent if you didn't know what was said. Like
it was
if I'm talking over
incoherent to
you,
me.
oh, sorry.
It was incoherent to me because he spoke over me when I was trying to finish my sentence, and then I was laughing, and his yapping was incoherent to me because I did not understand.
Okay, so by incoherent, you just mean you didn't understand what was being said. You don't mean that it was like actually meaningless or anything, right?
It was meaningless to me because I don't understand. what was
but
said.
not like
Mm.
meaningless because you
Yeah.
weren't, because you didn't understand it. Yeah,
meaningless because he was yapping
meaningless.
because he doesn't know how to have a back and forth conversation because he knows that he's living a lie and
I do.
no, he does
Yeah.
for sure he does.
Well, look at that.
Because what he has to do is he has to try to bring people up here who have lost everything, and the only thing that they have left to hold on to would be faith.
Yeah, and I'm going to wrestle it away from give me the God.
There
I'm
it
taking the
is
God
again.
with
See,
me.
he
I'm
can't.
taking the God away. It's
And what he
you're
does-
you're gonna have nothing after I'm done with you.
Ian goes, hey,
I force them to come up too. They have no
Ian
choice.
goes-
They have to come up with and defend the only thing that's getting them through the day. There simply is no other choice for them. It's at gunpoint. They have their
No.
entire family kidnapped in a fucking room. And I'm like, yeah, you got. In fact, that's why they have nothing. That's why all they have is God. Is because I've
Again,
taken
are
all
you
their family and
spawn-killing
friends.
yourself right now?
And I've, I'm forcing them to come up here and defend God.
You are actually. What you say is, oh, hey, listen, hey,
He agrees
what
with that.
God-
He says, yes,
Hey.
you are doing that, Ian.
Are you over 18? Are you over 18 years old? Oh, great. What God do you believe in? Oh, Jesus. Great. Why do you believe in God? Okay. Then the next two sentences later, your back is being fucking blown out right now. This is where you go, Ian, with every conversation. That honestly, where
Does it happen in
somebody
this conversation?
and you know what you bring? You bring mommy and
I wouldn't want
daddy,
to. I
the
wouldn't want to
upper-
answer that one
No, no,
either.
listen.
Oh,
The upper
move past it quickly. Hopefully
hang
nobody
on.
notices.
The upper middle class life that you've been given by mom and dad, okay? And the liberal education that has been bestowed upon you, okay? What you're doing is you are mocking people and beating them down with your intellect. And even though these individuals were
You think
not
I'm smart?
granted,
Thanks.
hang on. I didn't say gathering a lot of information, it doesn't make you smart.
I thought you said I was beating them down with my intellect.
So if you gathered all the information on how it's permissible to grape an underage child, would that make you smart?
I don't think there is information on that because I think that's strictly
I mean,
false.
you could become a Muslim and you get quite a bit of information on it.
Yeah, but that worldview is incoherent. That forces you into
Really? It
absurd
seems to be
positions on
impacting
ethics,
the
in
United
fact,
States.
contradictory ones.
It seems to be impacting the United
Lots
States.
of contradictions impact
left.
society. Look at Christianity.
You don't stand up against it until someone like me comes up here and pushes you and
I
makes
argue
you
with
actually
Muslims
stand
about
against it.
Aisha literally all of the time. What are you talking
I've never
about?
seen it. I've never seen it
You
once.
are delusional. Do you want me to pull up a clip of me arguing with somebody about Aisha?
Would you really want? I mean, if you want to, it's your live.
Okay.
I don't know if we need.
Oh yeah, you're not sure if evidence matters. You might just not be acquainted with the facts.
I just didn't know if you actually stood up against, a child being graped by the last greatest prophet of them all.
Yeah, I think that's bad. I think you shouldn't do that. Yeah, in fact, I
Yeah,
think it's rape.
So Allah said that, in this belief as well, that, a man can marry up to 4 wives, a woman can only marry once. And then the Prophet Muhammad married 11 times. Is that not true?
Oh, well, I think that's a good piece of evidence that Islam is false. It's the same reason why I think that Mormonism is false is because there's just this weird tendency
Oh,
with
I agree.
like
I
fake
agree.
cult leaders, suddenly they get word from God that they just need to sleep with all these women, out of nowhere.
Sure. How many women did Christ sleep with?
0. I actually think that this is something that favors Christianity. Too bad the Trinity is a total contradiction.
Why? Why is the Trinity such a contradiction?
Okay, so I got 3 pens. This object has the pen essence. It has the essential features of a pen. This thing has the essential features of the pen. This thing has the essential features of the pen. We have 3 things.
Mm-hmm.
We have 3 pens.
Sure.
The Father has the divine essence. The Son has the divine essence. The Holy Spirit has the divine essence. We have 3 gods.
Okay.
So you accept 3 gods?
I don't accept 3 gods. No, I don't.
How do we resolve this problem? When you count the regular way of counting things, you count how many objects have the essential features of the thing that you're counting. You arrive at the conclusion that there are 3 gods.
I have a question for you. If you have a liquid, you have an oil, and it has 3 different types of oil in one bottle.
3 different modes, maybe? Or 3 different parts?
Parts might be a way you describe
Yeah,
that.
but parts. Yeah, sure, parts. But they blend together. They blend together as one liquid. Okay, and then I take that bottle upside down, and I open the nozzle on it, and I drip 1 drip out of there. How many of those liquids are going to come out at one time?
And by liquid, we're counting by like the number of particles. That would be 3 of those liquids that are coming out. And would you say that of the entire bottle,
its entirety, in its mass, in its entirety,
there
how many are going to
aren't 3
drip?
that are coming
How many
out?
drip? If you're going to have 1 drip come out, all of those particles are going to be wrapped up in one. Is that true or false?
All the particles? Oh, they're not 1 particle. Is that what you're asking?
Ian, my analogy
This is heresy, by the way.
Hold up your pens. Hold up your pens.
Yeah,
real
hold up the
quick, okay?
pens. So the reason why this is heresy is
I
because
just
it's
dog
partialism.
walked you in 1
What you're
second on
committed
the
to
Trinity,
saying is
bro.
that Jesus
Listen,
is 33% of God,
unalived
that
Ian on his
the
live
Father
chat.
is
I should leave right
33%
now.
of God.
I should walk
Yeah, you should
away,
leave. You should go to
and
your
this should
local
be the
priest
end
and
of our
repent for your heresy.
conversation. But I'm
You
not
just affirmed
disingenuous.
partialism.
Listen, I will
if you want
walk
to be a
away and
heretic,
win.
you're
Listen,
welcome to be a heretic,
I will
but you
win.
affirmed
I will walk
partialism.
away and win this conversation.
I'm
if you don't
sorry that
shut
you
your
affirmed
pie hole
partialism.
right
I'm
now.
sorry that you
2
committed
seconds.
heresy. I'm
2
sorry that
seconds.
you're going to hell under the standard of the church.
I'm
I'm sorry
going
that
to
you
hell.
committed a heresy
Coming from
that's been
a
condemned
non-believer.
by
Look at
the
him yapping.
churches, the various churches for over
Look at him
2,000
yapping,
years.
chat.
I'm sorry, but that is heresy, unfortunately.
I'm going to give you one more chance. Shut
Wait,
your
dude,
pie hole
sorry.
because I dog
Liam.
walked you right now.
Why?
Liam, the problem is you've committed to what every Christian agrees is a heretical concept of the Trinity, which is a partialist concept, because it denies that like every single person of the Trinity has the full divine essence in themselves, right? By themselves.
So at the end of the day,
Which is like-
listen. At the end of the day, the Bible
Okay,
says.
Never mind. Yeah, no, that was my bad.
No, I hear what you're saying, dude. I'm actually.
Yeah. Sit,
No,
Liam,
listen,
good boy.
Why are you saying that? That just.
Oh,
sounds
was that weird? Was that a weird thing to say? Did that make you kind
If
of
I was
uncomfortable?
black, if I was
Daddy's
black,
home,
would you call
Liam.
me
It's
that?
it's fucking belt o'clock, Liam.
If I was black, would you call me a good
He's like
boy?
pearl clutching.
Pearl clutching? I'm
Yeah.
black. Call me good boy again.
I didn't know what race you were when I first talked to you.
Call me that again. Call me good boy again.
Oh, in like a dog context? Well, I'll call you a
Yeah,
good boy. I
call
know
me-
what I know
call-
what race. In fact, I think it's actually fine to avoid
No,
specific
call
insults
a
against
black
people
guy good
because
boy
it would
again.
come
Go
off in
ahead.
like a racialized way.
Call a
I think
black
that's
guy
totally fine.
good
Like
boy
for
again,
example,
Ian. Now look
Liam.
at him.
For example,
Look at him
Liam, I
panicking.
think that it's totally fine
at
to
him
say that you're
panicking,
chimping the
chat.
fuck out, but I probably wouldn't say that's like a black person because it has like a racialized undertone in that context.
Oh my gosh, dude, you just don't care, dude. You're more special.
You're a
than
good boy,
everyone right
Liam.
now.
Good boy. Good boy. Oh, who's a good boy? Aw.
I don't know why you hang out with this guy, dude. Ian's so disingenuous. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah, Ian's my good friend. I've known Ian for.
I know, but
like
listen to
3
this
or 4 years now?
conversation, man.
Yeah, I listened to what happened in the conversation is we started with an attempt to talk about the biblical slavery, and then then you seemed like you didn't really want to talk about that, so we talked about communism, then you didn't want to talk about that, and then we.
No, I wanted to
then we-
honestly discuss until I get stumped and I can't understand, and your intellect just totally spawn kills me, as you guys say. I'm willing to obviously talk about any conversation here, and
Oh,
I
let's- do you
thought
wanna
that
finish the
starting.
slavery combo?
Yeah, I thought that starting with Ian with his like, and right now in the moment where he held up, and I just shut my mouth and I was like, go ahead. What about the Trinity? Do you not understand? He's like, I think that Jesus Christ, he was like, didn't take advantage of women, and there's aspects of Christ and like who he is, his history was really amazing. That's how he said that's how Christianity kind of supersedes all these other beliefs.
It's
So
a piece
I
of
was like,
evidence that
okay.
favors Christianity.
And I'm gonna I'm gonna shut up and listen to him. So he holds up the 3 pins. Again, I was silent. I let him make his claim, and then I came back with my hypothetical and analogy, and he goes right to the ad homs because he knows that my
Well, ad hom
my
is just that you
hypothetical
affirmed-
was much stronger than his.
Well, no,
Okay.
you affirmed partialism,
Yeah.
which is just
So-
explicitly heretical.
So do you understand, Ian, that you absolutely got manhandled by Ian?
No, I don't
Do you
understand
understand,
that.
Ian?
By-
That you
no,
got
no,
absolutely manhandled by Ian.
Listen up,
Listen,
liberal commits heresy.
I mean, if you take the L out,
Listen up, liberal denies the full divinity of Christ.
you pretty much if you take the L out of my name, we're pretty much the same guy. I have a lot better beard than you.
Oh.
But yeah, we're pretty much
Yeah,
the
you
same.
know, we could take the L out of your name, but you already took one.
Yo.
Oh,
bars,
whoa,
bars,
gotcha.
bars.
That was like so great.
I thought so.
Thanks, Liam. Thanks, Dad. You're always there for me.
Can I ask you? This is the one thing that came up. I wanted to really ask Ian, and we still haven't gotten there. Would you grant me just a moment? It might add to like a decent conversation. Ian, do you know who John Brown is?
Yeah, like
Or
the
what I
abolitionist.
Yeah. Why was he unalived from the end of a rope?
Didn't he lead like a slave revolt?
He did, yeah. Okay, so and what brought him to that conclusion, that point in his life?
I think it was the idea that all men are created equal. The secular concept
false,
that's
false,
embedded
false,
in.
False. I mean, sure.
Whoa,
I'm sure he had that.
whoa.
I'm sure he had that idea, but no, that wasn't it. That wasn't it at all.
What was
You
it?
don't know your history.
Was it?
You don't know your.
Was it his religion?
So it was his deep understanding of the Old Testament of the Bible. I mean, I would love to mute up and for you to fact check me right now. Do you want to do that?
Well,
Okay,
how
go
about
ahead.
you just tell me? Get the full thing out.
No, because you guys are honestly going. You guys are making the argument with me right now. And even your guest up here wanted to say, "Hey, Liam, do you want to go back to slavery and the Bible and and the Levitical law and all that stuff?" I'm like, Yeah, sure. So I wanted to talk about John Brown and his deep understanding of the Old Testament and how he came to the conclusion that the direction of his life, okay, and understanding the gospel and saying, hey, this is more important to me than my life, is what ultimately took him out. Okay. So I'm going to listen to a TikTok keyboard warrior tell me about how the Bible says that slavery is permissible when John Brown is arguably one of the greatest of all time when it comes to fighting against the abolishment of slavery.
Sure.
Can
yes.
you,
Then we
can
agree
you tell
that.
me that I'm
So
a,
then
can
we
you
agree
tell me
that
that I'm
God
a
gave an
liar?
unjust law.
Tell me that I'm a liar right
You're
now.
contradicting yourself, is what you're
Tell
doing.
me I'm a liar.
You're
No,
contradicting
go ahead.
yourself.
Oh, yeah. Okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah. You think that slavery is impermissible, but you think God's all just, and he said that you could do slavery. So this all just God, this perfect lawgiver, gave an imperfect law. So God would be both perfect and imperfect.
So John Brown was just ignorant and didn't know what he was doing? Is that what you're claiming?
Yeah, certainly. I don't think that his ideology is coherent.
John
His
Brown,
Christianity
yes,
isn't
certainly
coherent.
was ignorant. You hear
Yeah,
that?
his
Yes.
Christianity isn't coherent, obviously.
Well, I think
Hegel,
thinks,
you heard that, right?
I think Ian thinks that he was right to be radically anti-slavery, and
Yeah.
was wrong to be a sort of weird Calvinist.
Yeah. That's my exact
Whoa.
stance. You know, I think slavery is bad. I think it's good that he thought that slavery is bad. But I think like the justification from Christianity is incoherent because Christianity is plainly pro-slavery.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. God says you can own slaves.
So Christ fulfilled the law, right?
Does he abolish it? Does he get rid of that?
Did Christ fulfill the law?
Yeah, he
did not.
claims to
He did
fulfill
not.
the
He
law.
does not. He did not. He did not abolish the law.
Yeah. So do any of the laws pass away, or are they still in effect?
I mean, they're there. They need to be understood and stuff. But no, Christ.
Do you still follow them?
Do you understand what fulfillment means?
Well, let's actually check out what Christ did. That's a great suggestion. Let's read Matthew 5. Oop, fuck. Oh no, it's off screen now. I'm fucked. Okay. Well, that was so sad. That was so sad, dude. I got fucking lost.
You got Spawn killed? Is that what happened?
Oh no, it's happened multiple times apparently. The other one's just like that. Hold up. Let me get my.
While we're on John Brown though, did you know that he was like a weird sort of proto-socialist guy? He was like, he thought that there should be like most resources should be held in common. He drafted this like provisional list of laws and ordinances for the territory after he was hoping to liberate it. And in the laws, he mandated that all property captured, produced, or held by the community belonged to a common pool. So private appropriation was like criminal for John Brown. I think that maybe we should take this guy's moral views very seriously.
His views
I would
about the
agree. You know what, dude?
distribution
I
of
would agree.
resources
I would
quite
agree with some of that
seriously.
for sure. I think that the
What's
power of rich billionaires and politicians is despicable and disgusting. I would agree with
Well, not
that.
just that, but the acts of private appropriation at all are
Do you think that
impermissible.
individuals should not own their own private property?
I'm not a private property enjoyer, but John Brown was specifically against sort of initial appropriation.
No, wait, how
by
do you
private
do that? How do you have property lines? How do you have your own space where you can be like, hey, don't come onto my own property, my own land? How do you have those laws and rules?
Yeah,
in
I
place?
think that what explains those norms isn't this like weird private property where you have this like relationship to this external object. It's that you have this like general right to non-interference, and sometimes that means a right to like exclusive use of spaces, but that's not like explained by a private property right. It's explained by a more general right of
Okay, I have a
non-interference.
question for you. Can someone come onto your property? Okay. So I guess you don't even own property, but your rights are. Let's say somebody knocks on your door and just decides, hey, your child comes to the door and answers it and just drops all of their clothing and just exposes himself to your child. Should there be laws in place for that?
Yeah, I don't think you need
Indecent
right.
exposure stuff that should still stand.
exposure.
How about if it's
Yeah, that's
protesting
not
and
property
how about
law.
if it's protesting and you're in Los Angeles and there's 1,000 men on bicycles with their Johnsons hanging out and they say we're
I don't think
protesting?
they
Should
should.
there be laws
There's
against
kids
that?
around that
And
don't think they should
kids are
be.
watching that. Should that be
Yeah, I think that should. I don't think that they should expose themselves to children. If that's the question, I don't think
you don't
anybody
think
here
you
thinks
don't
that's
think
cool.
that the LGBTQIA plus community should have the right to protest with no clothing on?
I don't think anyone should have the right to
Not if there's
expose
kids
themselves to
around.
children. Yeah.
No, kids are watching. They're not saying that they're there. I
They're
mean, they're there.
not
Children come
around,
out.
but they are watching. Do they have like eagle eyes?
You don't think
Do
that
they have like their
parents
fucking
bring their
binoculars?
you don't think that parents bring their children to pride events and
I
they're
think
like,
that
hey,
if it's a
I want
public
to
event, you shouldn't get
indoctrinate my
naked.
child. Wait. Do you think that Christians bring their kids into church and try to indoctrinate them?
Oh yeah? Are you
Okay,
kidding? Fuck
great.
yeah.
Do you think
Of
that
course.
the LGBTQIA tries to indoctrinate their children into their beliefs?
And which belief specifically?
Oh my gosh, dude. He has to go deeper on that question.
Is the
But when it
belief
comes to
something like it's okay to be
Ian,
gay?
you're so
yeah.
gross,
They
bro.
do
Seriously,
do
man.
indoctrinate them into the view
You're
that it's okay to be gay.
seriously despicable that you couldn't
Oh no, he's like
equate
soying the
those two
fuck out. He's
questions.
having a soy fueled meltdown.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah, there was a
I'm
bit of zest on that
infuriated
one,
by your
Queen.
answer on that, bro.
Yeah. A bit
Gross,
sassy
seriously,
with that one.
gross.
It seems like we're getting a little heated here. Maybe we could go back to sort of Christ's relationship with the law and what it means to fulfill the law. It seems
Yeah,
like we were.
that's a great point. Okay. Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I tell you, unless your righteousness exceeds the scribes and the Pharisees, you will never enter into the kingdom of heaven. So let's do a quick quiz.
Yeah, but was
When
the law not
will the law will not pass
was the law
until
not
what?
the Ten Commandments? Was the law not
No,
the Ten
the law
Commandments?
and the prophets. It's the law of Moses.
Okay, so the prophets did not follow the Ten Commandments?
They did, but it includes more than
They
that.
did.
But it
Okay, what were
includes
the-
more than
what-
that.
Show
What is
me
Jesus?
show
Wait,
me in the
sorry,
Ten
what is Jesus
Commandments
fulfilling? This
where it
is a
says
big
that
blunder.
slavery.
Wait,
show me
sorry,
the
this is
Ten
a
Commandments.
huge blunder. I don't know if you know this,
Here he goes
but if you're
running
saying
again,
that it's only the Ten Commandments, what follows from
running
that
again.
is that Jesus
These
didn't
are the
fulfill
commandments.
anything. What did Jesus fulfill?
Is the commandments not the law?
Oh no,
Are
brutal.
the commandments
What
not
did
the
Jesus
law?
fulfill? What did he
Are
fulfill?
the commandments not the law?
What
Answer my
did Jesus
question.
fulfill?
Oh, he's running again.
What did Jesus
Hey,
fulfill?
Are you going to be in the Olympics
Do you want
coming up?
to?
Because you're a
Do you
damn
want
good runner,
to answer
bro.
the question, or
Yeah.
I'm running
What-
into
what-
you?
Are you going to be a quarter-mile runner? What is
I'm
it gonna
running
be,
into
a
you. I'm
100-meter
running you over.
dash? Are you the
I'm throwing my,
100-meter
and then in
dash?
fact, I
What are
threw
you?
my car in reverse and I ran back over you. I reversed over you as well after running you
Okay,
over.
Renee. Okay,
Do you
Renee
want to
Nicole
go ahead and
Good.
answer the question?
Guess
Which,
what? You know what?
Which,
You're Renee.
what
You're
did he?
Renee
He's
Nicole Good.
struggling to get the words
I'm
out because he's
Jonathan
choking on my
Ross,
rhetorical
bro.
dick. He's literally
I'm
gagging on it. All I can say is "you're ridiculous."
There it is. There
Fucking
it is.
base, dude. He's choking on my
Haggle,
rhetorical
did you hear
hard,
that? There it
getting
was. I
his
got
fucking
him. I
back
got
blown
him to
out.
crash out.
Oh no. I hope you don't think that was
Yeah.
the winning rhetorical
So
look.
you're Renee Nicole
What
Good.
did
and I'm
Jesus
Jonathan
fulfill?
Ross.
What
Hit me with
did
your vehicle
Jesus
and see
fulfill?
what happens,
What
Renee.
did Jesus fulfill?
Hit me with your
What
hit me with your
did
car, Renee.
you- What?
Come on,
Yeah.
I'm an ICE
Yeah, here I
officer.
go.
Let's go.
Here I go. What did Jesus fulfill?
He fulfilled the law. The law is the commandments.
Does the law include the
the
slavery
commandments? The original commandments of God. There's 10
stuff? Does the law include the slavery stuff?
of them. Man's law, yeah.
Okay, but the law that Jesus fulfills, does that include the slavery stuff?
In the 10 Commandments, yeah, I'll listen. Tell me where the 10 Commandments says
I'm
it's
asking
slavery.
you, does
Yeah.
the law
Can
that
you read
Jesus
it? Wait a
fulfilled
minute. I'm
include the
conceding.
slavery stuff?
I'm conceding.
It's a yes
read
or
the
no
10,
question.
Read the
It's
10
a yes or no
Commandments.
question. Is the answer yes or no? Is it going to be like more Joker laughter? I don't think the Joker
So
laughter is a
good.
good look for you.
So good,
I'm not
chat.
sure that
So
the Joker laughter
I'm
is going to work.
waiting for you to read
Okay.
slavery is permissible in the 10 Commandments right now.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it on the notepad.
Spawn on live chat.
Is the law that said you can own slaves part of the law that Jesus fulfills? Is it?
Yes. So
Yes. Okay. And so when does this law pass away?
I wasn't done speaking.
When
Sorry.
does
Can
the
I speak?
law
No, I
that
guess
Jesus fulfills
I guess not.
pass away? Okay, next question. When does the law that Jesus fulfilled pass away?
When does it never passes away?
It never passes. So slavery is still in effect. You can still own slaves.
No, because that
Is the-
wasn't.
oh
that
no!
was
Oh,
not-
brutal!
Hang on.
Oh, you just
filibuster.
affirmed that slavery is
Hang
still
on,
permissible.
Philly. I'm gonna start
Oh no,
calling
you
you Philly,
disagree.
okay?
You disagree with John
did-
Brown about slavery. You just
I
said that the
don't- I
law
don't
that
agree.
Jesus fulfills includes the slavery stuff, but that it hasn't passed away yet.
You need a W. Just
You
try to get. Go
you
ahead.
need to stop choking on
Go
my rhetorical
ahead.
dick.
Try
You
to
keep
get a W.
short-circuiting.
Listen.
Damn, that's fucking brutal.
Listen, I understand that you need a W.
Oh no, I
Hey,
understand that you took an
mommy
L.
told you that your bum is more special.
No, I'm
than the rest of
sorry.
the
I'm
little
sorry that
boys,
you
okay?
said that slavery was permissible. I'm sorry.
Did your friend run away?
I'm sorry that you got cooked so bad that you had to say that slavery is still permissible. I'm sorry.
Hagel, he couldn't even deal with you. He left,
Oh no.
bro.
I think he probably
fucking
just had to go
left on
somewhere.
you, bro. He left.
Wow, that makes me sad. You know, I love
couldn't
him so
stop
much.
talking. Your friend just bailed.
Yeah, no,
great.
I suspect that's why he left too. So sad.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
You will you know what, chat? He will never bring me
Why
up
do you think
again
slavery is
after that.
permissible?
Wait a minute. You
Why
will
is
never
you said
bring...
that you think slavery is
I'm
permissible?
still
Why do you think
speaking,
slavery is
bro.
permissible?
Be
I'm
ro- hey,
speaking.
be-
I'm speaking. Why do you think slavery is permissible?
Try
Why
to
are
be
you okay with slavery?
romantic with your guests, okay?
Why do you think slavery is okay, Liam? Isn't that kind of fucked up?
I don't believe that it's okay.
But you still think that the law that says that you can do slavery is in effect?
No.
Yes,
think
it is. It's all recorded. I haven't dropped the notepad yet. It's literally all recorded.
hang
You answering
on,
yes,
hang on.
and then it never passes away. That the law that Jesus fulfills includes the slavery stuff, the laws that said you can own slaves, and that law never passes away. So the law that says you can own slaves isn't passed away yet. Why are you okay with slavery?
Okay, hang on. I'll speak on that.
Why do you think some people should live in slavery, Liam? That's kind of fucked up.
Do you think that trafficking
Why?
women's
Whoa,
bodies is slavery?
Whoa! I just want to know, why do
Do you think that
slavery is
trafficking women's
okay?
bodies is
Are
slavery?
you capable of engaging? Are you only capable of
I am
running?
engaging. I'm there's
Okay,
different
why are
level-
you okay with
there's
slavery?
different oh my gosh, dude, stop talking so much.
Why are you okay with slavery?
Are you gonna answer your own sentences? Go ahead.
I'm not okay with slavery.
There you go. Answer yourself again.
I'm not okay with slavery. Why are you okay
There
with
you go.
slavery?
So you have a third personality or what?
No, I only need the one to beat the fuck out of you.
Okay. You're not beating
You're
the
not
F out of
b- b- b-
anyone, bro. Because you're just speaking to
You
yourself.
quivered into the microphone. You quivered into the microphone again.
Is trafficking a woman's or child's body?
Are you pivoting or
Is
are you
that
running?
a form of slavery?
Are you running? Are you sprinting away?
I'm not running. I'm asking you a general question.
Let's get super clear on definitions. What do you mean by trafficking? Is it in like the standard sense, like human trafficking? Trafficking? I don't think you should be like human trafficking people.
Human trafficking. Is that?
No,
is that,
I think
is that
human trafficking is quite impermissible.
Is that enslaving someone?
Not necessarily.
So taking someone from their free will
Owning somebody as
and
property
wait a
is
minute,
slavery.
wait a minute, and using their body for monetary gain is not enslaving someone?
Is the person owned as property? That's the bright line for slavery.
Yeah.
Okay, if they're owned as property,
they're an object.
yeah, if
of
they're owned
cash,
as
yes.
property, then yeah,
So
that's
it is.
slavery.
So wait a minute. Good. So it is. That's another form of slavery, right? That you don't agree with.
Yeah, I think all forms of owning people as property are bad.
Oh, okay. So did Christ not tell Mary to stop using her body for pleasure and turn from her sin and sin no more?
I don't think Mary was owned as property.
Well, she wasn't getting cash. She wasn't giving.
Was she
herself
owned as property?
She wasn't giving herself freely for money.
Who is she owned by?
What is the difference?
Because slavery is when a person is owned as property. Who is Mary owned as property by?
Your body is still being used
for
someone else's pleasure.
Blew up in your
right?
face. That's kind of
Hang
sad.
on. No,
was
it didn't.
Mary
So
owned as property,
your body
or
is still being used for someone
Did
else's
you pivot
pleasure,
into a death
correct?
trap?
Oh my gosh,
This
bro,
is-
you can't fucking engage
To make like the same
at
topical
all.
reference, right? Like, let me put it this way: your debate strategy is a lot like Perez Hilton. You know, you're on this TikTok live stream, fucking stabbing yourself repeatedly.
Why are you bringing that up? That's gross.
Because that's what
dude.
you're doing, right? Like you're fucking
Are
just
you
in and out,
serious
in and
right
out,
now?
in and out. Like
Are you
you
serious
had to
right
pivot
now?
away from the slavery topic. You got cornered on the slavery topic such that
You're
you had to
bringing
say
up
that
Perez
slavery is still
Hilton right now?
permissible, and then you had to pivot to something else, and you got
Body
spawn killed on that
mutilation
one
you're
too.
bringing up on your
And you're
live right
swaying
now.
out on my live right now.
I'm the one showing
You
up.
are, yeah, you're swaying
You're
out.
bringing
Your
up
moral outrage
male
means nothing
body
to me.
mutilation on your
Your
live right
moral
now?
outrage means nothing to me. I've seen what makes you cheer.
You are fucking gross, bro.
I mean, earlier you brought up when a agent of the state, blew like a soccer mom's head open. So I don't think this is like a new thing, right? When you mentioned Renee Good.
No. What I was saying, he says I took my vehicle, my hypothetical vehicle, just backed up over your body and
No,
just
sure.
dominated
what
you.
I'm
And I said,
saying-
no, what you are is you're Renee Nicole Good right now, and I'm Jonathan Ross is what's happening. Because I believe
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that it's crazy to
I
like
believe that
moralize.
I believe
after,
there's
after
justification.
that.
I believe that there's justification.
I'm sure you
Okay.
do.
Yeah, for sure I do. When you hit somebody with your 3,000, 4,000 pound vehicle, yeah, I do.
I don't
Out
think
of
that was
curiosity, why do you think
happening.
there's no evidence that he ever went to the hospital?
There was evidence that he went to. There was evidence that he went to the hospital.
What's the evidence?
And he had
Oh.
a bruise is internal bleeding, guys.
A
Well, no, that
bruise?
was reported. There was never any evidence presented of the.
Oh, so
bruise
he
or
has
anything.
to
Yeah.
present evidence to what? The TikTok justice system?
Maybe just
Well,
like
to,
the
like
the press,
media,
maybe?
right? Yeah.
Oh, the media that doesn't lie to us, right?
Why? I
Didn't say
mean,
that.
why wouldn't he release
Why
it to the
would
media that
why
you
would
agree
an
with?
officer?
Why not
would
release
he-
it to like I don't know Tucker Carlson or
gosh.
whatever brainlet you think is
Tucker
intelligent?
Carlson?
Yeah, fucker Carlson.
Why?
You
Why
can
would
get
a
outraged
dec-
at that one too.
Ian,
if you
wait a
want.
minute. Why would a decorate? I don't care about that. Why would a decorated officer with a perfect service jacket give more information when we saw all of the video when it's in its entirety?
Because
Why
all
would
of the
we need to
video
see
in the
more?
entirety makes it look really bad. You can just check where the wheels are going, and it's turned away from the person.
Do you want to have this debate with me right now?
Sure, let's
In
do
general,
it.
do you think that when you press on the gas and the vehicle
Here
is
we
turned to
go.
the left, it's possible
No,
for you
no.
to go to the right?
Yeah. I'm going to have this with both of you guys. Chat. Get your
Well, can you
pop.
answer the question?
Get your popcorn, your glasses of box wine, or whatever you self-hating,
I've got a pretty
individuals
simple
do. So
question.
yeah, we're going to do this. Where did Jonathan?
what's
where
the
did
answer to the
where did
question?
We're going to start it out. Where did
I'll
Jonathan?
answer your question if you answer mine. How about?
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the question was just if your vehicle has its wheel turned all the way to the left and you press on the gas, is it possible for you to go to the right?
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay. And so in the video, when you can see Renee Good actively turning her car wheels away from the officer to, I think it was her left, how is it possible that then, in your view, she turned to the
you
right?
know what? You
into
make
the
an
officer?
incredible point that I would love to deep dive into. Okay. So when Jonathan Ross parked his vehicle on her passenger side, first of all, we're going to have to establish a couple things. Who is the most intelligent on this argument? Would it be Hegel or would it be the host here? Would it be
Well,
Ian?
we can do this.
What
I just
color
would be
was the
curious if you
ve-
could
what
answer the
color-
question.
What color was the vehicle, guys?
Also, Ian, it seems like you're muted. I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's like a burgundy color.
Okay, it's a burgundy. What is the make and model, Ian?
I don't know what the make and model of this car is.
The Honda Pilot. Okay.
Yeah.
What was in the
Wait, what's it-
passenger?
how about
what was in
something
the
relevant?
passenger rear seat of the vehicle?
Fucking your mom's dildo, I bet, because
Yeah. There was
Renee
a
Good was
black.
fucking
There was a
her.
black dog in the back. So there's a lot of details. Why I'm saying this, you guys think that he's just talking shit. Which way were the vehicle's wheels turned?
Yes, at what point in the video?
Away from the officer.
Away from the officer.
When he first, hang on. When
Away. They're pointed away.
So he
as
was-
as the car moves forward
hang on,
in
Ian.
the direction away from the officer.
Ian, I will give you.
Look at that. Look at where it
shut
goes.
my
Oh,
mouth
no.
and give you everything. if you
That's
just
too
let me
bad.
make
It's
my point.
these wheels are turned all the way over here, and that's why it
Ian,
moves over
do
here.
you want an argument presented here? Or
Well,
you just
wait,
wanna
wait.
talk?
Why are you telling
All I
people
want
to
is you to answer
deny?
the question.
So I'm answering the
Which is
question.
just,
I'm answering
how
the
is
question.
it
So
that- wait, what
per
was
his-
the question? What was the
per,
question?
per Jonathan Ross.
No, I'm asking you if you know what the question
yes, listen. So
Well, can you repeat the question?
per his
My
manual,
question.
he has to approach that vehicle
From
Why
the
are you
front?
unable to repeat the question?
no, from
Also,
180 degree. Oh my gosh,
insane,
can I
but-
not fucking talk, man?
Well, if you're not going to answer the question, I'm not super interested.
But
so
we have
the-
to start at the beginning. Why are we in the middle of the case? Where did he
Well,
park?
I'm just
Where did he
asking.
first
We can
approach
start
the
wherever you want.
vehicle?
We can start wherever you want if you
Okay,
answer the
great.
question.
Where
Do
did
you
he
remember
approach the
question?
vehicle from?
Do you remember
Let's
the question?
start from the beginning, okay?
Well, let's start with you answering the question. Do you remember the question?
Okay, let's start in the middle of
Why
what
are you
happened.
unable to answer
Go
yes or
ahead.
no questions?
No, I'll answer the question again. Go ahead,
Do
answer
you remember the
ask it
question?
again.
Do
But
you
listen, am I
remember?
starting in the middle of what happened? Go ahead.
Do you remember the question? Yes or no?
Something about the way the wheels were turned. Are we still on that?
The same question as in the beginning. So I'll ask the question once again, and maybe you can answer it this time. The question is just, how is it that if the vehicles are turned away from the officer, when she hits on the gas, in your view, it accelerates towards the officer? How do you make sense of that?
Okay, so the vehicle's wheels were always turned towards the officer.
Before the shooting
wait.
starts, they're
So
turned away.
wait a minute. Her vehicles. Wait a minute. Her vehicles. This was a one-way street. Her vehicle's wheels were turned to the driver's side of the vehicle as the officer was approaching.
No, that's why it goes the opposite. You know, or at least at this point, when the shooting starts, they're pointed in the opposite direction.
Okay. Wait a minute.
But do you agree that when the
I
shooting
want
starts,
you.
they're pointed
I
in the
want
opposite
you
direction?
to find.
I
want you
agree
to
they're
find-
pointed towards the officer at the beginning of the interaction, but when the shooting starts, they're pointed
so
away.
Let's start from the beginning.
You would agree?
Wait, do you
When
agree
the-
that
can
when the
I-
shooting starts,
Okay.
they're pointed away?
Oh my
Yes or
God! Look at these guys.
no? Look, yeah, we're trying to force you to answer simply yes
I'm
or no
gonna
questions,
make my
and you're
points,
trying to
my
dodge.
arguments.
He wants to
gonna
swear
make-
out.
I'm gonna make my arguments, and then you guys are gonna make yours. Can we do that? Is that how court of law works, or not? You guys just
I don't
want to
think that's
talk
how
over
court of-
each other.
Well,
Okay, who
what
wants
I
to
wanted
talk
you to answer
first?
the question.
You guys
just
go
want-
first.
Whoa,
Ask your questions.
Who wants to yell first, Liam or Liam?
Go ahead, guys. You're first.
The
What's
question
your
is just,
arguments?
do you agree that at the point that the shooting begins, the vehicle has its wheels pointed away from the officer? Yes or no?
Yes, I would say that the vehicle is starting to go to the right, to the correct.
The vehicle is turned away from the officer
to the
at the time
correct.
of the shooting,
Yes,
right?
but
Okay.
but
Wait,
that
wait.
but wait a minute. But
Do you
at
agree
that,
that it poses no threat to the officer?
no.
at the time
No,
the shooting
because
occurs?
at that point, Jonathan Ross's body is on the driver's front side of the vehicle where he cannot see the actual direction of the wheels.
Maybe a
Well, you can see
strong
the wheels
argument for not being
pointing.
there.
So wait a minute.
Well, A,
now
yes,
you guys
very
have
reason not
asked
to be
me
there,
3
and B-
questions. I need to
B-
respond. I need to make my claim. Yes or no?
Well, I just, if you agree that it's pointed away from the officer, and
No,
he
no,
can,
no, no,
I
no,
just
no.
don't
I
understand
didn't
how you think
agree
he
to
can't see
that.
the officer.
I didn't agree
What?
to that
You
at
just
all.
agreed to that.
No, I didn't. I said that where his body was placed, driver's front of that vehicle.
Is it pointed away from the officer or
he
not?
could not see the direction of the wheels.
Okay, can you see
True-
the direction?
true
Can you
or
see the placement of her
false?
hands?
If I'm
I don't-
standing
you
looking
can
at
see
the
in the
gri-
video.
if
You
I'm
can see it
stand-
pointed out
Oh
from
my
the side.
God,
Yes,
dude.
you can see it pointed out.
If
from
you
the
guys
side,
are going to
yes.
yap the whole time, it's not going to be an argument.
You can run away. That's totally fine.
Okay, so
you can see them
if
pointed
I'm
out from the side of the
standing at the
driver's side.
grill, if I'm standing at the grill of a semi truck with my face against the grill, do I know which way the wheels are turning on that semi
You
truck?
could probably look
faces
into the
against the
window and
grill?
see.
Yeah.
Oh my
So there's
God.
two things you can
Look
see. You can
into
see the
the
wheels
window.
pointed out from the side, or you can see where the driver's hands are in the vehicle. And
So-
in the video, you can see Renee Good's hands are turning over as she turns the wheel all the way in the opposite direction.
Okay, so does a steering wheel only turn 80 degrees and it goes all the way to the left, and then 80 degrees and it goes all the way to the right?
No,
Or
she's
does
like,
the wheel?
hand over hand in the
Yeah,
Oh
video.
my
she's like-
gosh! You guys have cut.
She's
me
doing
off
like some
every
incredible, like
time.
fucking.
Chat, you may not like me, but these buffoons cannot stop from cutting me off.
I
in this
wouldn't appeal to
conversation.
chat if I were you.
No, I'm going
I don't
to.
think
Even
that's
though
gonna
they
work so well.
fucking hate me, you guys suck at debating. Suck.
Okay,
You can't
I'm not
do
going
it.
to take debate advice from you.
Yeah, you don't need to. The
I'm not
chat's
going
listening,
to.
they're
That's true.
watching.
Ian does not
You
need
guys
to.
suck at debating.
Okay,
I
I'm
don't
not
think
going to take
anyone
debate
other than you
advice from
believes
you.
You know you're going to get spawn killed, as Ian says. You know you have no.
You know
truth
you're
in
going to get
this.
spawn killed. He says 15 minutes into the match that he started. without any of us, we're like closing in on him.
So you guys are
no spawn
jumping.
kill in
You
sight.
guys are listen. You guys are jumping to the end of what happened here. This scene. Okay, you're jumping
Well,
to
I'm
the
just
end
seeing if we
when I'm
agree that-
trying to have you
I'm
understand
just seeing if we
how it
agree
all
that
played
it
out
posed no
from the
threat to
beginning.
him at the time that he took the shoot. Okay, do we agree it posed no threat to him, and he should have known that it posed no threat to him at the time of the shooting?
No, not even close. No.
Okay,
Hell
wait,
no.
Okay,
would you agree
so
that it did
if he
pose no
couldn't
threat in
tell-
actuality?
If he, yeah, that's maybe one thing. to
Yes,
look
I
at.
will agree that a vehicle always poses a threat to an officer's body.
So my vehicle right this
Well,
second poses
if a vehicle-
the threat to the officer on the other side of the world's body?
Especially when they're in the front of that vehicle.
Okay, so you do think that
Okay.
my car poses a threat to the officer that's on the other side of the world?
What?
Yeah, it was like a profoundly
said-
stupid statement that you just made.
I said I will agree
That it's always a threat. A vehicle always,
Again,
any
he's cutting
vehicle
me
is
off
always
again,
a threat
dude.
to any
Why are
officer.
you going to
That's
have this?
absurd.
Why don't you just drop me,
Why are
dude? You
you-
can't even fucking have a conversation, Ian. You can't.
He's asking you to end it. He's asking for mercy.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not
he's
asking for
begging,
anything.
"Please
I'm
kill me."
asking for you guys to kick me and think that you
Please,
have a W,
please.
because you're not even going to come close on this.
Okay, if we aren't going to come close, I would expect you to have like a response to anything that was said, other than just insisting that no, you're not allowed to say that. No, we have to start at the beginning. No, I won't answer your questions. Like if you're so confident,
Jonathan
okay,
Ross,
just not going to respond to any of that.
No,
That's
no,
totally fine.
I've already, dude. I have addressed every one of your questions. You haven't even allowed.
What was the
me-
last question I
You
asked?
haven't. First of all, you talked about the direction of the wheels. Did
asking what the last question I
did
asked
it
was.
pose a threat to him or not? I answered all of that stuff. Okay. Now I have not even
Can you-
made
can you just repeat the last
one
question I
claim. Now
asked?
again, you're still
The first thing you
interrupting,
talked
bro.
about
Yeah,
was the
because-
wheels on the bus. They
I'm
did go round and
conceding
round.
telling you what I did answer, and you're still interrupting me.
Yeah, well, yeah, because you're not answering.
Yeah,
the
well,
question.
yeah, exactly. Well, yeah.
Well, yeah, I do interrupt you when I ask a straightforward question, and then you fail to answer it. That's true. Yeah.
Liam, are you there?
Oh, I'm here. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So the question was just, do you remember the last question I asked you? And the answer to that would be a yes or no.
You've asked me a lot of questions, and we.
I
could
have asked
break-
you a lot of questions. I'm asking about the last one.
Okay.
You said you answered all of them.
I
And surely
did
if you
answer.
said
I
you
did
answered
answer all.
of them-
I did answer all. You didn't like
How do
my
you know you
answer,
answered all of
but
them
I
if you don't
did.
even know the? But if you don't even know the question, how do you know you answered it?
Can we break this down very simple here? Can we just walk through it, and you guys can agree with me or not? I just want to. I
Look.
want to present the facts of the case. Is that fine?
I want you to answer just
I
basic
want
questions
you to
without
do-
a
I'm
diatribe.
going to present the facts of the case, and you won't even allow me to do that.
Yeah, I'm not super interested in your weird
Yeah,
monologue.
you're not.
I'm
You know
interested-
why? Because you're an emotional snowflake that has no truth that wants
You're
to
the one
lie.
who's been yelling this whole time, bro.
I have good evidence that that's not true.
Wow, powerful. Look, I'm not super interested in your weird monologue. I'm not interested in you
My
dodging the
monologue.
question.
Oh gosh. Okay. You don't
Like-
understand. You don't understand, dude. That literally in the code book, okay, and the laws and rules that govern
He's just doing the
an
monologue. He's
ICE,
just
ICE
doing the monologue.
officer's
That's great.
duty. No, that they have to approach a vehicle at 180 degrees. Okay,
So like from the side?
from the side, yes.
Okay.
Do you think that he was approaching from the side? In the video?
So if you look at when he first started his filming, where he was parked, passenger side. Wait a minute, bro, please.
So
That's why I asked
let
you.
me get this
Hang-
diagram.
Oh my gosh, I
I'm
can't.
looking to-
I
wait,
can't.
Let's not
uh,
crash out.
let's-
You're saying everybody else was crashing out, and now you're yelling. Let's just calm down. You're having a bit of
Okay.
a temper tantrum.
Okay, let's
ground
breathe.
ourselves.
Let's finish this from the passenger side. That's the reason that going back. I said what color was the vehicle, what was in the back seat, what make and model, just to know
The
that you
relevant
guys
things.
they're relevant because I'm going to walk you into
But you think the color of the car is relevant? to
Yeah,
whether or not
yeah,
the shooting
because
is
that
justified?
way you would be able to tell me which way the wheels were turned if you knew all those details.
Okay,
You
so
think
see
you
that?
think this police
think-
shooting was
see that?
unjustified? What year does her insurance expire?
That's right. Like, what do you? Be serious, man. What are you talking about? You think the
It
color
actually
of the car?
her insurance expired that day.
I'm gonna.
expired that day.
I can't stand it.
You were
Oh,
sorry. You
no.
were being made fun of. That.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like
No, Renee Nicole Good's insurance expired that day. Okay, so moving back. Okay,
I don't know if that's true, but that's okay.
it did actually. Her policy ran out that day.
I love how you know that. You know only the relevant things.
You don't think that she lost her life that day and she no longer needs insurance?
I'm not sure that her. Oh, that's what you mean by that.
Okay, sure.
Is that not true?
No, that's true. Yeah, that her. We were talking about at the time of the shooting, is the car insurance expired?
No. I just made the claim that her insurance ran out the day that she lost her life. That's what my claim was.
Oh wait, Molly, so let me go ahead and invoke my my drawing tablet. No, that one's just on YouTube. But okay, wait, I'm gonna draw this.
Oh, he's investigating me. So endearing.
Okay, so we got the car, so we got the officer. Maybe we'll
Are
draw
we playing
them.
Hangman right now? What are we doing?
We're trying to get you to understand what 180 degrees is. We're trying to help you.
1 sec.
So it would actually be from the front of the vehicle. It would only be 80 degrees.
So okay, 1 sec. So we got.
What are you drawing, dude?
We got the officer.
What is Picasso doing over here?
Oop.
Can I get some Picassos in the chat for this guy? He can't even make a. Oh my God!
So
You
we got-
can't draw, bro.
I know, I can't. I'm not good at drawing, but it's just like a
This is
diagram.
wild.
So we got the officer over there. We got the car right here.
Wait, what is that next to the officer? What is that?
The
Oh,
car?
No, next to it, the little purple thing, whatever that is.
That's the officer.
That's the officer.
That's an
He's a
officer.
pig.
He's a
Yeah.
pig. Oink oink. So okay, we got the car. We got the officer.
So show me where. Point to the driver's side of the car.
So
Where's the driver's door?
The driver's door is right here.
Okay, then he started all the way over on the passenger side, and that's where this all started. Why is he
Okay.
on the driver's door? Is that where it started from, Ian?
That actually makes it worse for you.
Oh, does it? Now show me which way. Oh,
Starts
now
at
show me
180
which.
degrees.
Show me which way the wheels were turned. Put the direction of the wheels on the right now on the vehicle. Just put 2 lines. Which way the?
Oh, okay, wait. So they're
Oh, yeah.
so they'd be
there's-
pointed in the opposite direction.
What? Show me. Yeah. Okay. Just 2 lines. Just kind of 2 lines on there, like the wheels. Little lines. You don't need to do that whole.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. 2 little straight lines. No, I don't need the arrow right there. Get the arrow. That's the way she ended up turning. Get rid of that.
Yeah.
Okay,
So we got
2
the
lines.
wheels
There you
facing
go.
this direction.
Perfect.
Then we got
Perfect.
we
Now
got
put the pig back. Put the pig back.
yeah.
Okay. So he approached the vehicle from the passenger side at 180 degrees per his code book, the way he was instructed by law. Okay. So then he came up to the passenger side filming because obviously his body cam was broken. He wanted to document another radical left weirdo. So he came to the passenger side, went around the front side. He approached. Now you can go back over to the driver's door.
Okay, wait.
Right?
So let's just mark this down. So we got start.
Exhibit A start. Yeah, let's do this.
Start. Wheels pointed this way.
Yep.
And then
which way? Show me the one-way street. Which way is the traffic going?
I don't know. Which way is the traffic going?
Is it 2 lanes going opposite direction, or is that one-way street? What is that?
I don't know. Which way? Should it be?
You don't know?
Should it be like over here?
Okay,
Is the one-way
so
street
it's-
over here?
So yeah, get rid of all that. One way, yeah, that's wrong. So one way is going to her right. So she has her wheels turned the wrong way on a one-way street. Make an arrow going to the right. Can you put an arrow?
Okay,
that's
wait.
going
So
towards the
is it this
pig?
direction?
Yes, that's the way
Okay.
that the traffic was going.
Yep.
Okay, we're getting educated now, Jack.
Yeah. Exactly. That might be some reason to think that
cool.
she
Bring
was
the
just
pig
trying to
around
drive
to the
down the
driver's
road when she
Bring
indeed turns that direction, right? So okay, we got that, and then
Bring
we
the
got,
pig around the driver's side now because he had a little introduction with Renee Nicole Good there at the
Yeah, let's
driver's
do.
window.
So we'll do the shooting starts. We've got the wheels turned in the opposite direction.
No. Wheels aren't turning the opposite
They
direction.
are turned in the opposite
You're
direction.
jumping
Wait, you
forward.
agreed earlier that when the
Nope.
shooting starts,
They are.
wheels are in the
Oh
opposite
my gosh,
direction.
we
They are
made
turned
so
in the
You
opposite
conceded
direction.
that. You
Sorry.
conceded that. Why are
when,
you?
no. When
Wait,
you
do you
first,
think? Wait, do you think the wheels are turned towards the driver's side or the passenger side at the time of the shooting?
Okay, so we're not at the shooting
Answer the
yet.
question.
We're not at the
Answer
shooting
the
yet.
question. What
genius.
direction are they turned into?
Why are you afraid to answer this question?
I'm not. We're
Passenger
gonna
side or
absolutely,
driver's side?
guys. We're gonna absolutely get there.
To go
Don't-
from
don't
here
get-
to here
What
to
if we got
here,
there-
would your
Don't
wheels need to
get
be turned
hyped up
passenger
on-
side or driver's side?
Don't get hyped up on
Why are you so afraid
HRT,
to
guys.
answer this
Calm down.
question? Just why is this so scary to you?
It's not scary to me.
Then
We're
answer the
still
question.
at the passenger side of the vehicle. We haven't even made it to the driver's door yet. What are we doing?
Right now we're showing you what happens.
Stop
when he's
it!
at the driver's side.
Did he ever have an encounter with
Well, wait. Can we
Renee
just
Nicole
answer?
Good?
Is there a reason why you're physically incapable of answering this question?
No, I don't want to jump to the end of the case yet.
I want to. This is the question that we're interested in.
I will concede to all of your points. Let's just get there, okay? Stop it.
We're there now. Why not?
We're
answer the
not
question?
there yet. We went from the.
This is what we're talking
We're
about.
at-
From where
We're at shooting
we went-
starts.
we went from where he parked to the ending where the shooting happens. Nothing happened
Yeah.
between that. You guys are so incredibly disingenuous.
These are
and
the relevant
ignorant.
portions.
You're ignorant. Put
Wait,
the
You
wheel.
know,
that-
your history teacher teaches you about, the great conquest of Napoleon. They don't teach you about every time he took a
Oh.
shit.
Wait a minute. I think my bad. I'm misunderstanding you. You don't understand that he went all the way around the vehicle and then
We
came
understand.
back. You don't understand that when he started on the passenger side, he went to the front all the way
It's
around.
genuinely crazy. You can't answer that question, by the way.
No,
Just
no, no. Wait a
Is
minute.
the vehicle
Did
pointed
he-
towards
Did he
or away
make
from
a?
him
Did he make a
at the
full
time of the
rev?
shooting?
Did he make a full circle around
I'll
the
answer your
vehicle?
question.
He
if you
totally
answer
could have.
mine.
Wait. He totally could have, and the diagram would still be accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah. So these guys didn't even know that he.
He
went all the
could.
way around
He
the
could have
vehicle.
done like a triple
Why
fucking
am I
cartwheel.
arguing with
He
this
could have
with
done a
you
triple
guys?
cartwheel.
Prepping
He
run,
could have
prepping
done,
Oh
like
my
a
God,
backflip, and
The
this diagram would still
concession
be
is
accurate.
unbelie-
There's
So
no
my
concession.
bad.
What are you talking about?
My bad. You guys didn't even know he went all the way around the vehicle.
I said he went around like 10 minutes ago. What are you talking about?
This is
Okay, so
crazy.
now that we've gotten your nonsense
No,
out of the
no.
way,
Then
can you answer
why
the
did we
question?
jump? Then why did we jump to the finish line? So when you run
Because
a race,
that's when
okay, great.
The
Are you
shooting
shooting
is supposed to
impatient?
be justified.
Otherwise, the
Hegel, are you
diagram.
impatient?
Otherwise, the diagram would be inaccurate. It would say, the shooting starts, but then it wouldn't be the position where the shooting starts.
So wait a minute, guys.
Don't you think that
When
there might be a problem if the diagram says
There
shooting
is a
starts, but
problem.
it's
There
not
is a
the
problem.
position
There's a problem.
when the
So
shooting
when you run a
started?
Hey, would you run a marathon?
Wait,
and
I'm
you-
sorry. Do you want to
and
answer
you-
the question?
Oh my
Why would we answer your
Why are
question?
you so incapable of like responding to the things other people say? Like you want to give your little monologue, and then when you give your monologue and somebody asks you a question, you give another monologue that doesn't answer the question.
I'm
The
not,
question-
dude. I'm not monologuing.
Oh, are you answering the
So
question?
if I took a dump in the toilet, and if I have a hemorrhoid,
I'm noticing
would
that what
that
you're doing
would
right now
that
is
would
another
that
monologue.
hemorrhoid cause me an issue before I wipe my ass at the very end?
I don't know what your problems are, Grandpa. I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah,
Maybe you should
I'm not
consult
super
a
interested in your
doctor.
bowel
Do you not
movements, bro.
understand? It's not me. I'm just giving a hypothetical. Do you understand?
I don't know
there's
how
stuff that-
hemorrhoids work,
there's
Liam.
stuff that
I've never had them before. Maybe you have more familiarity
I haven't
with this
either,
than
to be
I
honest
do.
with you. I thought it was a gross hypothetical. I threw it out anyway. But listen, so there's stuff that happens between the dumping
Another
and wiping
monologue
your
that
ass
doesn't
at
answer
the
the question. Another monologue that doesn't answer the question. Just answer the question, Liam. Why are you so scared?
Okay, let's go to the end of the. Let's,
Are you
let's
going to
go
answer
to
the
the very
question?
end.
Yes or no?
Okay, because you're not
Please.
educated enough to get.
Are you?
To know what? Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
answer?
I will
Okay.
answer all of your
Okay,
questions.
I'll ask the question that I've asked maybe 4 or 5 times now. It's just when the shooting begins, is the vehicle pointed away from the officer?
Pointed away from the officer? Obviously not completely. No, because the vehicle hits the officer.
Okay, wait.
Okay,
So
so
where's
you think-
this car going? Is it away
Can
from the
we
officer
agree
or
that the
towards the
vehicle at
officer?
least? Can we agree that the vehicle at least hits the officer?
I don't think
Yeah,
that's
I'm
what
not
I'm saying.
conceding. I'm not. You don't have to concede
I
that
don't
he
think
had
that's well
bodily
established.
injury. But did the vehicle hit the officer?
He makes contact with it, but not while it's moving.
Okay, let me even be softer. Why? he does. Okay.
I just answered your question.
Okay, so the vehicle makes contact.
Wait,
so
is this
he
vehicle going
So
towards
are you
driver's
saying
side or
that
passenger side?
He is the one
Liam,
that
driver's
makes the
side, is it going towards the driver's side or the passenger side?
Is he the one that
Liam,
makes
Liam,
contact
driver's
with?
side, Liam, driver's side or
Gosh,
passenger
dude, I'm
side?
answering Hegel.
Which one?
But you're not answering. You're asking a question. What are you
Driver's
talking
side or
about?
passenger side? Which one?
What?
Is the car going towards the driver's side or the passenger side?
Is the car going towards the driver's side or the? Is it making?
Are
a
the
left
wheels
or a
turned
right?
towards driver's side or passenger side at the time of the
Are the
shooting?
wheels?
Why is-
Are the wheels
why is this so
following the?
complicated for
Are
you?
the wheels
Driver's
going in
side
the?
or passenger side?
Are the wheels going in the
Is
one?
it
the
driver's
right-
side or is it passenger side?
You understand this is the question that's been asked to you since the beginning, and it's the one that you've been so terrified to answer. Like, just you got to man up. You got to answer the question, bro.
Yeah, but and I will answer the question. Not a problem.
So
So-
driver's side
If
or
it's not a
passenger
problem, why
side?
haven't you answered it?
Where are the wheels turned? Driver's
Dude,
side or
I know
passenger
so
side?
much about this case.
Oh,
and I
demonstrate
just-
your knowledge by answering the question.
So eventually, yes, the vehicle does follow the one-way street, which would be going to the passenger's side. It
Yeah, at
makes
the
a
time of the
right.
shooting, correct?
Okay, but listen, hang on.
Is that that's
So-
at the time of the shooting?
I answered your question, dude. Can I
Just to
add
clarify,
on
I
to
just want
that's
to
a-
clarify. You said at some time. I just want to clarify. At the time of the shooting, the wheels are pointed passenger side.
No, false.
Okay, so what
Okay.
direction is it going? What is it like?
So what is
A single
exhibition?
second after
what is
the shooting
exhibition of
starts,
speed?
there's
What is
there's a
exhibition-
single
what is-
second
What
between the
is
first shot
exhibition of speed, Ian?
between the first shot and the third shot.
Between
like
that's what
2
exhibition of
seconds
speed is. Between
at
the
the
first
third
shot and the
shot.
third shot.
At the third shot, where are the wheels pointed?
What is
Driver's side or
exhibition
passenger
of
side?
speed?
Driver's
You think she was
side or
spinning out?
passenger side? It's on
There
the
you
screen
go.
in front
Thank
of
you, bro. Ian doesn't even know that.
It's
Ian,
on the
stop
screen in front of
talking.
you. Driver's
The
side or
adults are speaking
passenger
now,
side?
Okay.
Driver's side or passenger side? The question's not going anywhere. At the time of the
Dude,
third
people are
shot,
fucking leaving
driver's
this
side
live
or
because you
passenger
can't
side?
shut up, dude. It's
Well, no,
really
they're leaving
sad.
because you've been asked the exact same question and you've been terrified to answer.
Yeah, genuinely.
No. Nobody ever leaves lives when I'm on them, dude. It's never.
My
happened.
live has
You
dropped
just
like
said they
200
did.
viewers. You contradicted yourself just now, even.
You said they're leaving your live, and no one ever leaves lives when I'm on. It's like just straightforward a contradiction, but that's fine. So the question has been the exact same since the beginning. It's just at the time of the shooting, are the vehicles pointed towards the passenger or driver's side of the vehicle? Are you going to man up and answer that question, or are you going to continue to sort of like weasel and slither around it?
So at the time of the shooting, vehicles' wheels were pointed in the direction of the officer's body
Okay.
Oh, really?
because he was in the driver's front side of the vehicle.
Because he was in front of the car, maybe? Wouldn't this be true even if the wheels were turned all the way to the passenger side?
Yeah, it just would have hit him. Hang on, it would have. Why are you laughing? I'm trying to answer your question. What is this? The
Okay.
nervous laugh? What is
You
that?
got it.
That
I
is
think that might be it
so
for Liam. I
funny.
think that might be.
Is this
I
the
think
That
nervous
is
laugh
so
right here?
funny. Wait. I just want to be clear. So Liam is saying that this, in the shooting starts diagram, even if it's like this, Liam considers this, the wheels are pointed towards the officer.
So is that? So is
that-
that? pig-
is that correct?
If that vehicle is going, Ian, if that vehicle that you
Holy
drew right there,
shit.
the box.
Okay,
is
yeah,
gonna-
I think it might be done for Liam.
You know, if you enjoyed that conversation and you wanna support me for talking to Liam, you should go to the link in my bio and watch the debate and vote for me. Fun fact, dude. I can't imagine. I can't imagine living that man's life. I can't imagine being trapped in a prison like that.
Oh god, it's so painful. That was
Oh man.
holy shit. I actually can't believe that. Yeah, man. It's you could have had like the fucking sci-fi wheels pointed like the
Totally away, completely away, and it was
Yeah.
still. Oh my god.
could have been like fucking 180. Could have been going in reverse.
Yeah. No, nothing. Just a ridiculous.
Holy shit.
ridiculous person.
Dude, that
Oh my
dude's like the SEAL Team 6 of defending like police brutality.
That's right. Of
One sec.
Weaseling out of questions for genuinely 20 minutes.
Yeah, my goat. Yeah, okay. We made this announcement earlier, but you should all go watch this live or this debate. Luke here, Hegel fan, debated against what was it? Philip
Philip Bunn.
Yeah, Philip Bunn. I want to say Philip Mann for some reason, but
Something like that.
Philip Bunn. It's the YouTube channel is World War Debate.
Or Word War, but yeah.
Word War Debate. Fuck.
They're the people. If you guys have seen the Anna Kasparian and Pearl Davis,
You got this,
debates,
Pearl.
you got this Pearl moment.
Crutch that also supports this that demonstrated with student.
They put that on. They're cool people. They're doing a debate tournament that I got invited to participate in, and yeah, there's a prize on the line. So would appreciate your support. But yeah.
Yeah. Wow, you're getting support in the comment section.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah. Even before it was announced to my community.
Goated. Yeah, Phil was a super nice guy. It was a very fun conversation. I think, maybe I'm biased. I think I did a bit better, but
Yeah, you guys should okay, it's dropped in my live announcements channel. You guys should watch that debate and then, give Luke a vote when you decide that he won.
Thank you. Yeah. Or you can just go to my bio and vote there. Yeah. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
True. There's I should probably read some supers. And then I think I might do one more guest because this person's been waiting forever. BTA debate, thanks so much for the super chat. What's the angriest you've gotten on stream? I know that one. Luke, you ready to get rage baited?
Oh yeah.
It's a highlight.
I feel like you're in general real good at not falling for rage bait. Like people will say insane nonsense that won't shake you. So
No, this one got to me. Do you
This
think we
one's
should
gotta be
remove
pretty
Plato
insane.
from like? Check this out.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think we should remove Plato from like the school library?
Like Plato.
Oh my god.
The philosopher?
I mean, I don't. No one knows who he is, though.
That's the stupidest thing you've. Okay.
I'm just saying. No.
I'm
just
not.
saying,
I
like,
won't
they
get
don't
rage baited.
teach
I
that.
won't get
They
rage
don't
baited.
teach
I'm not
that.
gonna.
They don't teach that.
I'm not gonna. I'm getting rage baited so fucking badly. This is bullshit. This is ridiculous. That's the dumbest thing I've ever fucking heard. That's the dumbest thing I've ever fucking heard. How could you? How could you?
Ian.
And then I rip the headphones out and walk away.
That's good. I might too. That's really funny. Nobody even knows who that is, bro. No, they don't even. That's really good.
Yeah. Nobody's even in that guy's footnotes.
That's right. Insane.
Dr. Fudge, thanks so much for super chat. Who doesn't love Baby's first attempt at apologetic arguments? There will always be people who want to run the youth pasture debate strategy, and it will always be funny. I do love that. I don't know what like the church goings on are, but I wonder if they ever bring in like an impotent atheist to demonstrate like a debate. That would be.
Okay, I might need new career path for me.
Yeah, true. Being the impotent atheist.
Being the punching bag. Being the guy in the God's Not Dead movie who says, at the end, I really just was mad at God. I was just mad.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Or there was there was some video by Muhammad Hijab where he was telling people how to debate. He was teaching people how to debate. And it was like a bunch of Muslims. And he's like, okay, some of you guys are gonna have to role play atheists, and then some of you guys will get to role play Muslims, and we'll do some practice debates. And of course, like you have to be like, what's the Aikido thing? What's the fucking like partner in Aikido where they throw themselves for the demonstration? Fuck. What is it called? Is it like the yogi? Damn, someone in chat will know.
I think I've heard of this. Yeah.
Yeah. Like you just have to let them. You have to like let the Muslim like submit you.
Mm-hmm.
Philodragon, thanks so much for the super chat.
The uke?
Maybe.
UK? I don't know.
Could
That's
be.
what Google says. I don't know. But yeah. Have you seen the Muhammad Hijab Jack Angstreich debate?
No.
It's really funny. It's like 5 years ago. It's gold. It's gold. Man, what a powerful guy Muhammad Hijab is.
Yeah. Wait, what happens? What's the debate like?
He just gets so rage baited. He gets so fucking mad.
Maybe I need to watch it then.
It's funny. It's very funny. I think Ask Yourself uploaded it.
Oh
I
yeah, I
mean,
think I've seen that.
yeah.
Although there's, it goes without saying, can't watch too much Jack Angstrike content.
That's unfortunately.
Yeah. But yeah, it's too bad. Philodragon, thanks so much for super chat. Apologist claiming we have a delusion mindset, the irony. True. I don't know, it's funny. We're the delusional ones. Fuck this guy. Ethan Wallace, thanks so much for super chat. If God had made a different world, people in that world could ask the same question, why this world instead of another one? That objection really doesn't help. I think the problem is this. So here's the good dilemma. Luke, I want to know what you think about this one. I think the pretty brutal dilemma is that either we can make predictions about what an all good, all powerful, all knowing being would do, or we can't. If we can't make predictions, then nothing is evidence for this being. And if we can make predictions, then skeptical theism goes away, and the problem of evil is just insane.
Yeah, no, I think that's true. I think I think that either you're going to have to go with a view on which there just isn't evidence and can't be evidence in principle for theism, or you're going to think that evil is strong evidence against theism. You can accept some crazy theodicies, but it's just if you if I expect anything, if anything is expected on theism, it's that there isn't ridiculous, unjustified evil. And I think we should be pretty confident that there is. I mean, I think that I don't think problem of evil is totally knocked down or whatever. But I do think that that the way of getting out of it that commits you to thinking that there aren't any predictions that theism generates is really, really problematic.
Yeah. I mean, I think I agree with that. I don't think that I don't know. I'm an evidential problem of evil proponent. I know some people are logical problem of evil, but I don't know. I think the conclusion, the true thing to say is probably just, evil is evidence against God. I just think that there's this, or
stronger countervailing evidence.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that's true per se, but I think that's the honest thing for a theist to say. Is
I
that
think that's the only reasonable strategy is just evil's even super strong evidence against theism. It's just that because if you buy fine tuning or I think fine tuning is an alright example of this, right? If you buy fine tuning, just the update in favor of theism is so crazy that it's maybe not that wild to think that evil, the update sort of overwhelms the update against that you get from evil. But it is, I just think you have to be crazy to not think that the problem of evil gives at least strong evidence against theism.
There's this one argument that I was thinking, or this one theodicy. I feel apparently I learned from the professor that I studied under that that apparently this does exist and it's given by Timothy O'Connor in the literature. But the view is that it's the theistic multiverse view where God just creates all the worlds that he ought create. And that this is one of those. So it exists and there's this evil and it's not for a greater good, but nevertheless, God still ought create this timeline. So he does.
I think multiverse theodicies are interesting. I think there's some some kind of hidden stuff. There's I forget who wrote this paper, but I think multiverse stuff is interesting. I think that there's some specific stuff about how you have to think about the multiverse. I was talking to my friend Sample about this a bit ago. But I actually don't know that I think that you should think that as things stand now, the world is worth creating just because the vast majority of the world is horrific wild animal suffering. That it's I think human beings and our existence is super really valuable. It seems that at least not at all crazy to me that that's less valuable than the insane infinite generations of horrific animal suffering.
Surely there's some number of monkeys getting disemboweled by chimpanzees such that you would come to the conclusion that God doesn't exist. And it also seems billions of years is I mean it's okay, all these numbers are way too big for the human mind to make accurate judgments about, but billions of years seems the sort of number that would give rise to an impermissible amount of suffering.
There's also there's also an interesting thing that so if you think that our universe, even if you think that our universe is worth creating, if you think that it's sort of on the edge or near the close to the not worth creating line, that's still going to be evidence against theism, because on the theistic view, on the theistic multiverse, it seems like the vast majority of universes are going to be. There's like measure problems, because the multiverse might be infinite, and so there's like the sort of classic measure problems. But sort of minimally, it seems like you should think that the vast majority of universes in the theistic multiverse are going to be universes that are very, very good, and not just like sort of on the edge of worth creating versus not worth creating. But yeah.
That's true. I guess. If you, I bet Dr. Blitz, I bet that scumbag Dr. Blitz would have an answer to this question. Dr. Blitz, let's say I'm going to pick a random number between 0 and infinity. What's the expected value of that number?
What's the measure?
Right.
I don't know what the fuck this is asking.
I mean, like generally there isn't a measure on a measure infinite set. I mean, I guess you could assign one, but there's not like a uniform one.
Oh, sure. You're saying that there isn't. Oh, do you need like discrete probability
Well, it doesn't have to be
space?
discrete. It's just like you could assign, for example, you could assign a like on the real numbers, you can assign a distribution that's like normal, so it's like Gaussian.
Oh,
The
I
point
see.
is you can't make it uniform. Otherwise, the probability function is just 0 everywhere.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, of course. So would you say the just like the question itself is incoherent? Like the expected
I
value?
don't know if that means that it's incoherent, but it means that there's like something funky happening.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. But I guess that's true. Well, maybe I wonder if there's like an objection in there to multiverse theory that actually it's like infinitely unexpected, this world. That well, maybe there isn't, because you just say that, well, all the good worlds get created and this is one of those. Well, no, but sure, you probably
We did it, boys. We broke him.
Let's go.
I don't
Theism's
know.
great.
Maybe the multiverse stuff is, maybe it is problematic for theism.
Yeah, I think there's problems. I mean, this is a sort of clumsy way of putting it, and it's put better in the literature, but one worry is just like, it doesn't seem like this is the best possible multiverse. Like, it seems like the best possible multiverse is maybe like a, huge infinite of like identical best possible worlds.
True.
It's not
Yeah.
clear
Yeah.
that, it's not clear that the best possible multiverse includes all of the worlds that are worth. I mean, lots of this is just that it's sort of hard to think about infinites, and there are like not super principled reasons that aren't kind of vibey for rejecting either of these, but there's I have some worries.
Concerning. Looking into this.
That's right.
Skeptics and Scoundrels, thanks so much for Super Chat. Is God a pedophile? Well, if we apply the half your age plus 7 rule, my calculator breaks. I'm getting concerning looking into this.
Right.
Oh, also, Skeptics and Scoundrels, it's great to see you.
Oh, actually, Blitz, while I've got you here, if you don't mind, do you have thoughts on the Boltzmann brain proliferation worries for multiverse responses to fine-tuning specifically, or just, I mean, multiverse models in general, but
it depends on the multiverse. So I do have some thoughts. It depends on the multiverse. If the multiverse is like basically identical to ours, except the initial configurations are distinct, then it's not clear to me that there's like a mechanism by which you could even, and when I say distinct, I just mean like the initial configurations are just like matter in different arrangements.
Like the
but maybe the constants are the same, for example. Then it's not clear to me that there's like a mechanism by which you could form a Boltzmann brain in any of the multiverses or any of the universes in the multiverse, right? Because like if the laws of physics are the same, then the way that unless you're suggesting that Boltzmann brains can be made like in a way that they're not literally brains, because as far as we can tell, that's the only way to make consciousness. If the configuration was different, then you would just end up with matter again. Forming stars perhaps in a different arrangement of stars, like the galaxies would be in different places, the stars would be in different places, and so on. But inevitably, you would never end up with just like all this organic stuff just happening to be in one place at one time, right? because the way that stars proliferate, the way that they spread, the way that these chemical processes happen, it would just never happen. Like it would be literally impossible. So, or at least in a given universe, if it was possible for Boltzmann brains to form, then you would expect regular brains to form too. Now, if we're allowing the constants to change, maybe there's some way that you could develop like an organic brain somehow before like stars and planets form, but that's not clear to me either. Now, if we mean something just completely different from a Boltzmann brain, just like some random configuration of matter that we can't even imagine, well, sure, but then it's not really clear what we're talking about.
Sure, then you need some reason to think that like we should think that some of these might be like conscious, you know, the random combinations of matter that might be produced, you know, could possibly be conscious, and that's not.
What seems to be the case is that in a universe with a Boltzmann brain problem, there's also going to be regular brains. And in fact, it seems like it's actually probably easier to make regular brains than Boltzmann brains, just because the chemical pathways are more direct.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, also, there is like the factor that in like the universe where they're compatible with Boltzmann brains, like the evolutionary process is not just going to produce like a couple of brains; it's going to produce like a ton of brains. So
I don't even know what a universe looks like that is compatible with Boltzmann brains. Like you know, we talk about this a lot, and we say like, oh, you know, you could just have like a spontaneous arrangement of matter, but like universes evolve dynamically, right? If you're starting from say like a Big Bang, or if that's what you're considering to be your initial state, you have to provide some mechanism for that to happen, some like pathway to get there. And I'm just not sure how. Like, you know, brains are made of, you know, there's like sulfur and carbon and oxygen and nitrogen, and all of those require stars to exist. All those require nuclear fusion. And so like, how are you getting that?
I see. That makes sense.
Yeah, just the universes with all that stuff are going to also have like probably planets and probably like if you have stars, you're probably gonna have planets. You're probably gonna have like something like, you know, our cosmos in like a fundamental way, and then you're probably gonna have brains. Yeah,
right.
It seems like a pretty good response.
Yeah, I mean, this relies on. I'm sure there are lots of people who know a lot more physics than I do that would, you know, be the FOMI, so I'll have to read more. But yeah.
Truthfully, Monkey, thanks so much. Oh, yeah, no, go for it, Blitz.
So there's like broader views where like, you know, or like perhaps broader notions of a multiverse where like you just take like some random, like any arbitrary quantum state and describing a, you know, a space-time and matter configuration, you just say that's allowed. Well, okay, then Boltzmann brains are probably going to be more abundant. But it's not clear that that's like part of the that's the selection that's being done when you're talking about a multiverse. You're not just taking a random quantum state. You're taking a particular quantum state from a sea of, you know, possible initial states, perhaps. And, you know, it depends on the physics controls what are the initial states.
Wait, so this is a question about multiverse stuff, but my understanding is that the laws of physics, for any given wave function, the laws of physics are going to be the same across it. Is that not true?
It depends on what you mean. So what is the case is that like if you take like a, you know, like a wave function monist kind of view, then there's just the one law of physics. It's the Schrodinger equation, and everything else is buried within the Schrodinger equation.
I see.
And that would be fixed. But if you're talking about like, you know, the strength of gravity or like the quality of the electromagnetic force or whatever like this, like those things could be emergent from whatever's within the wave function. You know, depends on or it depends on what the Hamiltonian for the wave function is, and that could be different for different wave functions. Or, you know, so if you're allowing all possible wave functions with all possible Hamiltonians, then sure, you could have like whatever you want, I guess.
I see. But fixing those, holding those things fixed, is it possible that on different branches, are there like models that are compatible with different branches having like different strengths of these constants?
Potentially, it depends on where these. Well, okay, so I'm not sure if there are models of this, but it's like conceptually plausible, as long as the strengths of those forces depend on things like the Higgs mechanism. So the Higgs mechanism, in some sense, it did something called spontaneous symmetry breaking, which so it kind of just picked the value, and so like different branches could have different values, and if in that kind of scenario, those values that are picked control the strengths of these forces, then yeah, you could have different values in different branches of the same wave function.
I see. Okay. That's interesting. But then, do you think that that would run into Boltzmann brains potentially?
No, I don't think so, because as long as we're saying a Boltzmann brain is like a thing made out of atoms, made out of specific atoms arranged in a specific way, if you have mechanisms to produce heavy atoms, then you have stars, you have galaxies, you have planets.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see you. Yeah. Okay, sure, that makes sense. Truthfully Monkey, thanks so much for the super chat. What is your take on constructivism? Love your content and community is awesome. I'm pretty convinced by wait, sorry. It's been a while since I read the literature. I just want to make sure. I think I was when I first read the constructivists, I was way more infatuated with their like reasons internalism. No, I want constructivism meta ethics. I don't want the philosophy of education. Who gives a fuck about that?
Oof, cringe.
View that as far as there's normative truths, they're not fixed by normative facts that are independent of what rational agents would agree to under some specific condition of choice. Oh, yeah. I think this is true. I think that, I remember now. Yeah. It's the claim about the ontology of them, that the ontology of them is like rationally necessitated by specific, like, inalienable commitments, or I think some constructivists think that they are alienable, that you like don't need to. But I think I'm probably sold on the idea that if ethics exist at all, they're not going to be like spooky shit floating in like the Platonic space that we intuit. I think that they're going to need to be things that are necessitated by commitments to your goals. And I think that that requires humans, and that requires minds, and that requires subjects. But it's possible that there are like some goals or like some sort of like goal structure that necessitates specific goals that are universal and other regarding. And in those circumstances, you would claim that both it's like subject dependent, but also that there's like an objectivity to them insofar as you're wrong if you do the immoral stuff. But that's my take. Virtuous Path, thanks so much for the $2. Exactly. Chazbones, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub for 15 months. 15 months. That's 15 months. That's crazy. That's pretty cool. I appreciate that.
Nice.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm fucking evil. Warmaha, thanks so much for the gifted tier 1 sub on Twitch. Appreciate you. Carrie White, thanks so much for the gifted tier 1 sub on Twitch. That's awesome. GameCube Daniel, thank you so much for the gifted tier 1 sub on Twitch. Appreciate you. Sean, thanks so much for the super chat, or for the $5 Venmo. Shopping for your next car? What about a sunroof? I'm getting like the Nom flashbacks.
That was brutal.
Unlive, thanks so much for the super chat. Ian, please, I'm trying to shop for my next car. I need help. Aloe Emporium, thanks so much for the super chat. Spiders do spin their webs to communicate. There was one who span its web to say some pig. Wow. Based reference, powerful, moving.
Mm-hmm.
Queerest Cowboy, thanks so much for the super chat. The greatest victory of the Enlightenment is this week's callers can live fulfilling lives and don't die at 30 after a life of toiling in a field. True. All of those values that you think are good, secular.
Really a shame the Enlightenment happened, huh?
What?
Really a shame that the Enlightenment happened.
Yeah, it's too bad, right? You know, religion has been on the downcline, or on the fucking downcline. I'm unenlightened. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It is kind of fun how all the values shifted towards things like freedom and autonomy post-Enlightenment. And then the religioids have to like finagle their way in there and say, actually, we're anti-slavery.
That's right.
Carl
It is
Bertrand.
brutal that just every major Confederate general and soldier also thought they're doing God's will. It seems like maybe if I were God and I were sort of giving instructions to people, I would make my position on these sort of moral evils so clear that you couldn't have people on both sides of the Civil War over whether or not we should do the horrific moral evil.
Yeah, I agree with this. I think that the way that I might arrange it, I might say, thou shalt not own slaves, thou shalt never own slaves. If you do own slaves, thou shalt let them go. I will never condone slavery. You will never enter the kingdom of heaven if you own a slave. Slavery is bad.
That's the sort of thing I might say, but
Yeah, whatever gets the message
mysterious
across.
mysterious ways, and all that.
Yeah, maybe there's a time where you just have to say, maybe a little bit of slavery.
Well, the problem is that you don't have the sort of universal preconditions of knowledge, right? And so you can't
True.
that is the problem.
True. What even are your moral intuitions, you naturalist?
True.
Carl Bertrand, thanks so much for the super chat. Food for thought. If someone never heard of the Bible or Jesus, do they go to hell? I think the theist wants to say no, but I was listening to the Ethan Muse conversation about hell, and I'm pretty sure that he said that all the babies go to hell.
I forget what he said about infants. I thought, yeah, do Catholics don't think infants immediately go to hell if they're not baptized, right? Isn't that what? Fuck, I forgot.
Oh, it is whether they're baptized.
I thought, okay.
Holy shit, they do go to hell if they're unbaptized.
There's no way that's true.
The professor that I'm studying with, one of the things that he said in office hours, I didn't realize that Proust held this position, but I think apparently Proust bites like some insane bullet where he's like, if it's, a trillion babies getting tortured in hell is compatible with God's infinite goodness.
Jesus. I mean, that is a problem for lots of the more ambitious theodicies, right? As they prove too much, and they end up getting you things like, the infant torture conveyor belt wouldn't be evidence against God, or at least would be not strong evidence against God's existence, which is a problem. Wasn't limbo sort of as a concept kind of like one of the big things it was for unbaptized infants? It was like, no, they don't go to hell, but they also don't go to heaven. So
that's I bet it's like a matter of dispute. Although
it's not disputed, you just have to use discernment.
Technically, I do think probably the consistent position is that they don't go to heaven, because I thought the idea was that in order to go to heaven, you need your like moral character like very built. And then this is like the beatific vision is like the fulfilling of your ultimate end. So they'd want to say that like maybe they would say that the baby's soul is built. No, they can't say that because of original sin.
Yeah, I don't know what. I'm sure there's lots written on this. I don't know what the.
Maybe that's why they don't like abortion, because they're like, but then all the babies, they don't go to heaven.
Wow, if only there was an all-powerful being that could change that.
If only.
True. Yeah, I think the Catechism doesn't teach that. I think that's my memory. Sorry, Sog in chat said this, but it's been a minute since.
Doesn't teach babies go to, or doesn't teach limbo?
Doesn't teach that unbaptized infants go to hell.
Oh, sure, yeah. I was looking it up. I think the position is that there isn't a dogmatic stance on unbaptized infants.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Could you imagine if the Pope came out tomorrow in 2026 and said unbaptized infants go to hell?
That'd be pretty great. I trust the Pope more than that. I'm more of a Pope respecter.
Yeah.
He would not.
Yeah.
Rome would not do that.
I don't know. The current Pope is, I don't know. He says like sane things.
Yeah, seems like he's obviously a very smart guy.
Well, except he likes the Cubs, right?
No, he doesn't like the Cubs. He likes the White Sox.
Oh, okay, yeah.
No, he's a Sox fan. I forgot now.
Yeah, he's a man of great faith.
The problem is he. True. Yeah, the problem is he doesn't like the Cubs.
That's so funny. Hate Stairs, thanks so much for super chat. Please debate that little weasel William Lane Craig. I'd love to. I don't know. I want to. He's a scumbag. Uh, and I don't know. I just think he's kind of a shitty guy.
Not a big William Lane Craig fan. It is brutal that he's like the most popular apologist because like there are just so many really like just genius like Proust has crazy views, but he's obviously a genius. Like Rasmussen, I think is wrong about lots of stuff, but is obviously a genius. You know, like there are these like obviously very smart, very sort of considerate and intellectually virtuous apologists, and the only one who has like the infinite money from his ministry is William Lane Craig.
True. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You'll know how good of a philosopher he is by the people that dislike him, which it turns out is like everyone across the board.
Yeah. I mean,
can you imagine? You have arguably the greatest living metaphysician, Peter Van Inwagen, calling your arguments depressing in interviews.
Yeah, Van Inwagen is such a goat, such a just insane views. But his composition only occurs for organisms. Everything else is like just has the craziest views in the world, but is obviously a genius. I'm such a Van Inwagen fan.
Yeah, I'm a Van Inwagen respecter. He's
that's right.
He's careful. He's thoughtful. He's a good philosopher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Same thing with I don't know. Apparently Zimmerman also hates Craig.
Interesting.
Although I don't know very much about Zimmerman.
Me neither, I don't think. But yeah, I'm trying to think of like a popular academic apologist who I feel like is worse than Craig.
Trent Doherty, no. I don't even know if Trent Doherty is worse. I don't even know if there is an academic. Wait, are there academic philosophers that are worse than Craig?
I don't think so.
Okay, well this is like trivial, but like Andrew Loke, there's one.
Oh well, true.
There's oh gosh, I'll text this to you. I probably shouldn't say it out loud.
Yeah, go for it. But yeah, really brutal. Actually, I should probably dip. But
okay.
Much love to you all. Please vote for me.
I'll put it in my Discord.
Much love. Also, thanks for entertaining my Boltzmann brain questions. I'll talk to y'all later. Bye.
Yep.
Bye.
Okay. Barnabas, thanks so much for the super chat. Fun fact, in Gen 24:35, God is credited with giving slaves as a gift. Is that true? I think that's true, actually. I remember that. Genesis 24:35. Ooh, can't be that one. Or no, it's 24:35. The Lord has blessed my master abundantly, and he has become wealthy. He has given him sheep and cattle, silver and gold, male and female slaves, and camels and donkeys. I hope not. That would be unfortunate. That's not a good thing to give. Snowcat, thanks so much for becoming a cool Corey. I appreciate you. Snowcat, thank you so much for the super chat. Hysterical that I caught a crash out like this live. Keep it up, Ian. Thank you. Revenge, thanks so much for the super chat. Liam should love communism. I'd finally give him a share of a chin. I mean, for somebody who opposes communism, Liam gets publicly owned quite a lot.
That's good.
Quality. Have you debated Liam?
I don't think so. I'm familiar with him.
I can't believe.
I know that he lost a push-up contest with Good Trouble.
I thought he also lost one to Dean.
Oh, that's probably true.
Based. No, not Liam, not Divinity Liam. Although Divinity Liam is also a capitalist, but I mean Divinity Liam is way more principled. I wouldn't talk shit about that guy.
Yeah. I'm surprised I haven't run into Liam, but I haven't personally talked to him. Considering that I do MAGA live streams and like, you know.
Maybe he's
but
just
that's
not
okay.
off work
I don't
at that point.
Oh my god, I had a debate with a guy who was convinced, like, it was just an hour of him trying to convince me that the greenhouse effect isn't real. Not even that global warming's not real, that the greenhouse effect isn't real.
Damn, the greenhouse effect specifically?
The greenhouse effect specifically, and the guy claims to have had a master's in physics.
Did you quiz him?
It was rough.
Oh yeah, I
I
bet
did.
it was.
He actually seemed somewhat knowledgeable, but it was it was rough. I ended up ending the call with a deathless light monologue.
That's funny.
Which, by the way, is just a quality way to end a call.
Yeah. I wish we ended all social interactions like that. How does it feel to lose? The light
fucking
fades and the
lost.
hope dies. Aloe Emporium, thanks so much for Super Chat. Liam, you're a fucking idiot and a drunk. True. Falconov, thanks so much for Super Chat. Democracy is great, so I vote to kick Liam out. Based. Dr. Fudge, thanks so much for Super Chat. This guy gives Darth Dawkins vibes, except at least Dawkins knows when to cut and run. Yeah, I mean, you know, he knows when to like block you or whatever. I like how Dawkins, it's like you ask him one tough question, he's like, no, okay, we're done. And then he leaves. Snowcat, thanks so much for Super Chat. To be clear, how many drinks does this buy you? Yeah, I probably should have started drinking. Snowcat, thank you so much for Super Chat. Appreciate that. The 5 gifted memberships. Look at a big W for Snowcat. There's a lot of Super Chats. Thank you. Appreciate you. Joe White, thanks so much.
Beer is not gluten-free.
What?
Beer isn't gluten-free.
You saying that for my sake?
No, it's for my sake. Otherwise, I would be drinking on live streams and people are crazy.
True.
On other people's live streams. When I'm live streaming, it's 9 in the morning. It's too early for that. But
Oh, that's right. Can you drink other alcohol?
it depends on the alcohol. I think
Okay.
Grey Goose is made from wheat, for example.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's kind of a bummer.
Oh, are you like a big this doesn't bother me at all because I'm not a beer drinker. I think it tastes bad. I don't have that acquired taste yet. I haven't acquired the taste, one might say. But I'm a big like cider drinker. Well, when I have to drink in like a beer setting, when it's not topical to be fucking doing like shots, you know, I'll
Exactly.
drink a cider.
Cider's good. It's just less available and it's usually more expensive.
That makes sense, yeah. Although I'm a big I'm a shots prefer.
A shots preferer.
A shots
Oh yeah,
preferer.
that's right. You're 25.
Yeah.
I was that way once.
Yeah, it's fun.
Then I got a hangover to the head.
No, my metabolism works pretty quickly, so
Oh,
I don't get
you
hungover.
just wait.
I know. Joe White, thanks so much for the super chat. I challenge you to take turns calling the caller daddy. The first to laugh loses. Hashtag game changer. The only way to know how to play is to learn. The only way to learn is to begin, and the only way to begin is by beginning. It's true. Snowcat, thanks so much for the super chat. I just talked to my 8-ball, and my 8-ball said the guest is a loon and that host is unequivocally correct. Don't believe your lying eyes. Aloe Emporium, thanks so much for the super chat. The alcohol content of Liam's blood makes Jesus's look like tap water. That's funny. That's really good. Possum Punks, thanks so much for the super chat. Can you ask Liam why God gave him the complexion of a sickly Victorian orphan? Holy. That's true. Many have been wondering. Grimmy, thanks so much for the super chat. Guest private and personal property are very separate things. Yeah, he thinks that it's going to be the communal toothbrush under communism.
This guy in the chat, Trout Austin, has been like spamming your comments complaining about my papers.
Is he requesting to join?
I have no idea. There's no way he requests to join, right? Oh, I have him blocked. Why do I have him blocked? Okay, I'm gonna unblock him.
Yeah, we'll bring him on up. You publish toy models.
Right? Let's see if he wants to come up. Oh, I actually have to leave in 5 minutes. What am I doing?
Oh no, he can totally come up here and rhetorically mog you. Fuck, you shouldn't have given him that info.
Oh no, I don't think that'll join anyway.
Yeah. I'd have to hold down your honor.
Indeed.
You'd have to win in 5 minutes.
Well, against this guy, it's probably not so hard.
Rar Espada, thanks so much for the super chat. POS Liam just equated pride events to protesting. Yeah. I don't know. He's like a piece of shit. He's a scumbag. Snowcat, thanks so much for the super chat. Thank you for the 5 more gifted cool Corey memberships. It's got a big W for Snowcat. I appreciate that. Elia, thanks so much for the super chat. With all the points that went over this caller's head, you'd think it's a rhetorical bukkake. That's funny. It's good. Mopakiu, thanks so much for the super chat. Pavlov's Theist. Dude, views are so low because Liam got the live like suppressed. I think showing like the Renee Good stuff got the live like totally nuked.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Damn, that's too bad, but that's okay. Ethan Wallace, thank you so much for the super chat. And no other objectively reasonable means appear to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. Firearms may not be discharged from a moving vehicle. Ethan Wallace, thanks so much for the super chat. Deadly force shall not be used solely to prevent the escape of a fleeing subject. True. Well, yeah, I don't know. I think that those are from like the manual. Game Master Flash, thanks so much for the super chat. Liam thinks he is so smart because he has taken so many L's in this conversation. He can spell intellectual. That's funny. He purchased that word. Ethan Wallace, thanks so much for the super chat. Firearms may not be discharged at a moving vehicle unless one, a person in the vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than the vehicle. Oh, sure. So it can't just be like it's like driving around you. That makes sense. Malporpheus, thanks so much for the super chat for the GOAT trophy. I appreciate that. Thank you. Lazman, thanks so much for the super chat. Liam is a piece of shit fascist. Listening to him defend ICE is disgusting. I only hope that people he knows do not have to suffer the same way others do. Yeah, you know, I hope that the people that he loves gets treated better than the way ICE treats others. Spaghetti, thanks so much for the super chat. $10 for Liam's Preparation H for the hemorrhoids. So awesome, so amazing. Thanks so much for the super chat. Keep it clean. Appreciate it. Blooks, thanks so much for the super chat. Imagine not believing in God and finding out he's real after you die and it's too late. That would suck. Just saying. I agree that would suck. But I'm especially unworried about the God that's going to punish you, given the fact that there are just like decisive arguments against like it being rational to believe in him. God just doesn't explain anything. He doesn't do any explanatory work. There are like people that are just justified in not believing in God. And in fact, like I might say that like for some of the academic philosophers, given their arguments, for those of them who are like on the very like intellectually rigorous side, I might even say that I think that they are justified in their belief in God, just based on like arguments, like the arguments that they have. I don't know. I think that they might be within their epistemic rights to believe in God.
Do you think that that's actually how they came to the belief, though? And then they argued themselves into belief? Because I have a hard time believing that that really happens to anybody.
That might be a good point. I don't know. I need to read more into like the specific cases, but
especially if they're Christian, right? Like if they're just like vaguely theist, maybe.
I don't know. That is like a good point, right? Like, if you were raised Christian, I wonder how truth tracking it is. I know that there are definitely like people who convert to Christianity. Oh, actually, Alistair McIntyre, he converted to Thomism after he was like an academic philosopher and he was trying to study it to refute it for like a student. And then he ended up agreeing with it by reading into the arguments.
That's crazy.
I mean, it kind of is, right? It's the least plausible one. But I don't know. Like, I don't think that this person is like intellectually dishonest. I might even say, like, depending on the argument, he might even like be within his epistemic rights to believe what he does.
Possibly.
But I think like the reverse is true, right? Like, I think that there are like also atheists who are well within their epistemic rights to not believe. And the idea that a God would punish somebody for not believing something that it would be unreasonable for them to believe, that's ludicrous to me. That's absurd.
Where's my Zoom link?
You have an office hours?
No, I have a paper meeting.
Rem, thanks so much for super chat. If we use ChatGPT's 0.32 milliliter figure, the 1,800 gallons of water tied into 1 pound of beef equals 21.25 million prompts, or 1,000 prompts a day for 58 years. I do think that, I don't know, I think I would need like some sort of like scale to compare this to. But I mean, if that's true, it does seem like kind of absurd to criticize. I guess I don't really get the criticizing AI for the water thing. Maybe I just like lack the scale. I know that some places are like in desperate need of water, but then it seems like this argument is like pretty decisive, that this would just be like an argument to stop doing a whole bunch of things.
Well, so one of the issues, and this is my understanding, it's not that using ChatGPT is, or Claude or whatever, is expensive. It's that training it takes a fuck ton of water.
Oh, that makes sense.
But like, so and that's what these data centers are for in some sense. They're for processing tons or for building better and better models. And so if you just have a model and everybody stopped working on it, then maybe it would be the case that like, okay, well, we already spent all these resources, but now at least it's pretty cheap. But my understanding, it's like a training thing.
Okay, that might make sense. I wonder what the actual figure would be then. Well,
I think
ooh.
Trout Austin is still crashing out in the chat, by the way.
Okay.
Which is funny.
I don't know. I do think that my intuition is that, like, okay, so I understand like the fear of like the surveillance technology related to whatever those fucking cameras are. Like, that's reasonable. Fuck that. But I don't know. I think that people are like anti-AI for reasons that feel like just not true. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, but there's also like intellectual property issues, right?
I agree with that. That's like insane. It's insane that AI can just suck up your work. Fuck you. That's ridiculous. That's like genuinely absurd that they can suck up your work and then sell the shit to other people. I totally agree with that. Aloe Emporium, thanks so much for the tube chat. Ian, you might like Japanese beer, like Asahi Dry. It's made from rice and has a cleaner taste. Is it soju or is it sake that's rice? Maybe both? Oh, it's both. Yeah. I think both of those are pretty good. Thanks, Molly. I'm going to assume that you're an alcoholic now. Inner Accounting,
Reasonable.
thanks so much for the super chat. What if brain areas have inherent teloi and that we formulate values based on aligning with them? Could God belief be one brain teloi aligned instance?
What does that mean?
So it's saying like, okay, what if one of the purposes of your brain is to believe in God? I don't think so, because there is no region of the brain that's inactive in the atheist. Like that just doesn't happen. You use all of your brain, you use 100% of it. There is no region of the brain that's waiting to be activated by God. Maybe like the efficient use of it, but I don't know. I don't think God is a good explanation of things. Like you just kind of kick the problem back one's peg. Like, okay, you posit a God who has the desire to create the fucking eye with all of its complexity, but why does he desire that? It just seems like there isn't like a good explanation. You know, your eyes are inaccurate, so clearly it's not for getting all the information. I do think that it's coherent to talk about like purpose with respect to biology, though. I don't know. I think that there's like a definition of purpose that you could say like the purpose of the heart is to pump blood. Maybe you define purpose in a way that's like, you know, the function with which it wouldn't have evolved, or sorry, the function without which it wouldn't have evolved to exist. Fiji chats, thanks so much for super chat. Hey Ian, I just want to thank you for what you do. I'm 15 and you have inspired me to get into philosophy and expand my knowledge. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Fiji chats, thank you so much. That's like ridiculously kind of you to say. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Good luck. You should if you're in like the financial situation to do that, you should, you know, consider studying it in college, but don't if you're not in the financial position. Or maybe you're just really passionate about it. You know, it's a tough road, but it's also a fun hobby.
Kudos for not encouraging someone to get a degree in philosophy, by the way.
It's just not a good career path. You have to want, I think that you have to want it badly enough.
Goated.
Yeah.
You have to be like Joe Schmidt goated, right?
I agree with that. Like, I think that if there's any uncertainty in you about studying philosophy as your like main pursuit in college, as like your major in college, don't do it. It's like
not even that. It can't just be like your devotion. You actually have to be like really good at it too.
That's true. That's true. Or you have to be prepared to make like an Alex O'Connor style YouTube channel.
That might be harder.
That's definitely true. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, maybe not harder, but lower success rate.
That's definitely true. Although, I wonder, challenging is hard to quantify. He has been running this game for like a while. Like he's been doing this for like the last like fucking 15 years or something.
I'm pretty sure I was watching him when I was in college and he was like 16.
I think I was watching him when I was in like high school.
Yeah, I mean, like he's been doing it for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know. He's been like putting in that work. Maybe middle school even.
I remember the whole vegan arc, and then he stopped being vegan for undisclosed medical reasons.
He was having I think he was having like bowel problems. Was the disclosed medical reason?
I now have a permanent out for why I'm not vegan, and because I could just say I have celiac disease, and it would just make my life significantly harder.
I see. No,
there's already like a whole half of the or of the grains that I can't eat. What do you want me to do?
Okay. Yeah, that is reasonable. Like, to the question, what trait is true of a cow that, if true of a human, would justify slaughtering them and eating them? I think saying, like, I will, like, literally starve to death if not, is, like, I think that's on the more reasonable end.
I mean, look, if a human doesn't have gluten, I'll eat a human too.
I take that as a reductio to the position, by the way.
Good.
Kieran Dave, thanks so much for super chat. No data center that needs lots of water is cited on water. As someone who works at a frontier lab, the water costs of training a frontier model are no longer bigger than the use. That's a 2023 stat.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Interesting. That is good to know. Yeah. I don't know. I just think that AI is coming and there's like kind of like it's useful. It has lots of applications. This has also happened at like every point in history too. I just think that
Turns
people
out
need
it's
to
like
get ready
really
for
good
it.
at math, by the way. Like exceptionally good.
At math?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Like coding is happening at breakneck speeds. Everything is going to be happening at breakneck speeds. It's just good at everything.
It's still not great at physics, though.
I find that it has problems doing anything philosophically other than like restating arguments that already exist in the literature. Like I find that it has a difficult time giving novel critiques or like novel arguments.
Yep. Yeah, it has a difficult time doing something original, which is not surprising. But like, well, okay, it has a difficult time coming up with something abstract and original, like kind of an original concept. It has absolutely no problem doing an original computation if you tell it what you want to compute.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that it needs to be like very concrete in such a way that it's not like open-ended.
Right. Right. Where's this Zoom link? Okay, I'm gonna send an email.
Kieran Dave, thanks so much for Super Chat. For reference, your live stream with 500 viewers is probably drawing 2 to 7 megawatts an hour globally. So any argument against AI power / water usage is an argument against live streaming platforms.
Oh, my meeting is in 45 minutes.
Ah, you thought that they just like fucking
I thought they're all either students or postdocs.
based.
So like, not particularly. I mean, it's just me and 2 other guys, but you know. Actually,
Okay.
neither of them are students. They're both postdocs.
Okay. Maybe they're students of life, Dr. Blitz. You ever thought of that?
Actually, one of them is, and you know, this is like extremely. He's a lovely guy, and so if he's watching, I hope he doesn't hate me for spreading his hobbies. One of the guys is an Indian fellow, great guy, but he's like obsessed with like British literature specifically, which, you know, like he's the kind of guy that owns poetry books. And keep in mind, he's a mathematician, so this is like not his field.
I see.
It's a great hobby that I think, and I get a lot of joy out of the fact that he has this going for him.
Oh, I see. Sure. That is fun.
Like he can like quote poets from like 300 years ago, like
Mm.
entire stanzas and shit. Like it's crazy.
You know the one Indian mathematician where it, like the formula came to him in a dream?
Yeah, Ramanujan.
Yeah, I wonder maybe that's like just as good of evidence for Hinduism as like any biblical prediction about the world is for Christianity.
Probably. Honestly, probably better because at least that can be verified.
True. Alana Pascarella, thanks so much for the GOAT trophy. Appreciate you. Andrew Coates, thanks so much for the $100 on Venmo. $100 Venmo. That's big. That's huge. That's incredible. That's peak. Thank you, Andrew. I really appreciate that. You know, I'm going to college. I'm going to school. It costs money. It's not cheap. But I hope that I'm able to provide value. I'm able to take what I learn and provide value back to the stream. You know, I reinvest a lot of the money that I receive here back into the stream to try to make it better by expanding my knowledge base, by expanding like my resources, my technology. You know, I'm moving to a new apartment soon where I'll be on the fucking 2 gig plan instead of the 1 gig Verizon plan. So it should be, yeah, I don't know. I really appreciate that. Bit of a personal yap, but yeah. Manny Black, thanks so much for Super Chat. I am vegan because of the current argument. Yep, I think it's a compelling argument. Okay, I'm gonna release a new video, but you should go check out the newest video. No reason for the 2 gig? There is reason for the 2 gig. Are you kidding? I live stream. I'm literally a live streamer, a multi-platform live streamer, and I struggle.
If you're going back to school, are you gonna quit your job?
If I got into a PhD program, probably.
And then just support yourself with the live stream stuff?
Yeah.
You'd probably be fine, to be honest. You'd have to downgrade a little bit, maybe, but lifestyle-wise. Hope that works out.
That's true. 2 gigabyte down? No, 2 gigabyte upload is the promise, I think.
Do you think that Plato would have been a live streamer if he was like a live stream debater if he was alive today?
I think Socrates would have. I think Plato would have been a Socrates viewer. That's kind of what Socrates was doing. He would just go around like the town square and he'd be like, hey, you, what do you know? What do you think justice
Yeah,
is?
But didn't Plato like challenge people to wrestling matches and shit? Like fight me bro kind of stuff? Wasn't that like the reason why he was named Plato?
Yes, yeah, because he was an Olympic wrestler, yeah.
And so like he could definitely be the kind of live streamer that like gets into a shouting match and then starts screaming, fight me bro, fight me bro.
True. I could see that. Okay. I released a new video. It's experimental. It's a compilation of people contradicting themselves.
Oh, this is like an edited video. It's not even like just a debate.
Yeah. Like the cat exists and the cat doesn't exist. That's a contradiction.
I mean, it does and it doesn't to me because I don't know what's inside the box.
That's that is a contradiction.
But it's not
I think I get what you're trying to say. So God has the potential to create.
But he lacks potential, yeah. It's a contradiction. I thought you said that quantum fields like always existed and always permeated.
Okay, maybe God showed up and they were here. I don't know.
Okay, then God's not the creator of them.
Our observable universe. I mean, God could still be bound by natural laws.
Then he's physical.
Yeah, it sounds like he's just a powerful alien now.
Could be.
Not a god.
Oh, well, at that point, this is like too far from the God concept.
Why is that?
I don't deny the existence of aliens. You're saying God is physical. Typically, God is taken to be supernatural. Do you think that God has the power to do the impossible?
Yes.
Okay, well then you run into like direct contradictions, like basically immediate. Yeah, it's a compilation. Go check it out. They're all from one day as well. Okay. Also, wait. UFO Fortnite. Thanks so much, Super Chat. There's plenty of water. LOL. Also, they're building predictive algorithms trying to create Laplace's demon with our data to predict the future. There are reasons why Laplace's demon are impossible. Lots of them. But I must leave. I must flee. All right. I love all of you. I'll see you all later. Bye-bye.